Random,
There's been a
congratulations, you're not first.
lot of debate in the last days between the new Insta360 Ace Pro 2 and the new DJI Action 5 Pro, and I installed it and it does a nice job protecting your device, your settings, but you can't change anything here, so it can be really good in some situations, less noise and a higher low light performance. The Ace Pro 2 can film in 8K, but side by side against 4K videos shot with the same. One of the main
Dude, I'm looking at getting one of these new action cams, and the fucking Insta360 Ace Pro 2 has the worst color accuracy I think I've seen out of any fucking camera in my entire life.
in mind that
Like, it's just so disgustingly horrible. Especially skin tones. They're just so terrible. Ugh. Just finished watching your last live while hitting legs, so this is perfect timing. Dope. Ugh. Yeah, my mom came over this weekend. She's upstairs right now just watching Netflix. We were gonna go mountain biking, and right when we started, my fucking chain snapped.
size of the sensor. I think it also has a
I hate all these people who make these videos. They're fucking annoying. There's like no actual fucking camera channels that make reviews on these cameras, and then these dumbass YouTubers, whoever the fuck they are, they have like no following. They just say the stupidest shit constantly. Like they have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
React to this.
Let me see, Mr. Krabs.
Think of it. Where the heck are we? Martin Luther King St. George Floyd Boulevard? Ah! Of all places to end up.
What's the big deal? It's just named after one of those Civil War dudes.
Civil rights.
Same diff.
No! You don't get it. Do you know what kind of people live on streets like this? Because I do. They're stupid nincompoops who will rob us blind before we know it.
Whoa, Benson, it can't be that bad.
Oh, really? Well then, Rigby, where's our car?
What are you talking about? We're in it right.
Are you tough? You ain't really tough. That little boy, your buddy misses pup. Hit him in his gut and watch that boy.
Alright, well I don't remember that episode, but thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs.
Called the Great Wealth Transfer, millennials who got off to a slow start are now expected to become the richest generation in history, thanks to the nearly $124 trillion in assets that they're expected to inherit over the next 20 years from their baby boomer parents and grandparents. In The Missing Billionaires by Hagani and White, they tell the story of Cornelius Vanderbilt, who died in 1877, leaving his oldest son the largest fortune in the world at the time, more than $100 million. Despite the huge returns available to investors between then and now, just 70 years later, the entire Vanderbilt family wealth was gone. No Vanderbilt descendant today can trace their wealth back to the huge fortune Cornelius accumulated during his life. The huge spending
Fucking
and
weird.
bad investment decisions of the Vanderbilt heirs wiped out the entire fortune. It brings to mind the famous W.C. Fields quote where he said, "I spent half of my money on gambling, alcohol, and wild women. The other half I wasted." When we look at a list of the wealthiest Americans,
Is that why you were not on yesterday, VG?
No, it wasn't on yesterday because I was just absolutely fucking drained from dieting and training. Just couldn't fucking do it. Ugh. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Today.
Oh. Fuck. Forgot to pin the Streamlabs link. There we go.
The top 10 all made their money through business, not from inheritance. It's not until we get to number 11 on the
Oh, your dog had to be put down yesterday. Really sorry about that, Thumbson. That's really sad when you have to put an animal to sleep. I've had to do that a few times.
list that we see the Walton family, the heirs to the Walmart fortune. According to UBS, 84 people became billionaires for the first time in 2023 through the businesses they built up, and 53 became billionaires through inheritance. So business success is still the most sure path to wealth. Inheritance, however, has become a more important source of wealth in recent years than it was 50 years ago, but it's still less important today than it was in 1900. Research from The Economist shows that inheritance as a source of wealth in advanced economies, when measured...
React to this VG.
Yes, thank you. Hello. I wanted to talk to you about Palestine versus Israel.
Oh, that was gonna be stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Retard Potato Homunculus donated $2. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, Retard Potato.
And I'm a Jordanian Christian, but I was born in this country. I'm a proud American. But I wanted to know how you can defend our country funding billions of dollars into a foreign government aiding genocide.
So do you mean the money that we send to the...
Here's some more.
Number one, do you think that Rich Piana is a racist? And number two, what do you make of this whole telephone message that was put up online?
Well, let me start off by saying, what's up, my nigga?
These niggas were retarded, filling up all these tanks with fresh cum.
At first, no one believed in these niggas.
I've never seen something like this before.
To power up the first ever semen technology token.
Hundreds and hundreds of niggas jacking off into a tank.
People doubted them, but they didn't give up. They studied it more. They tasted it. They produced more and more to create not just a token, but a purpose of life for the miserable, lifeless gooners like yourself. Join the Public Nigga Committee now.
AI is starting to get weird. Oh yeah, the Peter Copter. I don't get it. Well, thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs.
Egu, what is it with all these Christians supporting Palestine? Isn't Israel supposed to be the Holy Land?
I don't think anybody knows what Christianity even is anymore, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Bang or Monster? Kind of depends. I think Monster probably has better ingredients, but Bang is usually a bit cheaper, and some other flavors are better.
The Palestinian Authority?
No, the ones that we sent to the IDF.
Okay, so you know we spend money to the Palestinian Authority as well, right? Yeah, billions.
Okay, how?
We give them cash.
We give them, I know, you guys claim to give them care packages and stuff like that, but why are we still defending the IDF?
I forgot about
I want to make
that.
sure we're morally consistent. So
Kobe Bryant died in a helicopter crash. That makes more sense now.
Do you agree that we should cut money off to both Israel and the Palestinian Authority?
Yes.
Okay, cut off to both. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're from Jordan, and so you know the region very well. If you look at the Palestinian Authority, let's just take Lebanon, okay, versus Israel. Which country is more moral or a better place for people to live?
Wait, what? Okay, first, why is that a question? If it's a foreign land, why are we the ones dictating?
No. You have to get our moral. We have to
Okay.
get our moral symmetry right,
Our
and then
moral
we could
symmetry.
determine foreign aid. Again, in the Middle East, because for whatever reason, a country the size of New Jersey, with half the world's Jews, gets all the attention of campus activists.
Yes.
And so, yet there's civil wars in Africa, the slaughter of Druze in Syria, from the annexation of Armenia from Azerbaijan.
2 milligrams of nicotine is really been helping me focus. It's known to help ADHD, but I have autism. Still helps. Thank you, mate. I don't know if I have autism 20 degree. I've never been diagnosed. I'm not even sure if I have ADD or ADHD. But I do notice that it does help me focus. It probably just has that effect for most people, regardless of whether or not they have any kind of attention or cognitive deficit. But you might notice it more if you do. But dope that it helped.
Gets no campus energy. So I just want to understand, just so we're morally clear, where is the best place for a woman such as yourself to live? In Tel Aviv, or in Beirut, Damascus, Amman, or Cairo? Where is it better for a woman to live in the Middle East?
I've been to many of these locations, and I just want to let you know that that's an unfair question because...
That's an unfair question because I have massive tits, and obviously Muslim men are going to want to rape me. Like, these people just have to fucking cope, dude. It's so obvious. Every fucking Muslim country is a fucking disgusting shithole filled with retards who just want to blow each other up. And Israel is normal. Like, it's a sane place with actual human beings and not fucking, like, retarded troglodyte idiots who want to fly planes into buildings. Even if you think Israel's acting in some sort of savage fashion towards their enemies, who fucking cares? It's a better place to live. Like, it's a liberal Western style democracy. I don't care if a liberal Western democracy just annihilates some, like, fucking land of retarded shitholes. I'd rather the fucking liberal democracy exist and be safe than protect a bunch of fucking crazy whack job idiots. And that's the worst case scenario. Like, that's not even what's fucking happening. Israel's acting perfectly fucking morally here. And then they try to twist things and act as though, oh no, Palestinians aren't crazy fucking whack jobs that want to kill Jews. Israel's going too far. Oh yeah, where would you rather live? I can't answer that. You know Muslims are going to want to rape me. I have huge tits. Stupid.
Did you hear this guy picked up another cat? He has such compassion for animals and even has said it should be legal to consume them, but hates people and believes in God.
Yeah, I can't watch this. This is members only content. I have no idea who the hell that is. Like, I know who Low Tier God is, but... I know Low Tier God likes cats. So is Low Tier God... Like, are you talking about Low Tier God? Or, Yeah, is low tier god vegan? I know he watches my stuff, but he got mad at me a while ago. Thanks for the donation though, Donnie. She seriously has huge tits though, like crazy huge tits.
Spend the whole weekend watching gore and just looking for something worse than what I've seen thus far. All personal ambitions lose all subjective meaning in the face of broader human and animal suffering. Please show your nipples or ill kilometers.
I'll show my nipples if you give me $50. Thanks for the donation, Ken. Animal Liberation $20. To be fair, I went to Israel and I noticed that hand washing is not a very popular thing there. Would be tons of people that use the shitter and come right out and not wash their hands at all, but they seem to be the more Orthodox and Hasidic guys. Well, I mean, if you go into any highly religious community, I can guarantee you most of those people aren't going to wash their hands. They're not going to take vaccines, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're not really too fond of brushing their teeth either. So, I don't know. I think it just comes with the territory with being, like, super religious. You're just kind of an idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation.
Why us funding Israel? They are bombing Lebanon.
Hold on, no. We'll get there. I just want to know, based on the laws and the customs that Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, the country you're not born in, but that you have ancestry from, Egypt, all have, where is it better for women to live? In those 4 places or in Tel Aviv?
That is, again, no, that's very hard to say. Again, because...
Have any of those 4 countries ever had a female prime minister?
Why would that matter?
Because Israel has.
Yes, but
because I find it interesting that I'm not saying you're on the left, but campus activists are always...
Dude, if Egypt or Lebanon or Jordan or Syria ever was going to have, like, a female prime minister or any woman trying to become president or prime minister, she'd be, like, fucking murdered. You'd have a bunch of fucking Muslims. How could she lead? How could she lead? This is, what's the term? Not haram, but, whatchamacall? What's the Muslim term for, like, unholy? Yeah, they just freak out, and then kill her. And probably rape her first, and then kill her, and then probably rape her dead body, because, like, what do they fucking care? There's literally hadiths in Islam talking about how it's okay to rape a dead body. So yeah, they'd probably rape her, kill her, then rape her again, because, you know, anything goes apparently in Islam.
It's about women's rights and women's empowerment. Yet the only country that has actually ever done that in the Middle East is Israel, interestingly enough. But, I mean, let me just ask this. Do you think Israel is the good guy?
Oh, haram is a term, halal means accepted, okay.
In this equation, and the other countries are not so good. How would you mark the moral grade here?
I believe Israel is the bad guy. They're using religion as an excuse to take over land. It's a government. Zionism is not Judaism.
So, and then what exactly is Islam doing then?
Well, that's why Islam versus Judaism, that's what the Western media believes is happening, that Jews are fighting Muslims, which is not true. It's a government.
Jews are fighting Muslims.
If you had the opportunity to titty fuck Abby Shapiro, but Ben Shapiro would be sitting in the corner jerking off, would you do it?
Yeah. Her tits are pretty great, and it'd also be pretty funny to humiliate Ben Shapiro. So yeah, win-win. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Fighting over another government for land, and they're using religion as an excuse. Why are the IDF soldiers fighting Christian people during Easter?
This is just retarded, dumb fuck nonsense. So the whole reason Palestinians are attacking Jews is on religious basis. It's on a religious basis. They never tried to attack the British, who actually owned the land at the time. And they only started attacking Jews because Islam has a long, rich history of Jew hatred, and they also have a thing in their religion where if any land that used to belong to Islam ends up getting taken over by some other religious group, they have to ensure that they get that land back. Can't remember what the fucking term is called, but yeah, this is entirely religiously fucking motivated. And you can just see all of their, like, Hamas's nonsense retarded propaganda again. Why is an Islamic jihadist group the one spearheading these attacks against Israel and not some secular, non-religious group attacking Israel? Like, it's just stupid.
They're not allowing them to go into church.
Actually, that's not true. So let's talk about that. That's a lie. What happened on Easter in Israel?
They were not allowing the...
What was unique about this Easter?
What do you mean what was due to come up? Like, people wanted to worship through
Catholic,
church.
Protestant, and Orthodox Easter all fell on the same day.
Okay,
so therefore, there was a huge surge of Christians to the Holy Church of the Holy Sepulchre, of which, if you're in the Holy Sepulchre, they fight over every square inch of that place. So the IDF came in to actually protect the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and make sure that all these Christians don't start tearing their hair out on the holy day. Just so we're clear.
If the oh, sorry, I don't mean to
No,
interrupt
you are actually believing the Arab press in the Middle East, where no one is being denied access to holy sites. And I do have to wonder, so you're a Christian, you know the area well. Do you feel safe as a Christian? You're a Christian, right?
Yes.
Going to Bethlehem.
Yes. We are Christians.
But do you know who controls Bethlehem?
Who controls
The Arab Muslims control Bethlehem.
And when have they stopped Christians from going
all the
into
time?
churches?
Oh my goodness, it's incredibly
Everyone
dangerous.
here is arguing about this, but no, you guys are all believing things that you see all over TikTok.
No. It's
a lot of people are like you say. I'm believing Arab media, but a lot of people are believing Western media.
Okay.
Don't you think it's possible for both sides to be lied to?
The Western media is very anti-Israel, for the record. Let's do one final thought experiment, and then we could talk about money. If Israel laid down all of its weapons, what would happen?
If Israel laid down all of its weapons. Okay, they are committing a genocide, and wait.
How dare you say? No, I gotta put. What is a genocide?
A genocide is when you are taking over a land and killing the people senselessly.
Was October 7th a genocide?
Okay.
Answer the question. When 1,300 Jews were killed in their homes, kibbutzes, and a music festival, was that a genocide?
No, because no.
By your own definition, it is.
It was a terrorist.
Not when it happens to the Jews. It's not a genocide when the Jews have it done to them. It's a unique incident when it's Jew because Jew evil, Jew bad. When you kill Jew, it's not a genocide. But when you kill Arab, it is genocide. So kill Jew, not Arab. That's literally their logic.
Terrorist act. But it was a terrorist act, but this was all planned by the governments. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
No. You got to tell me, why was October 7th not a genocide, but what Israel is doing is a genocide?
Israel has the Iron Dome. Why? They could have easily protected the festival. They could have easily protected their people.
Does she not know what the Iron Dome is? Like, what a fucking retard.
But they let this Hamas, this little...
They let them in.
They let them in on purpose, yes.
Really?
Yeah.
So this chick is legit a fucking crazy anti-Semite who's drunk all the fucking Kool-Aid. Yeah. Oh, the Jews planned everything. They let the attack happen so that their own people would be killed so that they'd have justification to kill all the Palestinians. Like, that's some of the that's the psychotic shit that some of these 9/11 truthers came up with. And again, these 9/11 truthers also blame Mossad for that whole thing, too.
Do you think the Israeli government allowed Hamas terrorists to come and kill 1,300 innocent civilians, take hostages, and go into kibbutzes?
They needed an excuse to do that to the Palestinians.
What is your evidence of this claim?
Why are they claim to want Hamas. They claim to want...
No, what is your evidence that Israel would butcher 1,300 of its own people? The worst killing of Jews since the Holocaust. What is your evidence of that?
Look, I don't want to sound rude or offensive towards you, but...
Dude, it's just such a... Like, that claim is just so fucking absurd. So there's, like, what, at least 3 intelligence agencies within Israel that would be involved in, that sort of security, who probably would have had to coordinate to prevent that kind of attack, coordinate with each other, talk to, government leaders, so like senators, like obviously the president or prime minister. They probably were also coordinating with the United States and the CIA. Like, if they had prior knowledge of when and where this attack was going to take place, again, not only would at least like 3 different intelligence agencies within Israel know about this, but you're talking about probably hundreds of people at least from each agency, and like the American CIA and shit. Like it just totals up to thousands of fucking people being in on this like retarded plot to, oh, we all know this attack is going to happen, but let's just let it happen so that Netanyahu can kill all the Palestinians. Like, there's just no way to get that many people to keep their mouths shut and maintain that kind of conspiracy. What was the whole Hannibal Directive shit that pro-Pally people were spreading? That was a fucking joke. So the Hannibal Directive thing is this idea that you don't ever let hostages get taken back into Gaza. So if a Palestinian terrorist were to kidnap an Israeli hostage, and you have an opportunity to kill the terrorist and the hostage, you have to kill them both. That's not actually what happened on October 7th. All that happened was helicopter pilots were not able to determine who was or wasn't a terrorist around the music festival and at some of the kibbutzes. So they didn't engage for fear of killing civilians, but they just engaged targets along the border wall. So anyone who was around the border wall or trying to enter back in, they just lit them the fuck up. They didn't shoot anybody in the interest of preventing any hostages from getting taken. Those were just targets where they knew with a very high degree of certainty they weren't Israeli and they're probably terrorists. Or people that they just didn't have an interest in living anyway, because what the fuck are they doing there?
Nick Fuentes clip. Also, did you hear Brett Cooper is pregnant?
Yeah, I heard about that.
That says, I married my best friend. You're gayer than gay people, okay? If you're one of these people that says, that's why I married my best friend. If your wife is your best friend, congratulations. You just came out of the closet because you are gay. You know who?
Well, Nick would know because he's actually gay.
Who's best friends with women? I've said this bit before, but I will say it until people get it. If you're best friends with a woman.
Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs. Grey Knight $22. Can we please react to this Pierce Morgan episode tonight before it becomes too irrelevant? Yeah, sure. We can do that tonight. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
But I'm explaining throughout the news why is, again, they have the Iron Dome. They have they have billions of dollars in defense. They have millions of dollars in military, and they have the power to stop. They allowed the Hamas group to go in.
There is no evidence to your claim. They penetrated.
There's no evidence to your claim.
No,
either.
hold on a second. Let's talk about how much you know about this. What was special about October 7th? What was the holy day in Judaism?
Okay. I don't want to misspeak. That's the thing.
It's called Shemat Torah, which is like the third holiest day in Judaism. So like half the country takes off. Think about like Christmas and Easter combined times 2. What else? What day of the week was it when it happened?
Again.
No, it's very important. What day of the week?
May you answer, please?
What day of the week?
Again.
Saturday. What happens on Saturdays in Israel?
Worship,
it's Shabbat.
Yes.
The whole country goes to rest. 95% of the country takes off. So they have a holy day and they have Shabbat. The IDF, yes, they took it easy. And so what your belief is that, no, that they weren't necessarily celebrating their holy day and that they were on Shabbat, but the Israeli government allowed terrorists to come and kill their own people?
You're giving too much credit to governments. You think that the government wants to protect its people. They will sacrifice the people for the greater good. You're giving...
Oh, you mean like Hamas? Dipshit? Fucking retard?
Way too much power to like allowing the government to do it. Like,
No, you have to prove these claims. Think you're getting enough nutrition from your food? Think again. Right now, it takes 3 carrots to get the same nutrition as 1 carrot from 100 years ago.
That is not true. Where the fuck is he getting that?
Our food supply has been hijacked by big agencies, stripped of the minerals your body needs to function at its best.
So this is the best he can do for sponsor spots? Jesus. Whoa. There's a telephone number on screen. Dude, the people watching Charlie Kirk must be like fucking 70? The average age of his audience must be fucking like geriatric. Who in the fuck pays for a sponsor spot on a YouTube channel and then puts a fucking telephone number on screen? I wish I could see his YouTube analytics because, like, that's bizarre. Like, literally, old-ass fucking boomers who are retired must watch his fucking channel.
Dr. Linus Pauling, a 2-time Nobel laureate, saw this coming. He warned, quote, "The world is sick due to a lack of minerals in our foods. Most supplements today give you 12 essential minerals, but your body needs at least 60 to thrive. That's why Immuno 150, Immuno 150,
none of this is true,
is a game changer, delivering 13 essential vitamins, 70 plant-based minerals, and 68 additional nutrients."
Dude, 50 is way too young. Like, if there's a telephone number on screen, bro, they have to be at least over 60. At least. There's just no fucking way.
This administration is going to make America healthy again, but it's our job to be informed and make good choices. Immuno 150 gets you on track for better health. Visit Immuno150.com. That's Immuno150.com. Or call 855-593-5500 to get yours. It's time.
Yeah, that he even had to read out the fucking phone number. Because old people don't always wear their glasses. So, bro, that is bizarre. The average age of his audience must be just, like, at least 60.
Time to take back control.
how you can defend Israel. I didn't come to argue because I know I don't have the information to tell you right now. I just got out of class. But I do want to hear your opinion, please. Like, I wanted to hear.
It's very simple. Israel's not a perfect country. But for whatever reason, the obsession about where half the world's Jews live, which happens to be a small outpost of freedom and liberty with lots of problems, surrounded by literally 1 billion Muslims, that this is our #1 focus geopolitically, that people use the word genocide, and you won't use the word genocide when Jews are killed, but you do use the word genocide when Palestinians are killed, shows the moral confusion on this topic. And would you say what's happening in Armenia right now is a genocide?
Look, you are very good at doing this, but I want to explain to you. Look, I want to explain to you my side. Okay, you still didn't answer my question in the original question. How can you defend our government sending billions of dollars to a foreign government? Like,
yes. Okay. So
we
just to
both
be clear,
agreed both should be cut off.
So you believe all foreign aid should be cut off?
We should not be involved in other countries. No.
Period. Okay.
Yes.
So you believe in America only?
Yes, I want our country to succeed. We should be spending the billions on Americans.
So I believe we should limit a lot of foreign aid. I don't believe in America only. Was it a good thing that America got involved in World War II?
Wait, what? Sorry.
Was it a good thing that America got involved in World War II?
Wow. That's a hard question for her to answer. Dude, this chick is a fucking anti-Semite.
I honestly just wanted to hear your opinion. Because
It's an important moral question because you say no foreign aid. Was it good that we got involved in World War II?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you're not America only.
No.
In fact, you're okay with America sent aid
you think
to
that
the
Jews
Allies?
are in trouble when they're not. They're bombing the Zionists, the IDF, so are bombing hospitals. They're bombing schools. They're not bombing
Hold on a
Hamas
second.
places.
Again, there's so much wrong here, but where?
This is like somebody who just only watches news media from either TikTok or Al Jazeera.
Where does Hamas actually keep their weapons?
I'm sorry, they're being loud. I can't hear you.
I won't even get into that. So, Israel, if Hamas laid down all of its weapons, what would happen?
if both sides lay, or just Hamas?
Let's say just Hamas.
Hamas doesn't have they don't have the weapons that Israel does. So if they don't have Israel, no.
Guys, you're not debating. Please,
angry.
okay?
I'm sorry. What were
It's
you
okay.
saying? I'm not trying to be
I encourage you to
disrespectful
think
towards you.
deep. I'm not. No, you're not. I don't care. You can say whatever you want to me. I don't care. I want you to think deeply about this.
Yes.
Because there is a moral confusion happening in the West when it comes to Israel. No one is saying they're perfect. I'm sick and tired of talking about Israel all the time. I happen to be a Christian that loves Israel and actually cares about the fact that I was able to go to Capernaum, where Jesus walked on the water, see where Jesus rose from the dead, to go to Hebron. Let me finish. That I was able to go to the holy sites and to be able to walk the streets of the old city. I actually appreciate that.
Thank God, so have I. But I'm explaining to you the difference.
I'm finishing.
I'm sorry.
No, but when Muslims take over countries, Christians are not able to always easily navigate or visit them. That is a fact of life. And the final thing is this, is it Israel's values or is it Hamas's values that are a closer fit to the West? And it's not even close. Israel is a small outpost of civilization in an endless ocean of tyranny. You don't have to love Israel. You don't have to wear the flag. You don't even have to support sending it money. But at the very least, you must at least have the moral clarity and the integrity to say, they're not the enemy here. They're defending themselves, and they have a right to exist and a right to be able to broker this war as a war of self-defense as they choose.
Yeah, this is one of the few topics where Charlie Kirk is actually based. It's fucking hilarious when, like, some of the dumbest, most insane right-wing conservatives have the correct take on Israel-Palestine, and then all the, like, for the most part, sensible people on the left, like Sam Cedar, ends up having, like, the most insane, unhinged, deranged, brain rot fucking takes on the topic. Never thought I would see the day where Charlie Kirk makes more sense than somebody like Sam Cedar. Do you do online training and meal plans? I used to. I have helped a few friends of mine recently where I do some of their programs, but I'm not really doing online training and meal plans for people right now. It's just a little time consuming and shit.
These little people are backtracking. We don't support Hezbollah, Hamas. Give me a break.
I'm Jewish myself, and I fully support kneecaps. Free.
Dude, Sharon Osbourne has gotten so much fucking plastic surgery, it's unfucking real. Holy shit. Dude, what in the fuck is she doing to her face? She guaranteed got buccal fat removed. I don't know why the fuck she'd even do that. Why? She actually got, like, morbidly obese at one point, and she had, I think, a gastric bypass operation. But, like, what the fuck is she doing to her face right now? Like, lady, you're old. You can only do so much to your face. Like, you're just gonna... do no plastic... I guess they're immoral dipshits, but, like, if some fucking 70-year-old woman walks into your fucking office and she's like, oh, I have saggy skin and my lips aren't as plump as they used to be. It's like, yeah, bitch, you're fucking old. If I work on you, you're just going to look like an old bitch who had plastic surgery. You're not going to look like you're 18 anymore. That is just fucking crazy. How, like, it's illegal to do this to people. Grand Am donated $2 Frank Tufano shorts. Did he actually upload anything? What? So he actually got the surgery and that wasn't just all bullshit?
It is Friday, May 9th, 2025, and I am posting this video as proof that I'm physically incapacitated and unable to participate.
I'm still skeptical about this. Something has to be going on. With Frank, there's always something else going on.
In any legal or court proceedings because these evil degenerates who...
Yeah, did he get like another... He's either faking that he got surgery, or he got another surgery and timed it in a way to have an excuse not to show up to a court date or something.
Who made the statute on medical limitations 1 year are completely disgusting individuals. So despite still having to get medical care and undergo many surgeries, I have been forced to still have to participate in the court proceedings. So hopefully the judges in the federal and superior California court did receive my notice to delay the case, or someone sees this and tells them what I look like before they get crucified in front of a jury trial.
Yeah, so the Paul Saladino lawsuit is still going on. He actually lost by default judgment. There's going to be a jury trial to determine damages that are owed. And Paul's lawyers are looking for $2.8 million in damages. So I'm skeptical as to whether or not, and he's mentioning this specifically. So I don't know if he actually got surgery and he's just faking this so that he has some sort of excuse not to show up for the trial or something.
So hopefully...
Like, isn't this just far too fucking convenient?
In a week or two, I'm looking and feeling a little better, and my vision is better, and then hopefully only 1 or 2 more surgeries to get things right. I really should have just camped myself in front of this guy's office and made him write me a check and not put myself through any more of these surgeries.
Yeah, some of you guys are saying this is fake, I have a filter on. No. Unfortunately, we had orbital reconstruction yesterday. However, it did go incredibly well. The doctor said that everything looked really good before the swelling set in, so...
Okay, so this might be real. It does look like his eyes are actually swollen.
I'm excited to recover these next few weeks and see what else has to be done to restore my eyes to where they're supposed to be. This was kind of like the big what-if surgery. You know, there was several other things that definitely needed to be fixed, but depending on how well this one went will, ultimately dictate how much of the orbital decompression is able to be undone. So again, this is really preliminary. We just had the surgery yesterday. The swelling is still setting in, but my vision's good. It looks like he was able to bring my eyes out a pretty substantial amount and move them further apart. So we'll see if we need strabismus or some other corrective procedures soon, but the hard part's over with.
Uh-oh, looks like Dr. Taban has his full Illuminati goon squad on payroll, because after posting that orbital reconstruction video last night, I woke up to like 100 comments, literally 100 comments. Frank, leave your eyes alone. Dr. Taban already fixed them. Frank's raking Dr. Taban's expert repair on his eyes. Dr. Taban saved Frank's eyes. Why gamble with them again? Literally 100 comments. Frank got great results with Dr. Taban, now he's risking it. Frank's risking more harm after Taban already saved him. Yeah, I mean, I could go on and on with these screenshots, guys.
Either this doctor... This is hard to believe, honestly. There's probably just like 1 or 2 trolls that are just fucking with Frank, knowing this guy is like a paranoid, delusional idiot, and then they're creating all these bot accounts it's not actually the doctor that's doing this.
But are these people that delusional, thinking they can warp reality by hiring people to post comments to try to sway the conversation?
Yeah, he literally cannot comprehend that people might be trolling him.
This is complete insanity, complete insanity. Uh-oh, looks like Dr. Taban has... So I can't really see with both my eyes. When I focus on my right eye, this left eye looks really out and crazy.
Dude, this is just the most insane arc on YouTube. Like, holy fuck, he fucked himself up. Like, holy shit. This looks so bad. Like, does he even realize how fucked he is? Like, so this would have been before any cosmetic surgery, like before any lip fillers. Well, he did have the Josh surgery at this point, but I mean, this, like, he might look a little gay and retarded, but like not like actually retarded, just gay. But like, oh my god, this is bad. Like, dear God.
When I focus with my left eye, my right eye looks...
This is
really
insane.
crazy. You guys were asking me why I didn't wipe the blood off my face. It was because I didn't want to disturb or touch anything, but I guess we're going to have to wait at least another week or two to see how wonky things are. Some of you guys might be saying that, like, my right eye looks a lot different, but that's because the upper eyelid ptosis was done incorrectly the first time, so I would use the bottom of the eye as more of a gauge of that, and they look pretty even to me. So still only like 1 day post-op, so give it at least 2 or 3 weeks before we can see where we're at.
Frank is actually mentally ill, like severely. This guy genuinely needs a carer. Like, he cannot live on his own and make his own fucking decisions. He should become like a ward of the state or something, where he's not technically legally considered an adult, because holy shit.
React to this.
Let me see.
Boys, them young boys coming.
They are down 3 games to 2.
I'm kind of juggling two balls right here. Because on one hand, I'm
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm really proud of what the Grizzlies. He just banging and banging and banging. When a guy's banging you, you spin off of him. Those are the worst defenders to play against, actually, because if you can feel their body, come on.
18 points for Joker, only Nugget. And see that coming from that camera.
I love how they keep cutting to Shaq.
Like, oh no, man.
Speaking of coming, I want to time out. Whoa, pause, ladies and gentlemen. I will call it myself.
Chuckster, we're live.
Because I almost had a couple accidents with the soap at hotels.
In what way?
Well, when I was washing a part of my body, I almost had a little incident.
What the heck are you talking about?
I almost had a little incident with those little bars of soap.
Almost lose it?
I almost lost it. And I was like, whoa, that was too close for comfort. So now I travel with my own big bars of soap. I'm a young boy.
Dude, what the fuck? Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs.
VG the other day, Frank is faking the surgery. No doctor would operate like that, and he's just doing that for attention. Holy shit, VG, you were so wrong. OMFG WTF, he looks so goddamn bad. WTF, when is the end for him?
Yeah, I guess I was wrong. It's just weird. I would have figured they would put some sort of medical gauze over his eyes or something to like soak up the bleeding or something, but I guess not. Maybe they just wanted it to drain freely or some shit. Also really weird that they did both eyes at the same time. I'm assuming Frank requested that because it would probably be cheaper. Because then he doesn't have to get like book 2 different surgery dates and get sedated twice. So he probably saved a lot of money just having it done on the same day. That's fucking weird. That whole situation is just insane and retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Freedom of speech. They should be able to say whatever that they want, but freedom of speech doesn't also mean freedom from consequence.
Oh, please, please, don't get me started. And now these little people are backtracking. Backtracking. We don't support Hezbollah, Hamas. Give me a break. Give me a break. They were chanting it at the festival. And my whole stance is, have your own belief politically. Couldn't give a damn what you believe in. But don't bring it to a music festival where there's peace. Music unites people. Music doesn't separate people. And as far as their manager, is he here?
No, he bottled it. He was supposed to
The
come on,
manager?
but he's bottled it, the manager.
Well, I think he did himself a favour because you can tell there's not much out there. But anyway, it's just all insane that this should be allowed to continue where there are young people, okay, drinking, doing whatever they want to do. It's their business. But don't try and incite violence with the fist, with their attitude. Their whole attitude is one of anger. It's not of peace. It's not trying to, you know, put your point across. And they should follow the masters who are you too. You know, Bono goes on, he talks about Palestine. He does it in peace. He's pro-Palestine. That's his opinion, Bono.
Bono's a fucking gay retard. Dodo donates Hungary is trying to invade Ukraine. Yeah, I think I heard about this. Hungary spies in Ukraine. They were investigating the mood in Transcarpathia in the event of an occupation by Hungarian troops. For the first time in history, the SB revealed the Hungarian military intelligence agent network in Ukraine. The network was busy gathering information on the military security of the Transcarpathian region. This included investigating military facilities, the mood on the ground, and analyzing the potential reaction of the population to a possible intervention by Hungarian troops. SBU has arrested 2 agents of the network. One of them is a 40-year-old former soldier who was recruited in 2021. Was activated in 2024 to collect data such as military resources on the black market, presence of the Hungarian population, military operations in Transcarpathia. During several meetings, it was planned to share this data with the Hungarian intelligence services. Second person arrested is a former soldier. Suspects accused of high treason. This is, so fucked. I'm glad, despite all this horse shit, like, you know, China being involved in odd ways, Iran also supplying weapons, you know, these like stupid border or like, what do you call it? Puppet states of Russia fucking around, like Ukraine's still able to, just outsmart everybody and keep winning. Doesn't she look like that woman from Breath of the Wild? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, the Garrido. Not really. Her nose isn't quite big enough, and she also is just kind of weird looking, especially with the makeup. Gerudo. What was her name? Urbosa or something? I don't know. Like, I get where you're getting the resemblance, but yeah, Laura Loomer's a bit of a fucking weirdo. The Gerudos and Zelda are pretty fucking hot, though, I'm not gonna lie. Dude, their fucking noses are just fucking incredible. And all the girls there are, like, pretty jacked, too. It's like big nose muscle mommy city. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let's see, Dodo donated $2. Yeah. That's fairly accurate. Fairly accurate. I'd agree with that for the most part.
They had an important hearing titled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports. That would be a big money saver. They had a meeting yesterday in which she used a clearly doctored photo that makes it seem like this guy who's in charge of U.S. fencing was giving the middle finger when, in fact, he was holding up two fingers.
Here displayed behind me is the post that Mr. Lefelt put up. Mr. Lefelt came in here today saying that this is game day.
One moment, a point of order, please,
You're
Madam Chair.
not.
Madam
Okay,
Chair, I have a point of order. The document that you have up behind you is a misrepresentation of the actual post. It appears that you're trying to misrepresent a witness here who you use subpoena powers against.
This is not Miss Stansbury. Miss Stansbury.
Wow. What, like, dude, why would she even try that? That is just so stupid. My God.
Stansbury, this is not a point of order.
The actual picture.
Miss Stansbury,
that
you're not
is put
recognized.
on
Miss
the
Stansbury,
board
you're not
behind me.
recognized. Miss Stansbury, you are not recognized.
One of these days, that gavel's going to hit her in the head, and she'll be smarter for it. She will be better off.
You are not. This is not a point of order, Miss Stansbury. This is not a point of order.
Misrepresenting what this committee does. You are misrepresenting the
Stansbury.
witnesses. You are misrepresenting policy. You are misrepresenting.
Miss Stansbury, you're not recognized. Did you feel you were in a safe environment?
Dude, they're literally trolling her. Oh my God.
Abuse when you were told you must compete against a man.
Oh, dude, that's funny. American politics are fucking great. That's so
Russian
stupid.
President Putin and China's President Xi appearing side by side, sending an uncompromising message to the US from Moscow today. At a Russian parade marking victory over Nazi Germany in the Second World War, just as China prepares for tariff talks with the Trump administration, and Russia refuses to agree to President Trump's 30-day...
Yes, VG. My nigger from Chicago, Pope Leo the 14th, opposes trannies and fucking faggots.
Apparently his vocally opposed LGBTQ and transgender ideology made it clear women cannot be ordained deacons. Who knows what he's really gonna do, because, like, it's a racket, right? The whole idea behind the Catholic Church is to make as much money as possible, and one of the reasons why they've become more progressive is just to make more money. It just appeals to a wider audience. It's just wherever the money is. If they feel that they can get more money by promoting, like, anti-LGBT or, you know, trans stuff and get, like, friendly with the MAGA movement, they might go more right. Pope Leo XIV is not woke. Statement: Western culture increasingly promotes sympathy for beliefs and practices that contradict gospel, such as the homosexual lifestyle, alternative families, made up of same-sex partners and their adopted children. Oh my god, dude. How many, like, children have been raped under the Catholic Church, and then they're, like, preaching about that bullshit? Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
A ceasefire proposal in Ukraine. President Xi says he and President Putin are friends of steel. President Trump says Putin wants peace. This could be Putin's answer. The parade included fighters from the front line and, for the first time, drones used to target Ukraine after Vice President Vance this week accused the Kremlin of not going far enough towards a peace deal.
We think they're asking for too much.
After the parade, Putin's close ally, the Belarusian president, telling NBC News Putin doesn't owe anyone anything. More than 20 world leaders are here, Putin meeting with each one, including Brazil's president.
Are you not concerned that standing in Red Square next to President Putin strengthens the Russian leader, doesn't push him to bring peace?
No, it won't. Because Brazil's position continued to be the same. It has not changed. Brazil is critical, is made a critique on Ukraine's occupation and that we have to find peace.
Tonight, the Kremlin says peace talks are moving forward, while President Trump is again threatening sanctions if a ceasefire is not reached. Lester?
Thanks for watching.
No one's entitled to
That is some retarded shit, dude. Seriously. Where was I yesterday? I just had to rest. I just had to take a day off. Just super drained from dieting.
Take over everything for you. That'll be the training, the nutrition, the supplements. There'll be weekly check-ins. There'll be a daily tracker. There'll be weekly logbook. And then you have concierge wellness.
Bless him. But he does it in such a way that it doesn't incite violence from a crowd. And if anybody knows about festival crowds, it's me. Yeah. My entire life. And so, you know, it's just ignorance. They're trying to sell more of their music. It's part of it. You know, that's the thing.
And they're also,
sure, they've got very strong. Go on.
Well, I was going to say, I'm going to come to what they said about the members of parliament in the UK. When they said, you know, go and kill your local MP, 2 British members of parliament have actually.
You almost done dieting yet? I think so. I don't think I'll have to diet for like much longer. I could end the diet right now. I'm adequately lean, but I just want to see how lean I can get before it's not worth it anymore. So right now, looking pretty good, still strong. You know, just looking harder and harder every week. But yeah, I think just a few more weeks probably.
He'd been murdered.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, I hate Neil deGrasse Tyson. That guy's just a lying dickhead. Steven Seagal is such a piece of shit, dude. I hope that guy gets, like, fucking blown up by a Ukrainian drone.
The Pentagon has announced that it will immediately begin removing around 1,000 transgender troops from the U.S. military. A memo from Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth says the military will force out any transgender troops who do not leave voluntarily by early June. President Donald Trump signed an executive order in January banning transgender military service, which the Supreme Court upheld while legal challenges worked their way.
Like, what's the point? Like, by the way, some of these trans individuals are going to be female to male. women can join the military and serve in combat. So if you have a woman who wants to be a man, is more masculine, and is also taking like testosterone and shit to be stronger and more manly, wouldn't that be preferred to having cis women? So, like, just what are they fucking doing? It's so retarded.
Through the courts. Well, the memo from the Secretary of Defense to senior Pentagon staff stated that service by individuals with a current diagnosis or history of gender dysphoria is not in the best interest of the military services and is not clearly consistent with the interests of national security. Well, for more on this, we spoke earlier to William Glucroft. He's a U.S. analyst and deputy editor of Parliament magazine in Brussels. We asked him what's behind this order by the Trump administration.
Well, it just fits with the Trump administration's campaign against queer and transgender people in the United States. We see this across the U.S. government and also reaching into the private sector, like in universities. So the military is, of course, no exception. It mirrors a lot of the debate leading up into the don't ask, don't tell policy of the Clinton years, which allowed gay and lesbian people to serve in the U.S. military.
Yeah, I know. It's been a 7-year non-issue. Like, who the fuck cares?
Weren't allowed to disclose it. And then, of course, that was finally opened up under Obama, along with transgender people to be able to openly serve. The excuses now seem to be the same ones that were presented then, which is it somehow affects readiness or affects his troop morale.
YouTube short from one of my gym friends.
I did everything I could to get ahead of you. The harder I worked, the more obvious it became just how much of a widening gap separated the two of us. The stronger you got, the angrier I became. Stand up and show them why you're better! Jump ahead and slow, jump ahead and slow.
Well, that's a lot of fucking weight, dude. Yeah, dude's strong. 720 is an extremely good fucking deadlift. Thanks for the donation, Matthew. Appreciate it. Should measure your arms again at your leanest, see the difference. Well, I've measured a few times and they've still been at 18. I've recovered a bit from that injury I had, so I've been able to train my arms better now too. Let me see. Actually, my right's a little over 18 right now. Just a hair over 18. So it looks like my right arm grew. I think my left is about the same, if not bigger. Actually, exact same size. Looks like it's just a hair over 18. So yeah, like a month or two ago, they're 18 and they're still, if anything, they grew a little bit because I've lost body fat. Ugh.
Which, if past is prologue, there was no real scientific evidence to suggest that back when it was about gay and lesbian service people. So it just seems to be a purely ideological position of the Trump administration.
And for more on this, we can speak now with Anastasia Bifang. She's the vice chairperson of Queer BW, which stands for Queer in Bundeswehr, and was the first openly transgender battalion commander in the German Armed Forces. Thanks for being with us. Anastasia, what do you make of the Trump administration's policy on transgender troops?
Oh, well, first of all, thank you for having me here, Terry. Well, first of all, it was pure shock and disbelief. I mean, it's something that we all expected in the community, coming from the presidential campaign and looking forward to the upcoming month. But I think we're still hopeful with the lower court still putting the ban on the transgender Trump. But in the end, it's something that is disheartening to all the service members. And I do know a few transgender service members in the armed forces. I served with them in Afghanistan. So for me, as an active duty officer and an advocate for queer and especially transgender rights in the armed forces, it's something that challenges my core deep beliefs on what actually entails military readiness, or what service transgender and queer people can bring into the military, and why this is a whole purely ideological step by the Trump administration that has nothing to do with the skills, professionalism, and the distinguished service of the transgender members of the armed forces in the States.
Now, you had your coming out, I understand, in 2015 while already serving with the Bundeswehr, the German army. How did your superiors and colleagues react?
Well, it did take me 20 years to come out as a transgender service member in the armed forces. So maybe that gives a bit of an idea of how the situation was, or how I perceived in the 20 years. But after the
Saw an interview with someone who was trans. It was on YouTube somewhere. I think she said she served in Iraq. And she said she wasn't trans then. She just identified as gay. And she said, like, her entire, I don't know what you call it. I don't think battalion, but there was like a group of like 30 or 40 dudes that she was working with, where her and I think the captain or whatever convinced everybody to have like gay sex orgies. Everyone started fucking each other in like these crazy like 20, 30 gay sex orgies. So I don't know. I don't know what goes on in the military. I've heard things about the Navy, but I don't know if the Army is pretty gay already. So I don't know what it's really going to do for anybody to get rid of trans people if dudes are already doing gay shit. Forgot my namification, donated $2. I actually talked to a guy who was in the Marine Corps in communications, told me the story of him having to revoke clearance from a transgender soldier. He says transgender soldiers are considered a security risk. Same as someone with a severe illness. I don't see how having a penis and tits makes you a higher security risk than somebody who just has tits or just has a penis. I don't understand the reasoning there. Like, if they're going to apply the standard that trans people are a security risk, like, are they going to end up saying women are a security risk? Like, are we going to start seeing shit like, oh, women just yap and talk constantly and gossip? We can't have any women in the middle. Like, is that where things are headed? Thanks for the donation, though. I forgot my namification.
If Toyota is correct about this claim of solid-state batteries with 745-mile range and a 10-minute charge time, then that's it for ICE vehicles. Thoughts?
%, solid state. For one thing, people who make YouTube videos about this are all lying retards. I don't know, like, I also don't know what they mean by Toyota's solid-state batteries. I don't know if Toyota has their own battery technology. I'm not even sure if any actual solid state batteries exist yet, because I know there was controversy about that, like on a commercial level anyway, because most of them do still technically use a liquid electrolyte, only the majority of the mass is solid. Where are they getting... So, one of the biggest issues... Energy density... What is the actual increase to energy density that they're claiming? Is it like only 20-30%, or is it like double? I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. I've been into electric vehicles for like a long time, and every year they tell you the next year they're gonna have like a double increase in energy density or something, so I'll believe it when I see it. I don't know. Thanks for the donation though. I'm fucking bored. I'll watch this video though.
Jim Bob is debating not so erudite soon on feminism on whatever podcast. Might be good ments.
Jim Bob is sort of a retard, and he's not really the type of person who's well equipped to debate that issue. I'm just going to guess they're going to be talking past each other for the most part. And Jim Bob is just going to like moralize about how traditional Christianity is better. And then she's just going to bring up just progressive values that seem to better society in general. And she's not even really going to talk about feminism. I don't know if that's going to be actually interesting. I'm not going to react to that tonight, but maybe tomorrow or something when the VOD is up. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Kid Boo donate $2. You said that women don't know what they want, and I agree.
Someone's feelings, but what's a green flag that low-key gives you the ick? Oh, I know my answer, and my answer is for surely gonna hurt somebody's feelings, but I truly don't give a fuck. I cannot date a man who is a good father. There's always a back-to-school night, a parent-teacher conference, a birthday party, a play date, a recital, a game. There's always something that he has to be at.
Yeah, you know, I'd honestly prefer this. Like, there are women who are just fucking crazy. There's like, men do this to some extent too. Like, there's a difference between what you prefer and what you're attracted to. So you might prefer someone who's emotionally stable, kind, loving, like, you know, whatever. But you're not actually attracted to it. Like, it doesn't turn you on, you don't get romantic interest, but, like, logically speaking, like, yeah, I'm more at peace and everything with that type of person, but you're not actually attracted to them. like women have that way worse on average compared to men. And they will say the most insane, stupid fucking shit. And then, like, when you do what you ask, like, if you do what they ask you to do, they'll get mad at you. They'll become less attracted to you, respect you less and shit. Like, I'd rather just women know what their fucking actual preferences are, even if they're, like, fucking crazy and stupid, so that you know what the fuck is going on. It's like, so it's just easier to navigate situations like that when you know, like, they're able to recognize what their actual preferences are versus what they're attracted to. But yeah, that's actually a little unhinged still. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
What a fucking based Giga Chad with a 20-inch schlong. Mark Carney is that dude, and anyone who dislikes is a gay hater, or a gator as I like to call them.
Canada and the United States. Would you like to see your first trade deal be with Canada? Our neighbors in the
I would love that. Look, I have a lot of respect for this man, and I watched him come up in a sense through the ranks when he wasn't given much of a chance, and he ran a really great campaign. He did a really great debate. I think that debate was very helpful. I was going to raise my hand. I don't know if that's good or bad. I shouldn't say that. That might hurt you. But no, he ran a really great election, I thought. And yeah, something could happen. Something could happen. Yeah, please. Concession? Yes. Friendship. That's not a concession. No, we're going to be friends with Canada. Regardless of anything, we're going to be friends with Canada. Canada is a very special place to me. I know so many people that live in Canada. My parents had relatives that lived in Canada, my mother in particular. And no, I love Canada. I have a lot of respect for the Canadians. Wayne Gretzky, I mean, how good, the great one. You happen to have a very, very good hockey player right here on the Capitals, who I have a lot of respect. He is a big, tough cookie, too. Just broke the record. And he's a great guy. And, we had the team here, and I got to know a lot of the players. But now, Canada is a very special place. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like to get your response to this, too. Mr. President, you have said that Canada should become the 51st state.
Yeah. No. Well, I still believe that, but it takes two to tango, right? But no, I do. I mean, I believe it would be a massive tax cut for the Canadian citizens. You get free military, you get tremendous medical cares and other things. There would be a lot of advantages, but it would be a massive tax cut, and it's also a beautiful. As a real estate developer, I'm a real estate developer at heart. When you get rid of that artificially drawn line, somebody drew that line many years ago with like a ruler, just a straight line right across the top of the country. When you look at that beautiful formation when it's together, I'm a very artistic person, but when I looked at that beauty, I said that's the way it was meant to be. But I do feel it's much better for Canada. But we're not going to be discussing that unless somebody wants to discuss it. I think that there are tremendous benefits to the Canadian citizens, tremendously lower taxes, free military, which honestly we give you essentially anyway because we're protecting Canada if you ever had a problem. But I think it would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
Well, if I may, as you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, Buckingham Palace, that you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale ever. But the opportunity is in the partnership and what we can build together. And we have done that in the past. And part of that, as the president just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in Canadian security and our partnership. And I'll say this as well, that the president has revitalized international security, revitalized NATO, and us playing our full weight in NATO, and that will be part of it.
They have, I must say, Canada is stepping up the military participation because Mark knew, they were low, and now they're stepping it up, and that's a very important thing. But never say never. Never say never.
Yeah, Carney's a pretty smart guy, and he seems to know exactly how to talk to Trump, whereas Trudeau is much more like meek, wishy-washy type of person that Trump just isn't going to respect. Thanks for the donation, though. I forgot my namification. Or, wait, no, I'm fucking bored. Forgot my namification. Don't tell her yet. Sounds retarded. The guy I talked to is also a Quranist Muslim that led a crazy conversation about Islam. His family are Quranis, but apparently they do agree with specific hadiths. But of course, the hadiths talking about Aisha are false. Yeah, right. This is true. Like, no one really believes in any of this horseshit. They just pick and choose what's convenient for them. Or in the case of Islam, they, like, very real possibility that those people you're talking to are fine with child marriages or raping kids. They just know if they admit to it, it's not advantageous for them socially to admit it. So they just lie about it, which is what a lot of Muslims do. But yeah, most people just pick and choose, you know, what they actually, you know, believe in the religion or what they actually practice, and then they make up some, like, weird backwards justification for it. Religion's just a stupid fucking cope, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, man. CDG donated $2. Did you just say you wish women would make sense? It will when hell freezes over. Yeah. Yeah, that's never gonna happen. I'm well aware. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Solid-state revolution, Toyota's $100 billion gamble. In the high-stakes poker game of electric vehicles, Toyota just pushed all of its chips to the center of the table. 745 miles of range, 10-minute charging, batteries that cost half as much and last twice as long. This isn't some startup's pipe dream or a researcher's white paper. This is Toyota's solid-state battery, and they're betting $13.6 billion it'll be on the road by 2027. 745 miles isn't just good, it's nearly double the range of the current EV champion, the Lucid Air. It's New York to Chicago without breaking a sweat. But here's where it gets really interesting. Toyota isn't just aiming for better performance.
I'd like to know what the cold weather performance is like with the solid state batteries. Do they still have the really bad, like, range and energy output in cold weather?
They're targeting a 50% cost reduction compared to current lithium-ion tech. In an industry where battery packs can make up 30% of a vehicle's cost, that's not just an improvement, it's a potential extinction-level event for the competition. Now, you might be thinking, sure, but we've heard these promises before, and fair point. The EV landscape is littered with the corpses of overhyped breakthroughs, but this is Toyota we're talking about, the company that brought us the Prius and perfected hyper technology. When they make a move this big, the entire industry feels the tremors. So, what's the secret sauce? It's all in the name, solid state. Current lithium-ion batteries use a liquid electrolyte to shuttle ions between electrodes. It works, but it's like trying to swim through molasses. Solid state replaces that liquid with a solid material. The result? Faster ion movement, higher energy density, and improved safety. No more battery-fired nightmares. Let's get technical for a moment. Toyota is likely using a sulfide-based solid electrolyte. Think materials like lithium germanium phosphorus sulfide or lithium sulfide solid electrolyte. Don't worry about memorizing those chemical formulas. What matters is that they allow for incredibly fast lithium ion movement. We're talking ionic conductivity an order of magnitude higher than lithium.
Sengoku donated $2. Let me see.
I guess I missed this part in my personal training certification. Make sure to show people how to pull up their leggings before working out. So that was my video, that went viral. And there were hundreds of comments saying, but it's normal to pull up your leggings, and this is a normal habit. Now, I won't argue with you that it's a normal habit to pull up your leggings, but it's not normal to film yourself doing that and then post it online. This is not just a habit that just so happened to be caught on camera. It is done so intentionally. It's the lengths these trainers go through of setting up their camera and tripod, pressing record, then making sure they're all centered in frame, turning around, then picking up their leggings, essentially giving themselves a wedgie or purposefully jiggling their glutes to flex or show off their body. And it doesn't stop there. After they're done filming and working out at the gym, they go to edit their educational and inspirational workout video. They purposely clip this moment of pulling up their leggings, sometimes even zoom in and put it at the beginning of their video as a hook to get you to watch. Sometimes it takes a whole 5 seconds of pulling up leggings before we even get to see a single part of the workout. What we don't see is them picking up their dumbbells, getting into position, or all of their reps. You know, the unnecessary stuff. Don't make excuses for these girls. These are professional content creators. If they know how to delete a clip of the other unnecessary stuff, they know how to delete a clip of them pulling up their leggings. This is intentionally filmed and edited. At the end of the day, this is inappropriate.
Women make more money by showing off their ass. We all know that. There's a market for it. Like, there's a problem specifically if women want to make money online doing, fitness content. Women do not exercise. They're lazy as fuck. And even when they do exercise, it's stupid horseshit like yoga, where you don't have to put any effort into it. So the amount of women who are actually looking for lifting advice is minuscule. The market's growing, but there just aren't many women who are into actually lifting. So they make a lot more money, get a lot more attention views by basically selling sexual content. So, look, everybody's got to make a buck. I don't think there's anything morally wrong with showing your ass. I basically do it. I have an OnlyFans. But, yeah, whatever. As long as you're not breaking law or hurting anybody, make money whatever fucking way you want. Like, if you want to pull up your leggings, give yourself a wedgie, show your asshole, and do some squats, go for it. We all know what's going on. But, yeah, this seems a little too preachy and annoying to me. Like, I'm a little sympathetic where, everything's a competition, right? So anybody who's uploading videos online, you have to compete with other people's attention. And if you're a chick who's trying to make actual online fitness content, you have to compete with these other women who are showing off their ass. And if you're not comfortable with that, you're going to have a harder time actually getting people's attention because your competition's just doing a better job than you. So a lot of chicks are going to be pressured or feel like they're at an unfair advantage when it comes to, this sort of content. And her way around that is by criticizing these other women. So, again, what's more shameful, showing your ass online or cynically complaining about women showing their ass online? It's all a fucking game. Everybody just wants fucking attention. Who fucking cares? Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Forgot my name.
They can take as long as they need to pull up their leggings, to be honest.
Yeah. They shouldn't even wear leggings. Just don't wear anything. I think that'd be fine. Thanks for the donation, retard. Then they don't even have to pull up their leggings. They can just, walk around naked. Don't have to adjust anything. Forgot my namification, donators. Have you heard the claim that writer of the Hadith describing Aisha's age had Alzheimer's? Well, I haven't heard anyone specifically claim he had Alzheimer's, but I have heard the claim that he had a bad memory. Now, apparently he self-reported that he had a bad memory. The problem with that is, if you had a bad memory, you're not going to make a mistake of forgetting whether somebody is either 9 or 19. You're going to make the mistake of, is she 9? Is she 7? Is she 11? Something like that. So if you meet somebody, in public, you have a bad memory, they tell you their age, you're not going to forget whether or not they're an adult or a child. You've never met somebody in public who was around 30 and then forgot, oh, are they still in high school? Are they like 15? So that kind of cope excuse where, oh, she wasn't 9, she was like 17 or 18, that's just not fucking possible. The only way somebody could possibly make a mistake like that is, one, if they have Alzheimer's, and two, if they've known the person for a very long period of time. Like they knew them from when they were a child to when they were an adult, and because they have Alzheimer's, they forgot like the last 10 years of every interaction they had with the person, and then they're thinking, oh, yeah, it's still 10 years ago. I can't remember anything from the last 10 years. Yeah, that person's 9. But there's no evidence that that person actually had Alzheimer's. They just self-reported that they don't have a good memory. That's it. So it's just a stupid cope excuse. He made that claim and said that Aisha was close to 17, 18. There's no possible way she's 17 or 18. There's a few hadiths that make reference to Aisha's age, not just mentioning it explicitly. There's mention of her being very small. There's mention of her playing with dolls, children's toys that you'd expect someone like under the age of 10 to play with. So it's not just the one reference where somebody mentioned her age is 6, at the age of the marriage, and then 9 at the age of consummation. There's a number of hadiths that mention physical features she had, mention her age in a general sense that she's very young, like weirdly young to be married at that age, and mention of her, again, playing with children's toys, which you wouldn't expect a 17 or 18-year-old to do. Like, by then, you're an adult. Like, how many 17 or 18-year-old girls do you know that still play with Barbies? None. So, I'm reading the Quran now, and then I'm moving to the Hadiths after. Fucking boring, bro. Yeah, I know. I don't know how anybody can read that shit and actually be interested. It shows you just how stupid these people are, these religious people, if they can actually get through any of that crap without being bored. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
I just think it's annoying when women act like they aren't showing off their ass when they obviously are. Then complain about being sexualized. Like, be fucking for real. You know who your target audience is.
I don't like lying either. But, at least they're not selling some bullshit supplement while taking steroids and then saying the supplement is what gave them the gains, So, thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade. But Richard, don't you have action figures? Well, there's a difference. One, I'm a man. There are clear differences between men and women. Women do not have hobbies or interests or anything. Once they get to a certain, like just look at girls' toys. Girls' toys revolve around relationships. There's a reason why the most popular girls' toys are either like baby dolls, like, oh, I'm gonna take care of a baby, or Barbie like dolls, this sort of shit. And you'll notice a lot of the interest with Barbie dolls revolves around social aspects. So her boyfriend Ken, what she's wearing, her clothes. There's also like different themes like Dr. Barbie, Dentist Barbie, whatever. Like, these are all like weird social things. So hair, makeup, clothes, those are all social. Those are things that influence how you'll interact with other people or how other people will perceive you and interact with you. There's also like job related things where, again, these are all social circumstances that involve who you're going to be talking to, what you're like, what you're going to be doing with other people. And again, like actual romantic relationships, like, Barbie and Ken. So it all revolves around relationships. And then when women get to a certain age, they don't have to have pretend relationships anymore. They can just do it. So they don't have to have pretend girlfriend, boyfriend, or pretend clothes, makeup, hair. They just do it themselves. And then they don't do the shit anymore. With boys, well, they want to shoot and kill things. That's why, that's why kids, like boys specifically, will get into video games from a very young age. Like, I was playing Mortal Kombat when I was, I think, like 4 or 5 years old. And boys' toys, like what? RC cars, tanks and shit, crap like that. To some extent, like, yeah, men do end up getting real cars and doing some of the shit in real life, but a lot of it is out of people's financial range. Like, most people aren't going to be able to afford some, like, crazy off-road vehicle or have, like, a drift car or something like that. And even if they do, it's not something that you can necessarily do every day regularly. It's like a once a month or once every couple weeks type of thing if you are a bit more well off. So men do tend to still play with some of these like kids' toys just because like they're actually fun. These are things that you can like acquire skills at, get better. They go fast. They emulate things that you'd actually want to do, like shoot and kill stuff or drive fast or dangerously. So, there's a bit of a difference with male and female hobbies and why men like play with toys, kids' toys, to an older age. And I mean, these RC cars, dude, they're fucking expensive. Like, if you're talking about, what is the... I can't remember. Yeah, Tamiya RC cars. Dude, these are fucking expensive. The Tamiya RC car that I got, it was one of the cheaper ones. I paid like $450 for it. They're highly complex. You literally have to build the transmission in these fucking cars yourself, and they have these intricate individual parts where you can change the suspension, you can change the linkage systems, the steering locks. So kids' toys are cheap and simple, but like these things become far more complex and expensive as you become an adult. And again, how do you make a Barbie doll, any more complex and intricate to keep an adult's interest? You can't. A Barbie doll is just a fucking Barbie doll. You put clothes on it. That's it. But with these toys that men are interested in, they become more expensive, more complex, more involved, require more skill. And like the ceiling for like skill and capability just goes higher. So again, like that's another reason why men play with some of these like toys up into adulthood. Like they just get better and more complex, and there's just more detail that goes into some of these things. So this cope excuse, like, oh, well, men still play with, toys and action figures and stuff when they're adults. It's not the same thing as like a girl still playing with Barbie dolls until the age of 18. Like that just never happens. So you can't use that as an excuse for like Aisha possibly being, around the age of 18. There's just no way.
If Prophet Muhammad married young girls for family ties and clout, would it really be that big of a deal if they weren't making hadiths justifying thigh fucking them and shit? Like Hiob was a sick fuck, but weren't kings and shit marrying lil girls too?
There are differences with these historical accounts. So one, yeah, there were child marriages, you know, in European or Anglo-Saxon cultures at the time. But when you look at contemporary writings in the period, one, these were arranged marriages. So these were basically business contracts that were being done. The Prophet Muhammad deliberately sought out Aisha because he wanted to fuck a kid. Two, there's also negotiations or writings from the time period that have been preserved. So if a lord or a king or queen or something was marrying their daughter off to another lord or king or queen as like this business deal, they make explicit mention not to consummate the marriage until their daughter's of at least a certain age, in interest of her own well-being. No mention of that whatsoever in Islam. The only writings in Islam that mention anything related to that are a number of writings of how if a man has sex with a woman who's too young, you can literally rupture her vagina and kill her. There's actually quite a lot of literature on the subject from that time period around the time of Prophet Muhammad, where they say, yeah, I tried to have sex with a 5-year-old and I killed her because her vagina ruptured. So the culture was clearly different. They weren't really concerned so much for the woman's mental or physical well-being. And these marriages seem to be related more in the interest of sex and whatever sexual proclivity the man had, and not just simply some arranged marriage that was fundamentally a business contract. Like, I'm sure it happened, but for the most part, these arranged child marriages in European or Anglo-Saxon cultures, they weren't just getting married because they wanted to fuck a kid, whereas the Prophet Muhammad clearly just wanted to fuck a kid. Destiny watching a video about you.
Elected to talk about it, or I don't know why I'm asking you guys. Like, I've got a bunch of Vegan Gains fans that can clarify, but
I always tried my hardest. She cannot say the fucking same.
Damn.
Lazy, manipulative, complacent, just gaslighter, and just trying to take advantage of me at every fucking step. So she can say whatever.
Wait, hold on. I need to be able to layer these. Let me try this again. One sec.
Tried my hardest. She cannot say the fucking same. Lazy, manipulative, complacent, just gaslighter.
There we go.
And just trying to take advantage of me at every fucking step. So she can say whatever the fuck she wants. I know I'm a good fucking person. Forgot my name.
She can say whatever the fuck she wants. Oh, okay, so it sounds like maybe she was talking a little bit of shit first.
Patient donate $2. Do you think she is a big enough scumbag to stop being vegan?
It's oh no. Is this like an added concern that vegans have when they break up with somebody? They're like, fuck, we're gonna lose one, guys. Fuck.
Possible. I'd say there's a low likelihood, but it's possible. Especially since she's a woman. Women are far more likely, I think, to become ex-vegans. There's a few reasons for that. One is they'll do whatever the fuck their boyfriends do. What in the world were you thinking when you got married to that hoe that she would work? Did you really think that, or what were you thinking? Well, I didn't really care that she didn't work because I made enough money where saving would be easy, assuming she wasn't like some fucking insane leech. But yeah, she ended up being a fucking insane leech.
Jesus.
She had stupid spending habits, and so there are a few points where we really had to tighten our belt, focus on not spending. And she would lecture me on, like, oh, do you really need to buy that? Like, we're supposed to be saving money. And I'd be like, yeah, I should probably choose this cheaper option or get less or something like that.
And then what would she do? But then
then after lecturing me on this shit,
what would she do?
She'd spend like $300 on like new clothes.
What the fuck?
Or I'd have to eat nothing but fucking potatoes.
What?
And then she'd go and buy like $100 worth of Gardein chicken at the grocery store. She would guilt trip me in spending money. We need to save. You're spending irresponsibly. And then she'd go and the only reason she did that was so that there's more money for her to take from me.
Damn.
She never had to save anything. There was always some justifiable reason for her to spend as much money as she possibly wanted. She would try to make me, like, just fucking live off of fucking nothing. If she could convince me to live off the fucking bugs that crawl around in the basement, she'd do it. She tried to minimize, like, my life to fucking zero. I could never have any fun, spend money on anything, even if it's my money. I'm the one who's working. I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want with it. She would try to, like, make my fucking life, like, as dull and boring as fucking possible, not ever, like, let me spend money on shit, so that she would have more money to take from me and spend on the shit that she wanted. That fucking, as, like, when I realized that and just thought about it over time, like, that's when I broke and I said, look, you're paying for your own shit from now on. If you want to, like, have these hobbies that you have that are very expensive, like the horse and everything, you can pay for it from now on. Jasmine donated $2. You were a beta male, Richard. You let her spend $100 on Guardian vegan chicken lathered with vegan mayo twice a week. While you ate potatoes, you didn't tell her to return it or anything, didn't tell her to get a job, you were being a cuck. I should have been more assertive. I'll admit that. Love is very blinding. It just does something where rather than thinking pragmatically, you're thinking, I just love this person and I want to give them the best life possible. That gives them the opportunity to take advantage of you. And yeah, she took advantage of me, but that's never going to happen again. Dead, like, oh, just ask me to drive you anywhere. I'll take you. Why do you even need a bike?
Is there a way to reasonably conclude the actual state of a relationship from just one side? Like, how much can we really take vegan gain's word? His ex-wife is horrible. Almost never. When it comes to friendships, relationships, any kind of relationship, like romantic or professional, whatever, usually you need both sides. Usually you need both sides of it.
Every fucking single time there was a situation where I couldn't ride my bike, either because I had to wait for the insurance to renew, or it was snowing, or there was like a mechanical problem or like my brakes went out and I needed to wait for like my brake pads to come in or something. Never fucking once would she ever drive me. I think there was only one occasion where I fucking had to get into this huge argument with her and shame her that she...
It sounds like it was literally all the ex-wife's fault though. I mean, like, I feel like we tend to catastrophize. I guess it depends on the circumstances. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of the relationship, so.
She ever fucking drove me, and all she had to fucking do was drive 10 minutes to, like basically down the street to let me pick up some, like, fucking groceries or something. So she fucking lied. Like the biggest fucking lying jackass. Jesus. Oh, don't get a bike. I'll just drive you wherever you want. Anytime, I had to rely on her to drive me. No, I don't want to. I'm feeling bad. I feel sick. I'm too tired. I had a long day. All the excuses you could fucking imagine. And like again, like when she was hounding me over buying that fucking V-Strom, like, oh, you shouldn't have spent the money on that. Why do you need that? It's my fucking money. Like, I'm the one working. What? Like, fuck you. Like, this is my money. I can do with it what I want. I'm a biker. That's just what I am. Bike is me. Me is bike. This is my hobby. This is what I do. This is how I get around. This is how I want to spend my money. Who the fuck are you to judge me? And then nothing but gaslighting. We work as a team and we have to make financial decisions together and what's best for us and we're building life together and all this shit. And I just wasn't, I just wasn't having it.
Okay, like, I mean, I feel like those are reasonable statements, no? Or did I miss something?
I mean, we have to make financial... The thing is, she'd say this, but then she would spend as much money as she wanted on, like, the horse or something. She was, like, dude, she wanted the horse right after, like, huge fucking financial problems we had. This was after the fucking police broke down our door, YouTube adpocalypse. I had to spend thousands of dollars on a lawyer, had no savings, and she tried to guilt trip me into getting a horse by, like, threatening suicide. But then she'll, like, when I do have money, and I do have some savings, and I can afford a bike... Oh, we need to save money. You shouldn't be doing this. Like, right. So when we're fucking, like, broke after YouTube adpocalypse, cops break down our door, separated forcibly because of this, like, stupid court order thing, had to waste all my money on a fucking lawyer and, like, the cost of moving, like, all this together where our savings are wiped. Oh, you have to get me a horse, I'm gonna kill myself. But then when I do have money and we're financially stable, you can't do that, you can't get the thing that you want. Like, it's insane. Decisions together and what's best for us and we're... Men are stronger, so, like, if a chick is violent and hitting you, you can just beat the ever-living fuck out of her and teach her, like, she's not gonna get anywhere by using violence. Men are ultimately the ones who hold the gate to the relationship. So I think dudes kind of...
Do they not have kids? If not, one partner not working seems impossible to maintain. That's true. I don't know why she's not working, but I don't know. I don't know the structure of the relationship. She might be going to school or I don't know.
Lose sight of the power they have, and they get so blinded by pussy that... Why the hell isn't Destiny in here?
I don't know. I've been trying to get him in here, but he's having too much fun. I'm not trying to be mean, but he's watching your video.
Yeah,
so.
I see that. That's why I wanted to talk to him.
I know. Here, I mean, I'll let you take this. Obviously, you've got pressing stuff to talk about.
I would have, like, rage freakouts back when I had anger issues, but I never, ever... physically threatened her or, like, attacked her in any way. Never fucking pushed her, shoved her, smacked her, never said, I'm gonna fuck you up if you do this or that. Never did any of that. Anytime I had a rage freakout, the only violence I committed was against, like, furniture or something. So I remember I punched a hole in a wall, I broke my glasses, I smashed, like, my PlayStation controller, something like that. She actually hit me. And one time she attacked me, like, pretty fucking bad. I tried to leave the apartment one time when we were having a bad fight, and I just wanted to cool down, have a walk. She literally jumped on top of me and tried to tackle me down to the fucking floor to prevent me from leaving. You know what happened one time when I had a rage freak out, and I chose the best method I could at the time of dealing with it.
Oh my god, do the choke thing. He's doing the Destiny, the Destiny circuit. Do the meme.
I walked into the other room, I grabbed a pillow and just started punching the pillow.
Oh, cringe.
You know what Jasmine fucking said to me? You're scaring me. I'm worried you're gonna freak out and, like, beat me up or kill me or something.
Weak.
what does she have to be afraid of? She was the one who fucking hit and attacked me. Never fucking hit her, never threatened her once. So I'm sure, like, she's blabbing to some of her friends or something. Oh, he's dangerous. He's unhinged. He's a wacko. He could hurt somebody. I felt scared. Like, this is just something women do.
Base.
I don't care. Nobody cares what she thinks. She's just some fucking nobody, so whatever. Like, it was just nice being around her. Like, we had a very similar sense of humor. You know, we'd kind of say things at the same time. We had a great time watching horror movies. Me and her really liked horror movies. So when I was really fucked, she was there and told me, like, I know you're feeling like shit, and I know you, like, want to kill yourself, but I just want you to know, like, I love you. And, you know, she had at least the first, like, I'd say, like, 4 or 5 years. Whatever I, like, told her I needed when I was feeling that way, like, if I wanted her to stay in bed with me and watch something with me, or if I just wanted to be alone, she'd just accommodate me that way and be like, all right, I'll just stay in bed with you, we'll watch a movie, stuff like that. That was really nice. Later on, though, when she realized she could just take advantage of me and shit, she just exploited the whole fucking situation. But yeah, early on, you know, there were a lot of good times.
Jesus. We love you, vegan gains. Was this, I'm guessing this breakup was recent? New Mexico police use non-lethal force to disarm armed boys, 7 and 9.
Go ahead and put it down for me, okay? You're not in trouble, but you have to drop that and come talk to us, all right?
All right. Well, that was that.
At least Bible waits till puberty. Ezekiel 16:7-8. You grew and developed and entered puberty. Your breasts had formed, and your hair had grown, yet you were stark naked. Later I passed by, and when I looked at you and saw that you were old enough for love.
Not familiar with that quote or that Bible passage. But, yeah, I haven't found anything explicitly in the Bible that made it seem okay to have sex with, like, 9-year-olds. Thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade. SV Donatillers, was your last year with Jasmine entirely bad, or were there some good moments here and there? Well, yeah, I mean, you know, I wouldn't say it was just constant. It's, the last year was, I would describe it as, like, distant. If anything, we were fighting less. So yeah, it was just more distant. We were just kind of keeping away from each other more, spending less time together, stuff like that. But, you know, there were some decent times. And, like, when Prismo died, she was there. She gave me, like, a hug and let me cry on her shoulder, you know, stuff like that. So it's not like we were totally cold and completely indifferent to how, you know, we felt. But it was just more distant. Not really fighting and crap like that. But, yeah, just more distant. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade. Or sorry, not Masashi Blade. SV. Oh wait. Also, was there a fight argument before Jasmine said she wanted to break up, or did she bring it up out of the blue? It was pretty much out of the blue, sort of. Like, I could see it coming. And again, coincidentally, she decided to break up after I told her I'm not going to pay for, some of her nonsense anymore. So, like, her car and her horse specifically, I just told her, you need to get a job. I can't pay for the car and horse anymore. If you want to keep those things, then you can work and pay for it yourself. Don't care how you do it. Just OnlyFans, part-time work, whatever, gig work, Uber, like whatever. Just pay for it yourself because it's just getting too much for me. And then, yeah, coincidentally, she broke up with me 2 months after that. I don't think she actually intended to break up with me. I think what she was expecting... Again, this is based on some of the things that happened afterwards. Don't want to get into too many details, but I think what she wanted to do was say she's going to break up, expecting me to say, oh, no, stay, I love you. Why don't you quit your job? I'll pay for everything again. What can I do to make it right? I think that's what she wanted, and again, that's based on how certain things happened afterwards. So, yeah, it's like, yeah, calling a bluff. So, again, none of it makes any sense, dude. I know I'm not that bad to be around. I just know that. I'm also very fucking good looking, tall, I make, pretty decent money. The idea that she'd ever get with a guy like me, again, it's just never gonna fucking happen. Throwing that all away because of, like, just little tiny things, like, give me a fucking break. So, yeah. But, she made her choice. I don't care. I'm able to move on. She's not, clearly. But thanks for the donation, Musashi Blade. SV donated to... Oh, wait. Or no, SV donated to that. Thanks for the donation, SV. Forgot my namification. Donate tellers debate me. Destiny, pussy. Well... Don't know if there's anything to debate. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. CDG donated, dude, she threatened to off herself over buying her a horse. Lol, dude, she was a red flag from the get-go. No wonder you were miserable. It was like 10 years of that bullshit. Should have got rid of her in the beginning. Well, hindsight's 2020. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Like, I had suicidal depression too, and I tried to deal with it in weird ways. So I was a little sympathetic, and clearly far too sympathetic. But yeah, hindsight's 2020. Nothing like that's gonna happen again. I've learned, gotten more experience, matured, smarter, wiser, so thanks though, dude. Forgot my namification utilitarians. Wait, did she threaten to kill herself if you two didn't get a horse? Yeah. She used threat of suicide to pressure me into getting her a horse. Like, again, this was after we moved from Toronto to Guelph. This was when the adpocalypse was happening. So sporadically, I'd get very little ad revenue. Sometimes it would last a week where I'd like make $5 or something crazy. We had to spend a bunch of money moving from Toronto to Guelph. So, like, the moving company and all that. Then at that same time, the police broke down her door and tried to charge me with a bunch of crimes, and I had to spend a bunch of money on lawyers' fees. That totaled up to, like, I had to have been like at least $7 or $8 grand. So like with all that crap, I was just fucking wiped financially. And then right around that time when we moved to Guelph, we need a horse. And then she'd like cry and say she's depressed and like how much horses mean to her. And that like, if I can't get a horse, like, I don't know if I can keep going on. It's like something that I need. And then, yeah. But yeah, then when we were more financially stable, oh, you can't get that bike. Fucking stupid. I remember I was on the phone with the dealership and we're talking about a trade-in offer, and they lowballed me a lot on the trade-in offer with the other bike I had. I think they're only willing to give me like $2 grand. I was trying to sell it on Kijiji, and like people on Kijiji are just fucking retarded. I probably could have gotten like $4 or $5 grand for that bike, but I just didn't want to fucking deal with it. And then she kept fucking interrupting me when I was on the phone call with the fucking dealer. It was so fucking annoying. But yeah, just jackass. Whatever. Anyway. Thanks for the donation, dude. CDG don't need tellers, dude. That's not suicidal depression. She was just using your empathy against you. Yeah, probably. Not getting a horse isn't a reason to kill yourself. Low, she was just manipulating. She was just a manipulative bitch. You're much better off without her. Good job on leaving your stupid ass. Yeah, well. Well, things can only get better from here, so thanks for the donation, CDG. I don't know if Destiny is in his Discord now.
Okay.
No, he's not. I don't know what he's doing there.
Do I care about that? No, I don't.
Liquid electrolytes. On the cathode side, expect a high nickel composition.
Would you rather drink a liter of Frank Tufano's cum or fight John Jones and Francis Ngannou at the same time in a cage match until death? I think I'd rather fight Francis Ngannou and John Jones to the death. Because I'd rather die with dignity than die from AIDS.
Possibly NCM 811. 80% nickel, 10% cobalt, 10% manganese, or even 90% nickel. This allows for greater energy density. The anode? Likely lithium metal, offering theoretical capacities up to 10 times higher than conventional graphite anodes. One of the biggest hurdles Toyota's reportedly overcome is dendrite formation, tiny needle-like structures that can grow from the anode and short-circuit the battery. Their solution likely involves precise control of the solid electrolyte interface, the SEI layer. The manufacturing process itself will be a radical departure from current methods. Instead of winding electrodes and separators into cylindrical or prismatic cells, we're looking at techniques more akin to semiconductor production. Think deposition of nanometer thick layers in highly controlled environments. Less burrito, more layer cake. Now, let's talk numbers. The global EV market is projected to hit 40 million annual sales by 2030, with a total market value approaching $1 trillion.
Have you changed your opinion on red light therapy now that more studies have come out recently? Yeah, somewhat. Like, I'll acknowledge that there's probably a benefit to it, but...
Right.
Whether or not, they're, like, I still don't think it's, like, a game changer, you know? It's not gonna, like, change your life or anything.
That's not good. Do you take tadalafil, and what's your dosing? I don't use tadalafil because it gives me a plugged up nose, and nothing makes a girl more turned on like you blowing snot bubbles in her ear when you're fucking her. It also gives me a lower back pump, so I use sildenafil or Viagra instead, and I just take it sublingual with my sublingual Anavar and my DMSO solution pre-workout. And I know people are like, oh my God, that's so hard to source because they're fucking retarded. All right, duh. Hey, Doc, what lab code do you recommend for blood work? The one I work with is M&M Labs, and it has Dr. Todd Lee's panel there. That you just go to the website, mnmlabs.com, and click Dr. Todd Lee's lab panel.
If I'm only 5'10", do you think getting jacked will make up for my lack of height? Well, 5'10" would be a little above average male height in the United States, so wouldn't call that short, and being jacked is going to be a benefit to you no matter what your height is.
All right, laugh my ass off. The classic heroin and woman comparison analogy. Dude, it's true. That a sex drive is really just an addiction, but nobody is smart enough to figure that out. Why do you think girls refer to it as addicted? Because they can't get off that dick. All right, TDND. I don't know what that means. Thanks for the live tonight. Hold on, I got to go check because I actually invited a girl.
Svariya impression from Svariya Gotis Parody videos. Only 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll look at that in just a minute. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs.
To go, motherfucker. How am I so bad at this bodybuilding thing? Having a great time, running behind a bit, and got UFC 315 on too. So if you wrap early, hope you have an awesome night. Is DJ coming on? Oh man, let me see. I actually invited DJ on too. Nope. Oh shit. When was this text sent? That was at 8:42. All right.
Oh man, it's fucking cold.
Okay, so have you found any saber forges you are looking at? Are you going to do a signature saber or a custom one? Dude, I don't know about this shit. I'm so over my head. By the point, most of us have seen the study on vitamin D plus K growing your lightsaber. Thoughts? I mean, I know how much my dick has grown in the last 15 years. And I know of all the things that I was taking, I don't think it was the vitamin D and K doing it. And yeah. Saw some videos where you talked about cholesterol not being a big deal in the absence of other risk factors. Yeah. Would you care to talk about it in private sometime and go over some research? Yeah, sure. Now, when you say private, do you mean private, or do you mean on your podcast, or do you just mean call me on the phone? Because I could do all three with whatever you want, man. All right. Do you change your diet during a deload phase in a caloric deficit? No, that's kind of the point of the deload, is that you're trying to let your muscles recover. Yeah. So you don't want to take two variables away. Yeah, like anything in science, you only make one change. You only change one variable. Whatever you prefer. If you'd rather do a live stream about it and discuss it publicly, I'm down. Yeah, I mean, especially if it's your stuff, I could understand if you don't want to talk about it, but I'd rather get the content because think about it this way, dude. 5,000-6,000 people are going to see it, right? So it's going to help somebody. So as much as you're worth my time, and I'd love to have a conversation with you about it, and I like you a lot, I think that if we talked about it and anybody else benefited it, then it's worth doing for sure. So hit me up and we will set it up. And what's funny is the girl I invited on to check this out tonight, she is vegan and she was coming to me about nutrition. And I was going to actually have her watch our episode about it a little bit, so that she could get a better view about not trying to steer her away. and steer wasn't a pun, trying to drive her away from veganism, but just trying to help her get all of her nutrients in. Do you feel like Thomas Sargent is a viable option for Long Bro Pusher? Yes. And what is your preference? Daniel, I hate to do this to you, bud, but me and Nova had like a 25-minute chat about Thomas Sargent already today. So you're just going to have to watch it on the replay. It's supposedly this is a particularly funny episode. So hopefully you won't be too bored. It's about in the middle. I'd rather get the content out myself. Good. Okay. A lot of people just get defensive when discussing this. So wasn't sure if you'd be comfortable debating the issue, but you're pretty open-minded. Yeah, dude. I'm the only guy I know that doesn't have any fear about being wrong or saying he doesn't know. People have told me that too. They're like, you're the only dude that will answer every question. Most people answer some questions and they cherry pick them. You answer every question. And when you don't know something, you say you don't know, and then I just...
All right, we'll probably do a live stream debating cholesterol Toddley then. Blaha, 40-year-old virgin, Donatello's classic blautism.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you an answer to that. Shit, nigga, I love me some KFC, you know. Motherfucking, I already know it. If anything else, we fucking moves in the ass, dog. Shit, nigga, please.
Yeah. Blaha's very cringe. Thanks for the donation, Blaha, 40-year-old virgin.
I remember... Hey, guys. I remember when I was younger, I had incredibly much urges to grab my mom's breasts. Even after I finished nursing, even when I got to be like 4, maybe 5 years old, I still wanted to grab my mom's boobs. And then she say, no, you are too big. You are not allowed to suck on my boobs no more. But I still felt this natural urge to drink my mother's milk. And so therefore, from that point on, I started to want to grab every girl's breast that I see. And then while this one girl was sleeping, I grab her, I touch her boob, I touch her no-no zone, I touch her where the sun don't shine, so to speak. And she felt horrible. I was drunk and she was drunk. But the point of this story is that it is my mom's fault for making me addicted to breasts. But then I realized it is extremely natural to want to be with your own mother, to want to grab her you know where and do you know what. And so I was only doing what my natural urges suggest that I do, so to speak. So therefore, if I am doing what feels natural, there is no way that could be considered wrong or bad.
Oh, yeah, sure. You got it.
Yeah, that's literally Sverige. It's funny when you can't even make a parody of him. Like, that's just what he says. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs.
If Toyota brings solid state to a market at scale, they could capture a massive slice of that pie. Even a 10% market share would mean 4 million vehicles, more than Toyota's entire global sales in 2021. Solid state isn't just about cars. This tech could revolutionize energy storage for renewables, consumer electronics, even aerospace. We're talking about a total addressable market in the trillions. Toyota's not just building a better car, they're potentially reshaping entire industries. Of course, challenges remain. Scaling up production of solid-state batteries is notoriously tricky. The materials are finicky, sensitive to moisture and oxygen. One wrong move and the whole thing collapses. Toyota, though, isn't backing down. They've filed over 8,000 solid-state battery patents in the last 3 years alone. That's not just throwing darts at a board, that's a coordinated, all-out assault on the problem. They've also partnered with Japanese oil refiner Idemitsu Kosan to scale up production, focusing on sulfide solid electrolytes, potentially the key to mass manufacturing. Now, let's talk market impact. If Toyota delivers, it could send shockwaves through the entire automotive industry. Tesla, long considered the EV leader, could see its technological edge evaporate overnight. Legacy automotive...
Oh, Tesla's done, dude.
makers scrambling to catch up might find themselves leapfrogged entirely. The ripple effects could be massive. Oil companies and traditional auto parts suppliers might face an accelerated decline. We could see a wave of partnerships, mergers, and acquisitions as companies rush to adapt or die. It's not just an evolution, it's a potential extinction for some sectors. From an investment perspective, this could dramatically impact Toyota's valuation. Currently trading at a modest price-to-earnings ratio around 10, Toyota's stock could see substantial multiple expansion if they successfully...
Joey being invasive.
Oh my god. It's a nice orange kitty.
Do I need to call the veterinarian? I think my cat is in a coma.
Oh. I think he's dreaming.
I know he's alive because he's twitching.
Oh my god.
Oh, great. Joey always has to interrupt.
Oh, he's lying down with his friend. Oh, they're friends. Oh my god, such nice chonkos. Those are good friends. Well, thanks for the donation, Thee Than Thou. Appreciate it. Let's see, just made a masterpiece. German chocolate cake, pistachio, custard filling, coconut and date, whipped topping, toffee sauce, my birthday, and Mother's Day. That sounds pretty dope. I'm not the biggest fan of chocolate cake in general. I usually like vanilla cake, but that does sound dope. If organic food is a scam, then are pesticides not bad for human health? The evidence says otherwise. Pesticides do not seem to be really a problem for human health. The one that got a lot of media attention, partly because of Alex Jones, was that one that turned the frogs gay. What was it fucking called? So there was this panic about that one pesticide turning frogs gay. I think it was astrazine. And it only really has a significant effect in amphibians because they just absorb it more readily. And because of their biology, it just affects them more, but it doesn't seem to have any effect in human beings at like normal levels of exposure. So, atrazine. So, if you drink a gallon of some sort of pesticide, it's probably not great for you. But when you're talking about just minuscule, microscopic quantities that you might consume on your food, it doesn't seem to do anything. And again, if these pesticides were so harmful, you'd expect farmers to have massively increased risk of whatever diseases these things cause, because they live right next to these fields, they're working with these chemicals, they're spraying it all over the place. You'd expect them to have relatively higher levels of exposure. Haven't seen farmers just mutate and grow third limbs or anything, so it's all just bullshit, fear-mongering, from people who just have some irrational fear of chemicals.
Bring this tech to market. Toyota's current market cap is around $230 billion. Tesla, despite selling far few vehicles, sits at about $600 billion. If Toyota can establish a clear lead in solid-state tech, we could easily see their valuation double or triple. We're potentially looking at a $1 trillion Toyota in the not-too-distant future. But it's not just about stock prices, the entire battery supply chain could be upended. Current lithium-ion battery makers might see their products become obsolete almost overnight. Mining companies focused on cobalt or nickel might need to pivot rapidly as material demands shift. Even utilities could be affected as fast-charging long-range EVs change electricity consumption patterns. The geopolitical implications are equally fascinating. If Toyota can reduce or eliminate the need for cobalt and other conflict materials, it could reshape global supply chains and potentially ease tensions around critical battery materials. It's not just about better cars, it's about redrawing the map of global resource politics. For consumers, the benefits are obvious. Imagine road trips without long charging stops, apartment dwellers being able to fully charge their cars in the time it takes to grab a coffee. No more range anxiety, no more compromises. This could dramatically accelerate EV adoption, particularly in markets where charging infrastructure is less developed.
Favorite line from the movie?
Let me see.
You tell your guys in Miami, your friend, it'd be a pleasure. I kill a communist for fun, but for a green card, I'm gonna carve him up real nice.
Scarface is a little weird and cringy, but it's a fun movie. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Have you watched Ad Astra? It's a decent Brad Pitt movie. Never even heard of it. Nick Gurr donated $2. Let me see.
I woke up in my freshest room on a Monday.
Isn't it Sweden that's ranked happiest? There's like a meme about Finnish people being extremely antisocial. That's fucking hilarious. I thought it was Sweden that was ranked happiest in the world.
Secret, but I'm afraid to tell you.
It's okay, baby. You just say it.
I just put on this frosting so you'd like me. I'm actually a bagel.
You're Jewish?
I don't know, is that Minnesota? Where is that? Because I'm seeing a palm tree. I don't know if that's a fake palm tree. Minnesota. Is there a lot of Muslims in Minnesota? Thanks for the donation, Nick Gurr. Dodo donate $2. This policy didn't save much money, so we're doing this thing to end it to save money.
Next, Mr. President, we have House Joint Resolution 24. This is the same basic idea, but this relates to walk-in coolers and freezers and other refrigeration devices. Again, last-minute Biden-era regulation that hits ordinary Americans hard.
And what do they do?
They put
increase
in...
the energy efficiency requirements for walk-ins, coolers, and freezers, and therefore putting an undue burden on businesses across the country. Everything from restaurants to pharmacies, hospitals. Were
to
all
a point where it didn't
impacted.
work. In other words, they made the restrictions so strong that it didn't work.
And it was going to cost them so much money to actually meet the energy efficiency standards, which didn't really save much money. So this is going to actually help our small businesses across the country, Mr. President.
Dude. People voted for this shit. What the fuck? Doctor or engineer? Well, I'd say engineer since he's using a hammer. Well, he's going to jail. Is this why Avi voted for Trump? Let me see. Trump White House personally intervened to get a proud sex trafficker pedophile who was a raving anti-Semite out of prison. Yeah. I don't think that's why he voted for Trump specifically, but it is a downstream effect. Jesus. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I found Fix Fearless profile on MileSplit from when he used to run track.
Um... 10.63. Is that any good? Let's see. Average 100-meter dash college. So D1 top is 10.41. D1 low is 10.8. So I guess by Division 1 track and field standards, he would be in the middle. Like, that's still very good, way better than like most people could do, but okay. So he's still like a really good athlete, clearly. Well, that's interesting. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
The environmental impact could be significant as well. Solid-state batteries promise longer lifespans, reducing waste and the need for frequent replacements. They're also potentially easier to recycle. Combined with the elimination of cobalt, this aligns perfectly with growing demands for sustainable technology. But Toyota isn't alone in this race. Volkswagen-backed QuantumScape and BMW partner Solid Power are also gunning for solid-state supremacy. The next few years
Well, I guess
in the
we'll
last
see.
10 years.
I know.
You know, one woman, one
I know.
man, and it's a despicable thing to say. Anyway, never mind before we get to their open support for Hamas and Hezbollah. What really irked me was their long statement they put out yesterday. They want you to believe words are more harmful than genocide. Well, yeah, actually, if you tell people to go and murder MPs, that is actually despicably harmful rhetoric. Secondly, say, let's be unequivocal. We do not and have never supported Hamas or Hezbollah. We condemn all attacks on civilians always. It's never okay. But it's a complete lie. They literally,
that's where they're backtracking.
in November 2024, so literally, 4 months ago, in Kentish Town, in London, they were seen chanting, up Hamas, up Hezbollah. So Sharon, apart from anything else, they're just liars. And they're lying to now try and save their careers, because America are not going to let them back in with this footage out there.
And what a great decision. There's enough problems. We don't need in America this coming in. They're uneducated. When was the last time they went to the Middle East? They're using cliche slogans. Nothing they are saying is original. They're not bringing anything to the table. Nothing except anger.
Yeah.
That's what they're bringing. Their manager had the audacity to say that people were thanking them for bringing this to their attention.
Yeah.
Now, you'd have to be deaf, dumb, or blind, living in America, not know what's going on in the Middle East.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've got a clip of that
Even if
manager.
you're not interested.
Yeah, well, let's play a clip from that manager of NECAP, Daniel Lambert. He appeared on Irish television last night, actually, to talk about this.
I think the first thing I'd like to say, and I'll address those now, is that the last few days have been very challenging. And to the massive credit of the Sri Lankans, it's something that hasn't been said. At no point have they had any concern for their own income, for their own careers, for their own futures, and at every point.
Knucking Figures donated $2. Let me see. I mean, it's the case with some of them.
Hey, Bobby, look, I'm American.
I think I'll use my credit card. Do you guys have anything non-dairy? Anything gluten-free?
Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, Knucking Figures.
Point, they have the absolute conviction that they're doing the right thing and they stand.
Thoughts on India versus Pakistan war? Hopefully India wins. Pakistan's a shithole and they're just fucking assholes.
On the right side of history, and that should be said. In terms of this, we said a video emerged. The video didn't emerge. There was a concerted campaign emanating from the US to analyse every single thing that NECAP have ever said in 7 years of performances. They've gigged hundreds of thousands of people in about 20 countries, hundreds of gigs. And why this happened, and you mentioned at the intro, is around what they said at Coachella. And what they said at Coachella was the right thing to say. It's something that we've said at Leeds, Reading, at Glastonbury. We've said it in Dublin and Belfast. And what it is a message aimed at governments who are enabling the genocide in Gaza. And what really, really scared the state of Israel and what led to this campaign is the reaction of young people in America. If you were to look at like dozens of comedians globally, and you were to take the script of their comedy act and remove six words from a comedy act and then lay it out in a headline and say that this was dangerous, you could do that to dozens of people. This was a concerted campaign. And the aim of this campaign is really important. It's not about NECAP. This has nothing to do with NECAP or something that NECAP may or may not have said. It's solely about deplatforming artists. It's about telling the next young band, both through the music industry and through the political class, that you cannot speak about Palestine.
Now, DJ Vlad, it seems to me he's conflating two issues there. They're perfectly entitled to have their view on what is going on in Gaza. I've expressed my own view many times. My view has evolved over the period of the war. Everyone's entitled to their view. That's the whole point of free speech, not least in America with the First Amendment protection, of course. But that's not what they were found to have done. They were actively, publicly supporting terrorist organizations, prescribed terror organizations, who, if you tried to say you did that on a visa application form to get into the United States, you would be barred from coming in. So, to me, it's not really a free speech issue. Once you get into publicly supporting Hamas and Hezbollah, after October the 7th in particular, when you're blatantly supporting terrorism, why is that a free speech issue if you then get brought to book for it? Now, I may be about to shock you with this, but tallow is an exceptional moisturizer. The oil in our skin shares many...
He's promoting tallow moisturizer now. Fuck me. Will you celebrate if India annexes Pakistan? Yeah, that'd probably be a good thing.
The same fatty acids as tallow make it nearly impossible to beat. You can have silky soft skin, like me, created Sellos with DRS for 10% off. That's vanman.shop.
And I fully support NECAP's freedom of speech. They should be able to say whatever that they want, but freedom of speech doesn't also mean freedom from consequence.
Right.
So ultimately, if they want to say what they say, they need to deal with the consequences of what they say. And if there's certain countries or venues that don't agree with their stance, then that's the consequences that they'll have to deal with. They also posted a picture on X of a Star of David with a swastika intertwined in it. So ultimately, they can't be canceled everywhere. They have fans. Maybe when Kanye goes on tour, they can open up for him. But ultimately, there's going to be certain venues that just disagree with their stance, and the support of Hamas and terrorist organizations and so forth goes along with that. Ultimately, I don't always agree with what Israel has said. I said in the whole war, I feel that both sides have faults in them. But ultimately, if you want to take a pro-terrorist stance, if you want to take a pro-Nazi stance, just deal with the consequences. Don't backtrack after the fact.
Yeah. Ahmed Eldin, you're a Palestinian commentator. I've had a lot of Palestinian guests on this show since October the 7th. We've had some very lively, passionate debates, and I will always platform people to say what they want to say. But I always ask most of the guests I've had on, do they condemn Hamas? It's become a sort of running thing, which people have mocked me for. But the reason I ask it is I think if you don't condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th, I find it very hard to stomach anything you then want to say about anything else, because it should be condemned by everybody. Here, you have a group from Ireland who are publicly endorsing Hamas post-October the 7th. Why shouldn't people be outraged by that?
Well, Piers, I appreciate the way you framed the question, but I want to take a moment to, in Britain today, a rap group's lyrics about genocide are causing more outrage than the genocide itself. I mean, Sharon talks about kneecap inciting violence with a fist, but we're completely so far, 10 minutes into the segment, ignoring the actual extreme violence Israel's using in Gaza every single day, burning entire families in tents. That is violent. And
Israel never burned families in tents. So thank you for the lies and stupid nonsense. These people are just all full of shit. Kneeguard donated $2. Got kicked out of science class because my teacher asked me what's commonly found in cells, and I replied, "Oh, I see. Right." They hit the World Call Center. That's a great comment. Shit.
Oreo cookies. Coca-Cola. Starbucks. Nutella. Pringles. Snickers.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, knee guard.
And aggressive, killing children.
So this guy is just saying a whataboutism and lying about Israel. That's all they can do. It's always whataboutisms.
To Jews. Your lot did that to Jews. You're talking about what the Palestinians did to the Jews, are you?
Pierce, kneecap is under investigation not because they incited violence, but because they dared to do what I just did, call out Israel's mass killing of children, its military occupation, and in other words, they're giving voice to a generation.
Well, hang on, okay, but hang on. Hang on a second. Hang on, Sharon. Let me ask Ahmed one question. Would you then endorse the sentence, up Hamas, up Hezbollah? Do you believe that is...
I wouldn't want any migrants coming from Pakistan if they're Muslim. Like, ideally, I'd want them to be non-religious, atheists, you know, that sort of thing.
Is okay.
I don't know. I wonder, when you ask me this, if I were to flip it to you or Sharon, would you support Hail Israel or support Israel when Israel's murdering children very violently on a daily basis?
I haven't said that anyway.
Hezbollah is killing
I'm asking you the same question you asked
not
me.
Israelis.
No, Ahmed, here's my point.
Do I think that if your question is, do I think that the people in Gaza have a right to resist genocide, ethnic cleansing, and occupation? Yes, but Pierce.
No, well, hang on. Well, that's interesting. Ahmed. Let me ask you just to clarify that. Does that mean you think that October the 7th was an act of resistance and therefore justified?
Well, I don't know. What was October 8th?
Well, let me ask you about October the 7th. Don't play whataboutery. Just answer directly.
Pierce, why are we talking about October the 7th? I thought I was here to talk about kneecap. Can I just... I'm not...
Because you're the one who decided to move it, with respect to you, into a wider context about whether people would condemn what Israel has done. So I'm just saying to you... Yeah, but Ahmed, I'm just saying to you, would you condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th or not?
Of course I would condemn the killing of innocent civilians, but that's not what we're here to talk about.
Right.
I mean, Pierce, what...
You literally just...
They all do this, right? So they'll bring up some shitty behavior from Hamas or Hamas supporters, criticize that, like that's the debate topic. Then they'll make some whataboutism with Israel, and then they'll point out like, oh, okay, well, if you can play whataboutism games, so what do you think about the Hamas October 7th attack that started this whole thing? Then they'll do everything they fucking can to not fucking make any criticism against Hamas, what they did. They'll refuse to condemn the attack. And some of these people who are media trained, like that fucking crazy dipshit who was the Osama bin Laden supporter. Forget his fucking name now. He was on Piers Morgan too. They'll make a token condemnation of the attack. Oh, I'd never support the killing of innocent civilians. They don't believe it. If you listen to everything else they say, like, again, they'll defend Kneecap supporting Hamas. Well, if you're defending somebody from supporting Hamas, then how the hell can you condemn the October 7th attack? Like, you either support Hamas or you don't. So, while justifying the October 7th attack and supporting it, they're saying they also condemn it? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Let's talk about it.
But Piers, what is Britain's message to its youth? Let's talk about that. If you speak out against a genocidal regime, if you condemn it, they're going to threaten you, censor you, and jail you. But if you participate in genocide, what? You can still perform
I have no
it.
problem with people criticizing Israel's government for the way they've executed this war. I've done it myself many times. That is free speech. That's what free speech is about. Where I have a problem, Ahmed, where I have a problem, and you're trying to dive around this. The reason that Kneecap are in trouble has got nothing to do with them just criticizing Israel, and got everything to do with the clips that came out after their Coachella performance, when people discovered that only in November, 4 months ago, they chanted up Hamas, up Hezbollah, supporting
whether I support that or not, Pierce, what I'm saying is irrelevant to the discussion. I think we can agree on this.
It's not irrelevant. It's obviously completely relevant to discussion.
No, it's not. Let me tell you why it's not. Let me just give me a chance.
The whole point of a discussion.
If you just wouldn't interrupt me the way you let Sharon talk for a little bit. I mean, the UK media and political class have spent 72 hours scrambling not to condemn Israel's starvation siege, not to prevent weapons from reaching a government that is committing genocide, that is bombing children, killing them daily, ripping them to shreds, and it's all being...
How much effort has been put into preventing Hamas from getting weapons exactly? None. Same with Hezbollah, none. There's even a UN resolution to prevent them from being towards the south of Lebanon's border with Israel. They never enforced the resolution. Like, no one's ever trying to prevent these terrorist regimes from having weapons to attack Israel. But then this guy wants to take away arms from Israel so they can defend themselves. This guy's just an anti-Semite terrorist supporter.
Being documented, but they're trying to ban a band from festivals, from Spotify. And what have they chosen to ignore? I mean, Israel has now blocked every single truck of food, water, fuel, and medicine from entering Gaza for 60...
Yeah, that's not true. He's just lying again. This is just TikTok fucking journalism, dude.
Days. The US, like many world powers, are enabling the violation of international law, aggression, violence, daily violence.
Yeah, so he's just full of shit. So what has been happening is they're trying to mass evacuate civilians. So obviously in certain areas where there's no civilians, there's no trucks or aid going through because there's no civilians there. Why would you send aid to an area where there's no civilians? So they're simply moving civilians from one area to another because it's beneficial to their military strategy. And then they're just diverting those resources to where civilians are. And then they spin this in a way, oh, because there's no aid trucks entering through, like, the northern border into Gaza, that means no aid trucks anywhere are getting to any fucking Palestinians in Gaza. Like, they're just liars.
That is unprecedented, according to not just NGOs. I mean, they're ignoring you.
All right, but just to be clear, look.
I don't think I'm ever going to play Bully on stream. That game just looks lame to me. I know a lot of people say it's great and shit, but it just looks lame. I'm just never going to play that.
Just to be clear, no, hang on, you can't just keep talking, Ahmed, with respect. I hear you. You made your point forcefully. But just to be clear then, you do not have a problem with what Kneecap said in relation to up Hamas, up Hezbollah. Is that your position? From tariffs to markets, the proven report in 3 years.
I don't have a problem with
65532, or follow the link below.
My position is I don't have a problem with them supporting anyone they want to support because that's under free speech protected.
With no accountability.
What about Israel's accountability? You want us to
stop playing.
Okay, so if they literally said Heil Hitler, we love Nazis, he'd say the same thing? Like, he just hates Jews. He hates... That's it. Anyone who supports anti-Jewish hatred and anti-Semitism, he's just in favor of it.
What about Ari? I'm asking you specifically.
Piers. I am here as a guest, as a journalist, as someone who is a former professor at Columbia. There are people being jailed and disappeared off the streets for speech.
There you go. There you go. Columbia University professor. What do you expect?
being held accountable in a way that Israel has managed to evade.
Well, actually, they're being held accountable. They're actually being held accountable for harassing Jewish students, barricading them into rooms, making sure they couldn't attend, making sure they couldn't go to lectures. Sorry, they were harassing the Jewish students.
Do you think that it's right to hold those people accountable and yet not hold Israeli leaders who have an ICC?
No, if you want to go after Israeli leaders, or
Israeli soldiers that are committing war crimes and war crimes against humanity.
I have
Can I ask you a question?
Ahmed, no, you can't. I'm asking the questions. I'm asking the questions. Ahmed,
it is about framing.
I'm asking the questions. It's my show. That's how it works. I've called for Netanyahu to go. I think there are some right-wing headbangers in his cabinet who should go too. I think the war has gone on way too long. I think the amount of civilian death is unacceptable. I think of all these things. I say.
Try not to cringe. Donate $2. Try not to cringe. Let me see. Oh, gee, this is going to be impossible. Poorly aged clip post Crater Clash 1. So quickly she changed her mind about what the event stands for after saying something completely different just months prior on H3 podcast.
Yeah, I think that I'm the one I think has gotten, I'm more extreme than Ian, where I'm like pretty anti-capitalist. I hate landlords. I hate the system that we're in. Like, I think the reason why I really like the charity boxing event is because at least we can like find ways to give money to people who actually need it rather than like just being, I think like the
boxing event isn't even for charity. Yeah, like this is just retarded.
I think what really made me mad about boxing events in the past is that it's rich assholes betting their money to make money to like have people that are struggling to like make ends meet and pay rent, watch them do it. And then they'll go home and like have a lot of money and like whatever, it keeps going.
And the fighters are exploited too, like usually.
Usually, yeah. But
dude, like what, Floyd Mayweather got paid $50 million for a single fight? Yeah, that's exploitation, huh? Right.
this is like, it feels way better where it's like, these are people who are getting punched in the face for your entertainment, and your money is actually going towards people that like need it rather than watching like
Dude, what a fucking lying turd. Just such a manipulative lying turd. Thanks for the donation, try not to cringe.
Also newsflash, freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences. Get it though, your head Hamas supporters.
Yeah, you can say whatever the fuck you want, doesn't mean people have to like you. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Neck hurts, donate $2, let me see.
These roads of flames are...
Yeah, that's not gonna pay your rent. Always wash your hands after touching animals. Oh, I get it. Right. House investigating which representative is playing smoke detector low battery bleeps whenever Rep. Jasmine Crockett begins speaking. Oh my god, dude.
I got a number. Andre's got a number.
That's funny. Thanks for the donation, neck hurts. How many calories do you consume? What's your weight? Right now I'm eating 1,500 a day because I'm losing weight, and I think I'm around 190-ish right now. Thanks for the donation, True Alpha Male. Dodo donate, or wait, you didn't donate, never mind. Dodo donate $2, let me see.
How many genders are there?
2. It's a spectrum, so like a lot.
Can you name me a few?
You can be man, female. You could be there's so many. A demi-girl, a demi-boy.
This is a stupid question. How many are there?
I don't want to participate anymore.
I don't think there's really an answer to that, given that gender is kind of a social construct, so it's different for every person and also in different cultures.
As many as you want to believe.
Can you name me like a few?
So there's a whole spectrum of them. Obviously,
there are many. There's a lot. So
name me a few.
There is male, female, genderqueer, non-binary. Obviously, the whole trans community is counted as a.
Oh wow, I don't know. There's a lot. I know there's like.
Name me.
The correct answer would be gender's bimodal. So there's male, female, and in between because it's a bimodal distribution. Is this worse than the Times Square statue? Why is it a chick on her phone? Like, at least she's not fat. In the Piazza del Signoria, France, there are masterpieces by Donatello something. Erected this abomination, hideous 4-meter golden statue of a black woman looking at her phone. Yeah, why in the what is the point of this? It's just stupid. Read the comments on this. So I got kicked in the face, beat up. Usual suspects, beat up a defenseless French boy, proudly released the video humiliating him. Let's go debunk this. Can't help with that. Grok now remembers your conversations. Did this person die? What was the white boy doing alone and unarmed in that kind of environment, or his parents? It's time all of Europe started defending their children. Not in Europe. You forfeited the rights to your rulers. Just deport them. Horrific. Yeah, there's a lot of people who hate darkies. I don't know what the situation was, so who the fuck knows? Chicago subway.
I don't know what happened, y'all. I am in a train fight. I am standing on the thing. What's happening? Oh my god.
Yeah, that's why Americans like cars. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I can't be live. I have to say this to the same party who always hate speech.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Work, donate $2. Share some bullying stories and give advice for physical bullying when you're short. What is this? Show me your upper teeth. Now your lower teeth. Those are bad jokes. If you're talked about this, like, the other day. If people are physically bullying you, it's just a way of establishing a pecking order. So they're not bullying you because you're short or weak. They're bullying you because you won't fight back. If you fight back, people won't bully you anymore. So it's just a way of establishing a social hierarchy. And if you're at the very, very, very bottom of the social hierarchy, you're going to get picked on, bullied, pushed around. You're going to be people's punching bag. And the only reason you're in that position is because you won't fight back. Punching bags don't fight back. But if everyone knows you're going to fight back and stand up for yourself, they know that you're not going to be a punching bag, so they'll stop. Doesn't mean you're going to be, like, at the very top of the social hierarchy, but it just means you're not going to be literally everybody's punching bag. So if you're getting physically bullied, you just have to fight back. Thanks for the donation, though, work. Ali G, ever thought of starting a podcast, maybe with a friend? Maybe. I don't know how that would go, because I don't know who the fuck would go on a podcast with me. But maybe. I also don't know who I'd do it with. Dodo donated $2. Watch this, then look at the guy's profile. These are some nice geese. Trump supporter or anti-vaxxer?
Salgas. Sácate de cosas. Salís aquí. Salgas. Salgas aquí. Salgas aquí. Apártate aquí. No quiero verte aquí. ¿Estás solo? ¿Estás solo? ¿Vas solo? Salgas aquí. Pero estoy fuera. Apártate aquí. No quiero verte. Apártate. No me amenaces.
This asylum seeker thing is just bullshit. Why do you let anybody in? Like, if they're seeking asylum, why would you want them in? Stay in your own shitty ass fucking country.
Literally, I'm seeing so many white people right now going on like organizer retreats and posting about their joy and how awesome it was. Honestly, I want to see more of y'all like sitting your ass at home and giving your money to black and brown people so they can do that shit. I want to see more of y'all like sitting your ass at home and giving your money to black and brown people so they can. Literally, I'm.
These are just like retarded loser toddlers who are expecting handouts.
We don't want no Zionists here. Say it loud and say it clear.
Gee, I wonder why men don't want to go to college anymore. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. What's the ideal amount of training volumes, low, medium, high, weekly sets? Can some muscle groups potentially be taken to higher weekly volumes? The ideal amount of training volume is the training volume that will allow you to make progress while incurring a manageable injury risk. And yeah, it's going to vary from muscle group to muscle group. Some muscles can handle higher total weekly volume in terms of actual working sets. But yeah, the ideal amount of volume is highly individual, and as long as you're able to make progress and have a manageable injury risk, then you're training with the right amount of volume.
Who cares about being at the top of the hierarchy? Just fight back, that's it.
Yeah, I guess I agree with that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If you had to guess, what does Dodo do for a living? Top 3 guesses.
I have no fucking idea. He's kind of weird. I would not have the slightest clue. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Them publicly on a regular basis, okay? But I'm afraid that the debate here is about whether this band should be allowed to continue performing in America where they are publicly supporting terror groups. And at the moment, you don't want to answer that. All you want to do is keep saying, but what about the Israelis?
Give me a chance. The violent rhetoric can be problematic, but it is far less problematic than the violence we are witnessing every day. And so if we're here to talk about whether kneecap should be held accountable, I'm simply positing, is it more of a priority for any society, any civilized society,
well, it's a point
to
of
hold
view.
people accountable
Let me bring
for
it. All right,
rhetoric that
let me
is
bring in the other
perceived
guest.
as violent or for the daily murder of children?
If you made the point and you made it forcefully, and I respect that, that's fine. Let me bring in Nissim Black. You're an Orthodox Jew, you're a rapper.
You're against giving asylum to Ukrainian refugees? Well, that's a good point. I should clarify that. You shouldn't give asylum, at least in general, to people coming from shitholes. Like, yeah, if there's people claiming asylum from, like, Yemen, Syria, Africa, at least, like, Northern Africa, yeah, like, why bother? But yeah, like, Ukraine, South Africa, assuming they're, like, South African whites, or maybe blacks with, high income. Like, you shouldn't just grant people asylum just because you feel bad for them. You should grant people asylum if they come from, like, some sort of decent fucking cultural background. Like, why would you let anybody from Afghanistan into the fucking country unless they can prove, like, they're, like, a rare exception where they're highly educated, high degree of income, and preferably non-religious?
What do you feel about this?
I feel, first off, Piers, I should say, I don't know how qualified since I've only been a resident white colonizer for the last 9 years or so. But I think this 100% clout chasing is no different than all the other artists, the Macklemores and all these other people who are trying to look, we're playing a game as if, I don't know what everybody else has been watching, but we're...
Sadie N-word donated $2. Well, I mean, technically that wasn't a firework, so...
Let's give me some of that thing.
That's good. I get it.
Looking at it. He's looking. Yes, come on. Wait, oh, I think he's drunk. Oh. Oh. Looking at.
Well, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
playing a game as if the media and the news has all been on Israel's side and everything's backing Israel. That's just not what I see personally. So what's actually going on is that it's more popular to support Hamas. It's more popular to support all these terrorist groups. You're not really sacrificing anything. You're just only going into what the rest of the crowd is. So all of this is garbage. These guys definitely, and here's a very important point. When people say something bad about another people or group, usually you could get a laugh or two after that. When Jews start getting talked about, it leads to actionable items, violence, not allowing students to go into their class. It leads to a rise, a crazy rise in statistically in anti-Semitism inside of America. So once you say something about this particular group, it's very interesting how something actually starts to happen, as opposed to when other people make all different type of things, the stereotypical things about other groups, and when it's said about Jews, then all of a sudden there's some actual violence that happens. So this is 100% clout chasing. There are some 50-odd conflicts that's going on in the world, even more than that I think that the Americans are reporting. Why is this one on every single airway? Everybody's talking about this particular
Because it's a genocide.
0.2. No, listen, way more. This is a genocide compared to what happened in Syria? Is this a genocide compared to what's happening in Yemen?
Syria was not a genocide. There's a specific definition of genocide.
Because I'm black and I'm Jewish. I can say this. Hold on, Ahmed. I can say this. We watched this 5 years ago with the Black Lives Matter movement. Look at how the world was in chaos, right? Over white on black violence, which these are very, very small amount of cases, but black on black violence, nobody cared. So 500,000 Arabs can die at the hands of other Arabs. And by the way, the number one leading murderer of Arabs are Arabs. Just to put.
Yeah, that's true. The second leading cause of Arab deaths is Persians, and then it's the Jews. But nobody fucking cared about... Like, by the way, hand-waving away the civil war in Syria as not a genocide is... Like, you're talking about at least 350,000 civilian deaths. And, a lot of those deaths had to do with whether or not those civilians either supported or didn't support the Assad regime. So the idea that this wasn't a genocide, like, you could make a plausible case for it because there were many, many, many politically motivated killings. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
You wanna come up behind me and kick me in the back?
No, so he got you bad. I don't know what's
That is horrible. Dude, if I was that kid's parent, I would literally fucking kick those kids into fucking oblivion. You know, I've noticed there's like a ridiculous amount of black girls that get into fights. I rarely ever see white girls get into fights, but like the amount of fights that black girls get into is just fucking crazy. Just all the time. Fucking retarded. I'm glad I never went to one of those schools. Based.
This is not a fucking jumble gym!
Again, that's why Americans love cars.
Addressing the fundamental reality that 70% of the money that CMS spends, that's of Medicare, Medicaid, the exchanges, CHIP, 70% of the money we spend is on chronic illness. and we're not getting our money's worth. So for folks listening right now, it's your patriotic duty to be as healthy as you can, and it's our job to help you get there, make it easy to do the right things. At the same time, we've got to make wise decisions because we're stewards who have to protect the money for the population that Hubert Humphrey described.
There we go. They want to get rid of Medicaid and Medicare.
Fiscal year.
Yeah. They want to get rid of Medicare and Medicaid. Fucking insane. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Put that out there.
I'm sorry, as an Arab who is Palestinian, I need to just say, I know, I need to just say, you're comparing,
and then all of a sudden this is what it is.
the broad stroke that you're using, with all due respect, to talk about Arabs, as if Syrians and what's happening in Palestine, what happened in Syria was a civil war. What's happening in Palestine is colonization, is land grabs, is annexation, is ethnic cleansing, and it's been happening for decades. It has not been happening in Syria for decades. What happened and what we're discussing did not start on October 7th. Pierce, the British media, Pierce, the British media is currently dissecting these videos, the ones that, completely ignoring Israeli snipers blowing out children. I mean, there was a 250-page UN report documenting how Israel's elite sharpshooters.
Please show me the video evidence that Israeli soldiers are just picking off children. Oh my god, it's... Like, by the way, my god, what a dishonest thing to say. There are Hamas members, they recruit children. They use child soldiers. So when there are Hamas members that are fighting in combat that are 12 years old and older, and then you accuse Israel of killing children, well, if those children are Hamas members and are shooting at you, what are you supposed to do? Like, my god, the median age in Gaza is like, what, fucking 14 or something? It's like fucking insanely low. Median age Gaza. No, 18. Median age in Gaza is fucking 18. It's crazy low. And Hamas will literally have kids as young as 12 fighting in combat. Usually they won't allow children to fight in combat until they're in their teens, so like 14 or older. But, like, again, that's still considered a child, and, like, legally in most countries, like, you're not even an adult until 18, and even then, like, most people would consider, call an 18-year-old a kid. So when he's saying this, that is just so fucking disingenuous. No shit, Israeli snipers are gonna kill kids if they're fucking Hamas members and fighting in combat. What do you mean by that? Like, do you mean... It's so misleading, and they do this deliberately.
Shooters deliberately targeted children, medics, journalists, and continue to do so.
Presumably, though, presumably, okay, presumably, all right, okay, Ahmed, let me ask you this. Ahmed, stop talking for a moment, Ahmed. Let me just ask you, Ahmed, would you like to directly tell Hamas right now to release all the Israeli hostages?
No, I wouldn't.
Of course, of course. So there's a massive double standard at the heart of your debate.
Right. Oh, no, Hamas shouldn't release the hostages. Innocent people should just be... like, kidnapped, tortured, raped, murdered. I'm in support of that. Like, oh my god. This guy loses all credibility immediately. Go fuck yourself, you fucking loser. All these people can do is play a fucking victim. Oh yeah, October 7th, kill the Jews, kidnap the hostages. Oh, you're saying rapes happened? Where's the forensic evidence, dumbass? And then, I'm a victim, you won't listen to me, I'm a Palestinian Arab, why is my voice not being heard, wah, genocide. Again, the same fucking faggot is saying, oh yeah, I'm in support of taking hostages. Well, guess what? If you're in support of taking hostages, get fucked. Have fun with bombs. Have fun with tanks trampling over your ass. If these fucking people wanted peace, they wouldn't be advocating for fucking hostage taking. So, you're getting exactly what you fucking asked for. If you want to fuck with Israel, if you want to murder innocent civilians, if you want to kidnap hostages, you get to face the fucking consequences of that, fuckface.
Let's just hope RFK and his friends all just get a fatal virus and just all die.
Dude, these same people who are saying vaccines are dangerous, guaranteed, if there's like some super deadly flu outbreak or something, these fucking anti-vax tards like RFK, who are saying, "Oh, I don't know, it could cause cancer when you're 80." Guaranteed, those motherfuckers are going to get the vaccine, and then they're gonna push all this bullshit propaganda. Oh well, it's your choice to take the vaccine. I'm not gonna say if it's safe or not. They're gonna take the vaccine, and then they're gonna push all this propaganda and convince people to fucking kill themselves. They're just shameless assholes. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
There's a massive double standard. You don't care how Jewish people get treated. You only care how Palestinians get treated. If babies and Holocaust survivors get kidnapped and taken into hellhole tunnels, you don't care. You don't care, do you?
Piers, did you bring me on to give Hamas political advice, or did you give me on? Because what I would say to you, if you think that it's wrong for me not to suggest to Hamas that they should release the hostages, are you aware there are tens of thousands, there are thousands and thousands.
This guy's a fucking pathetic loser beta cuck, dude.
Thousands of hostages, including children, being held in Israeli prisons, being raped.
Right. So these are terrorists, by the way. These are all people who are terrorists being held in Israeli prisons, and they're not hostages. They're prisoners. So, and they're a specific class of prisoner. They're in military prisons, so they'd be considered prisoners of war. Claiming that these people are hostages is fucking stupid, because if you're a hostage, it's assumed that if there's not going to be some ransom that is paid in some form, then they're either going to be tortured or killed. They're not being tortured or killed.
I'm aware of is that you have an absolute inability. Ahmed, with respect to you, you have an absolute. Ahmed, with respect, you have a chronic inability to answer any straightforward question without immediately playing whataboutery. But what you hang on. Stop talking. What you revealed in your last answer when you said you would not tell Hamas to release the hostages was very telling, and everyone watching will find that very telling.
I think they should
in other words, you don't care actually about anything Hamas has done to those Israelis and Jews.
No, I think what Hamas has done
it's fine. You can have that position. You've revealed that position.
You want to bring me here to do that? Well done.
You know what? I brought you here to debate kneecap. All you've done is say I shouldn't be talking about a ban. Let me bring in.
I want to talk about.
I'm bringing another guest now.
I find it so strange.
I know you do.
No, I wouldn't support Hamas keeping hostages if the hostages were Karnas, because that's not why they're holding hostages.
Just keep talking and run the entire debate. That's fine. I'm not doing that. I want to bring in Lee Trink, who's the former president of Capitol Record. Lee, thank you for joining me. You read a very powerful piece in the wake of all this called Setting the Stage for Hate, Kneecap and Coachella's Collapse of Conscience. And in it you wrote, let's be clear, this isn't about artistic freedom. I'm a First Amendment near absolutist. It's about enabling hate speech. So just explain why you reached that conclusion.
Well, thanks for having me on. First of all, the First Amendment. So I'm a First Amendment absolutist. It has nothing to do with freedom of expression. What the First Amendment covers is it guarantees free speech from government censorship. But the U.S. immigration law it has really strict conditions on work visas. And when NECAP has had a consistent history of glorifying Hamas and Hezbollah, supporting them, promoting them from the stage, they disqualify themselves from the ability to have a work visa. When I directed that to the owners of Coachella, and for me, the problem there was, for decades, they carefully curated this incredible brand. And what they did was, and we gave them the heads up. They had the heads up that NECAP has had these persistent problems, and they let them into their sacred space. My commentary about them is not about the expression of what they did on stage. Now, I disagree vehemently. I think it's a categorical lie what they say about genocide. What Ahmed said about genocide is categorically
it's an observable
erroneous.
fact that is documented,
It's not.
And that multiple NGOs have said, including the ICJ, found Israel many months ago.
Ahmed, let him speak, please.
Since October 7th. But anyway, my point is,
you don't interrupt anyone else except for me.
You've done more talking than everybody else put together, Ahmed. So allow people to speak.
Did you interrupt any?
Please stop talking, Ahmed. I will bring you back in if you just respectfully allow people to finish their points.
Coachella has the ability to say, we are not going to allow a band that stands for everything that is against the principles of Coachella, the principles of America, of what has allowed them to build this incredible festival brand. And they are permitted to say, sorry, those violate our ideals, our principles. That's Coachella's right to do that. I think they made an egregious mistake by ignoring NECAP's persistent history in glorifying extremism and terror. And that's they should have stopped that. They didn't. And it's important. It was important for me to highlight that, because I think one of the big problems that's happened here is we have seen a consistent blurring of the lines between free speech and the promotion of terror. We see it with NECAP, right? It's very convenient for Ahmed to talk about what he's saying, and it's only about free speech, but it's not. They cross the line into promoting terror. And that same conflation of the issue has happened in our college campuses, and we are normalizing that, crossing that threshold over
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. North African shows his qualities to French women. Very weird. I've seen that.
RFK's weird about vaccines, but he knows a lot about health-related issues. But you would be surprised by just how wildly wrong he can be when he is spouting alarming, official-sounding statistics.
We are 4.2% of the world's population. We buy 70% of the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. When I was a kid, I always say this, a typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his lifetime. Today, it's 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door. 20 years ago, there was no diabetes in China. Today, 50% of the population is diabetic.
Okay, so here's the thing. All the numbers you just heard him say are bullshit. Americans don't buy 70% of the drugs on Earth. We buy around 6%. 15% of American youth aren't on ADHD meds. Estimates put it closer to 5%. 1 in 3 kids don't have diabetes. It's actually 0.35%, or 1 in 285 kids. And the rate of diabetes in China is roughly 12%, not, as I think you already know, 50%. Half of all the people in China do not have diabetes. And look, we have asked our researchers to fact-check some dumb shit before on this show. Last year, we literally emailed J.D. Vance's team to ask, has Senator Vance ever had sex with a couch? And has Senator Vance ever had sex with any other furniture or household items? But somehow that was still less embarrassing than writing to multiple diabetes experts this week and asking, do half the people in China have diabetes?
Yeah. It's just stupid. I don't know how people can believe this shit.
We also understand that some people don't do that. The MMR vaccine that we currently use has millions of particles from were created from aborted fetal tissue.
That is not true.
Millions of DNA fragments.
There is no DNA in the MMR vaccine.
And there are people who have religious objections toward those, and those people should be treated with compassion. If they come to a hospital and they're sick, we need to know how to treat them. And one of the failures of the CDC in the past...
How in the fuck can he say this?
...is they weren't telling doctors, no kid should die of measles in this country. Even in 1963, before the introduction of the vaccine, there were 400 deaths a year, and there were up to 2 million measles cases. So it's only very, very sick kids should die from measles, and nobody should.
There's some that were saying that the rubella portion of the vaccine, and you were talking about the produced from the fetal cell line, originated from an abortion that took place in the 60s. But the MMR vaccine doesn't contain the cells in its final form.
It doesn't contain cells, but it contains DNA fragments.
Got it.
There's no DNA fragments.
And so that's your point.
Yeah, and people have religious objections to that. And although I might not share those objections, I respect them. And I think those people, a lot of the Mennonites told me, and I went down there and spent time with the community during the outbreak.
It's like actually insane. Claim that MMR vaccines contain millions of particles from aborted fetal tissue, millions of DNA fragments is misleading. Rubella components used fetal cell lines from 1960s, but the final vaccine has no fetal tissue or cells. Trace DNA fragments may remain, but they are harmless, not in millions. Vaccine is safe and effective, crucial for preventing measles, yeah. Who are you rooting for here? In France, Muslims don't like trans men. Jesus Christ, dude. Well, obviously the trans woman. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We're normalizing genocide.
We are normalizing the promotion of terror, and we are masking that. Excuse me, we are masking that we're pretending that is a free speech issue, and it's not. Free speech has a number of boundaries where we say it crosses that threshold, and they passed it here.
And one of them is inciting hatred and violence. Sharon, the irony of all this is that one of the most egregious things that Hamas did on October the 7th, where 3,000 of their terrorists poured over the border into Israel and basically killed every Jewish person they could find and get their hands on, is that one of the worst massacres they committed, in fact, the worst massacre in terms of total people who were killed, was the music festival. And there were young people enjoying a music festival. I mean, the irony of a band from Ireland, right, going to Coachella, one of the world's most famous music festivals, with their track record of only 4 months ago, saying, up Hamas. In other words, we support the group that destroyed young people's lives at a music festival like this. I found that one of the most shocking things about this, and I find they're lying. Their weaselly statement afterwards, apologising to the Amos and Cox families, who were the families of the British members of Parliament who were assassinated. But we never intended to cause you hurt. Really? You literally told your crowd to go and murder their MP, right? The only good Tory is a dead Tory was one of their other statements. And then said we never ever supported Hamas, when we literally have just watched the clip of them supporting Hamas, and then going to a music festival, knowing you support the terror group who destroyed music festival goers' lives.
It's the type of gaslighting
I blame Coachella. Coachella were warned. I know several people that sent letters way before, a month ago, and they ignored everybody. Everybody they ignored. And
well, yeah, Coachella's, they're terrorist supporters. So, yeah, they politically align with Kneecap.
They destroyed something that they'd built for years, that was beautiful, that was wonderful. People from all over the world would go and congregate, and they have destroyed it with one band. They have destroyed it because that band is full of hate.
Dude, it's too bad that Ozzy Osbourne can't come on here because he's like too fucking burnt out and whacked from all the drug use and shit, but that'd be hilarious.
Ignorance. They don't know all the facts. They cliche, those cliche headlines. I'm surprised they didn't use From the River to the Sea, and the genocide. It's all cliche.
Should they be banned from Glastonbury, Sharon?
Oh my God, I pray that they are. And if they're not, shame on Glastonbury, because Glastonbury, again, is for peace. It's just, idyllic for people who love music. And for it to be destroyed with one pathetic band that are full of hate is a disgrace. They were talking, this is about the wrong platform to do this. And as I said before, have your political beliefs. Doesn't change my world what you believe. Won't change what I feel inside, but not at a music festival. Wrong. The promoters are wrong. Everybody was wrong to allow this. The agents, how could you be an agent and represent this? How could you?
Yeah, well, let me ask.
Music.
Yeah, I agree. Let me ask DJ Vlad, just finally, where does this leave Kneecap? I mean, they've never been involved in a firestorm like this. Everything they've ever said is now being scoured over by people examining video footage, and so I'm sure more stuff will come out because they've obviously been doing this for years. Are they finished as a band, or will there be a kind of undercurrent of support for them from, what many would see as similarly misguided young people who might go along with this?
No, I don't think they're finished at all. Ultimately, this is the most promotion they've ever gotten in their lives. I've never heard of Kneecap up until
no, I haven't either. No.
I haven't. And they're definitely not canceled. They're not finished. They're going to be banned from certain places, but there's certain people that do agree with them, and they'll get a lot of support from those places as well. And like I said, I mean, you have freedom of speech, but not freedom from consequences. And ultimately, they're going to continue to do what they do to their core fan base, just like Kanye is continuing to do what he does. Trump continues to do what he does, and so forth. And I support their right to say what it is that they say. I support, I respect what Ahmed, that's your name, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Ahmed, I support your point of view as well. I've publicly been on the Breakfast Club and other platforms and said that both parties, both Israel and Palestine, have faults in the way they've handled this. But ultimately,
of course.
Yes.
We just don't need to allow this in our country. We don't need to give a visa to people. Sorry. No, I'm just saying, they may have the ability to say what they want and the freedom to say it, but we in America, we don't have to grant somebody access to bring their hateful ideology and import it into our country. Let them take that, leave it in Ireland, go somewhere else, go to Gaza. How about this? Why don't they do a show in Gaza and tell me how that goes on, or go to the West Bank and tell me how well received they are. We don't need to import their hate into our country, and the administration is well within their right to revoke a visa, to bar them from entry into this country.
Yeah, and let me ask. I agree. And let me ask that, mate, one question, which is, if this was an Israeli group, right, who were chanting similar stuff about Palestinians, do you think they'd be allowed to perform in Gaza?
No.
Exactly. So why should this lot be allowed to perform? So why should this lot be allowed to perform in countries where they're supporting a prescribed terror group and that country opposes it?
That's a fair question. I mean, there's a lot of hateful rhetoric coming from, Israeli settlers, Israeli ministers, Israeli leaders, and then they're paraded and given a red carpet arrival in Washington, D.C. and London when they're calling for the death of Arabs.
Pro-Palestinians, he has no ability to look in the mirror and see what is the hate.
Can I just be given the same 2 minutes to make some points without any accusations or interruptions?
Given you've interrupted everybody else, that's a bit rich, but yes, go on.
No, it's a bit rich. Okay, just give me 30 a minute. The British media, as I said earlier, is currently dissecting these videos of kneecap, okay, while completely ignoring the actual kneecaps of Palestinians that Israeli snipers have been shooting.
You made that point.
That's not the jurisdiction.
You made that point.
I just got 10. I was going to say, the point is that a soldier is bragging on social media about shooting 42 kneecaps. Real kneecaps. Did we have a segment about that soldier and the hatred?
Yeah, you know what? I've done probably, Ahmed, you know the irony of this? I've done more coverage of the Israel-Hamas war and had more people on from both sides than any other show in the world, right? So the idea I haven't covered stuff that's negative to Israel is bullshit.
If I condemn Hamas.
Yeah, do you?
But I'm saying
it might be bullshit. But what's also bullshit?
Do you condemn Hamas or not?
Do you condemn Hamas? Honestly, if you don't want me to talk, you're going to.
Do you condemn Hamas? Yes or no?
He won't do it. Piers,
hang on. I'm giving him a chance to respond. Ahmed, do you condemn Hamas? Yes or no? Do you or not?
Do you condemn Israel?
Why don't you answer my question?
Do you condemn genocide?
Can you answer my question?
Do you condemn ethnic cleansing?
Will you answer my question?
Do you condemn vaccinating children?
Will you answer my question?
Do you condemn torture of Palestinian prisoners?
All right, I'm going to leave it there. The viewers can make their own minds up on that.
Yeah, the guy's pro-terrorism. All these people just hate Jews. They want Jews to die. This guy openly admitted that he doesn't want Hamas to release the hostages. So the guy's a complete fucking wacko. Won't condemn Hamas. And then they just keep begging for sympathy. Like, oh, we should be able to do whatever we want to the Jews. Then when the Jews do anything back to us, wah. It's like that bully from school, you know, who like picks on you, bullies you, steals your lunch. Then when you punch him in the face, he goes and like cries to the teacher, he hit me. Like that's literally what these people do. They're just pathetic.
Somebody who just won't bring himself to condemn Hamas. That's fine. I can condemn Hamas and I can condemn Netanyahu.
Well,
that's called being intellectually honest, okay? You're not intellectually honest, Ahmed.
Try to make it seem as if I'm a terrorist because I
never called you a terrorist. I say, do you condemn Hamas?
Not you, but the rest of the guests did. Your guests did.
All right. Well, if you refuse to condemn them, people can draw their own conclusions.
Well, yeah, and if you refuse, like your guests, to condemn the murder of children, they can also draw their own.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. It's a very spirited debate.
Hezbollah stepped outside into the desert. Where are they now? Exactly. Hamas is hiding behind people.
Yeah.
That's why we're still talking about them today. Hezbollah was a much
What terrifies the political class isn't kneecap, it's accountability. We want to hold kneecap accountable for words.
You know what? I want to hold everybody accountable, Ahmed. I want to hold Hamas accountable. I want to hold the Israeli government accountable where they commit war crimes. Where they commit war crimes. I want to hold kneecap accountable. I want to hold everybody accountable. I want to hold all 5 of you panelists accountable. I want to hold myself accountable. I'm checking out. It's nearly 10 o'clock at night, and I'm done with this. Thank you all very much. Lovely to see you, Sharon.
Victory and peace.
Love you.
A fucking loser, dude.
As a percentage of GDP has roughly doubled since the mid-20th century, but it's still around half what it was in 1900. There are a number of factors that have driven this change, such as the size of the aging baby boomer generation, the unusual level of economic success that they've had over their lives, and the rise in real estate prices, which began growing faster than inflation in the 1960s. The Economist points out that governments publish very little data on the size of inheritances, so they did their own research on annual inheritance flows for a range of countries. They found that in advanced economies, inheritance...
They can never condemn terrorist acts but want us to believe they aren't anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it's just... it's just pathetic. Again, they're the bullies in school who act tough, but then as soon as you stand up to them, they whine and cry to the teacher and act like victims. That's exactly what they are. They're all fake tough guys. Oh yeah, Antifada, rise up, resistance. Oh no, you fought back? Oh, genocide, I'm a victim, someone please come and help me. I just hate those people so goddamn much. And it's especially pathetic when it's like these Americans or people living in America where they can do this with complete and utter safety, right? Like if you're a Palestinian, you join Hamas, you have to face some like really severe consequences from that. You can get shot and killed, blown up, captured, thrown in prison. These people can try to encourage terrorism in another country, and they will never have to face any of those fucking consequences. It's just like pathetic to such a fucking extreme. They're not even willing to take any consequences themselves. They're trying to have, like, poor, impoverished people do it for them, and then they try to act like fucking victims when they encourage somebody else to, you know, face the consequences. Thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade.
Were worth over 20% of GDP in 1900 as people passed on vast stock portfolios and estates. The value of inheritances collapsed in the wake of two world wars, hitting a low of around 5% of GDP in the United States by the late 1970s, before bouncing back. By the end of the 2010s, inheritances were worth, on average, 10% of GDP. This year, according to their calculations, people across the rich world will inherit around $6 trillion. Inheritances collapsed after the two world wars, as a lot of wealth was tied up in European real estate, which was destroyed during the wars. High inflation afterwards eroded the value of cash and government bonds. Waves of nationalisation and wealth taxes wiped out wealth too. One of the more interesting things that The Economist found in their research was that inheritances relative to national income grow much faster in slow-growing countries than they do in high-growth countries. They found that in the fastest-growing countries like the United States and Ireland, the ratio of inheritances to national income grew the least, while the ratio grew the fastest in Italy, where the economy abruptly stopped growing in the mid-1990s. In fact, looking at the chart, Italian inheritance flows relative to national income took off right as the economy stagnated, rising from around 7% of national income in 1990 to around 19% by 2023 when their data ends. According to their research, 60% of today's Italian billionaires inherited their wealth. A 2014 paper by Kaplan and Rao shows the opposite has happened in the United States, where the percentage of Americans in the Forbes 400 who came from wealthy families declined significantly since the 1980s. According to that paper, there are fewer people on the Forbes 400 list who took over family businesses, and there are more self-made business people like Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Philip Knight, and Stephen Schwarzman, who had an upper...
Yeah, they were upper middle class. Even describing them as upper middle class is kind of a reach.
Middle-class upbringing and eventually built their own successful companies. As a share of output, annual inheritance flows have doubled in France since the 1960s and nearly tripled in Germany since the 1970s. Before looking at why stagnant economies can become inheritocracies, let me tell you about today's video sponsor, Surfshark. Surfshark has been by surfshark.com/boil to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. Click the link in the description to sign up today. There are a few things likely driving the dynamic where inheritance has grown in importance relative to earned income in low-growth economies. Firstly, in a place where the pace of economic growth has slowed, wage growth will have slowed too, as will business profitability for the self-employed. When incomes are no longer growing, inheritances will start to matter a lot more, and older people who earn...
Yep, and the irony is that so many pro-Palestinians I meet are also pro-LGBTQ or feminist. Israel is one of the few countries in the Middle East that would welcome the same ideologies they espouse, yet they choose to side with those that hate them.
Yeah, people are just fucking retarded, dude. It would be funny if you could have these people visit Gaza or the West Bank and then get fucking attacked and see how quickly their whole opinion would change. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
I thought they cared about SoCal just so why are they letting the people in poor countries take the bullet for them literally?
Well, because they don't actually care about social justice. They're just retarded anti-Semitic fascists. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Their money when the economy was more vibrant will have built up greater savings than can be accumulated in the new slow-growth economy. Secondly, when economies stagnate, central banks often respond by cutting interest rates to revive growth. Lower interest rates inflate asset prices like real estate and stocks, so those who already have savings invested will see better returns in such an environment. It's hard to know how young people who are about to receive these large inheritances will spend them. Merrill Lynch points out that young investors are more skeptical of traditional investments and are more open to new financial products like crypto, private equity, and direct investment in companies. They say that young investors are attracted to the idea of founding their own companies or brands too. According to their research, 82% of investors between the ages of 21 and 43 consider a company's environmental, social, and governance record, while only 35% of investors 44 and older take that into account. Wealth passing from the older generation to the younger generation could mean that money is invested quite differently over time. One of the worries about businesses being passed on from founders to their children or grandchildren is that these transfers of wealth could slow overall economic growth. The heirs to family fortunes become wealthy through inheritance rather than through their own efforts, and these non-merit-based wealth transfers could reduce economic vibrancy, as capital is no longer in the hands of risk-takers and innovators. The story of Vanderbilt's wealth being squandered, or Booth Tarkington's book, The Magnificent Ambersons, warns of how wealthy heirs may mismanage their inheritance, which doesn't just erode their own wealth, but can strip opportunity from the employees of the great firms that they inherited. The Magnificent Ambersons tells the story of a wealthy Midwestern family whose fortune declines over 3 generations during a period of rapid industrialization. The decline of the Amberson family fortune is contrasted in the book with the growth of the town and other families who are busy building wealth through hard work. The book warns that if future generations are wasteful and don't keep up with technological changes, that inherited wealth can gradually waste away over time. Declining birth rates, which we've discussed in the past on this channel, are also affecting inheritances. People with fewer children find it
Which Olympia has the best biceps? Think to this day, still Schwarzenegger.
Easier to accumulate wealth, as children are both expensive to raise and consume a lot of parents' time.
I think the only, like, if you're talking about Mr. Olympia winner, I think it would have to be Schwarzenegger. Out of, like, any IFBB pro that's competed in the Olympia, I think Lee Priest and Kevin Levrone would have to be at the top, if not the very top.
Barricading Jewish students on campus, vandalizing temples and Jewish-owned businesses, harassing or attacking Jews on Passover, ignoring conflicts in other Arab countries, idolizing Hitler, tearing down posters. Oh, but Judaism is separate from Zionism.
Yeah. It's all a cope, right? It's crypto-fascism. It's just a way of having plausible deniability, and it's all bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Parents with fewer children can accumulate more wealth. On top of this, heirs with fewer siblings can expect to, on average, inherit more, as there are fewer children to divide the inheritance between. This doesn't affect the ratio of inheritance to national income, but it does mean that young people who do inherit can expect their inheritance to be larger than inheritances would have been in the past when they were divided between more children. Using British data, The Economist estimates that falling birth rates have raised the amount going to the average heir by around $75,000, which is 24% higher than in the past. While there's been a lot of press about millennials being angry that the boomer generation were able to buy houses at a much younger age than millennials could, millennials who are now in their 40s have caught up on Generation X. The asset management firm Vanguard recently projected that over $18 trillion in wealth will be handed down globally by 2030 in the largest intergenerational transfer of assets in history, with much of it being transferred from boomers to millennials. A breakdown of the type of assets owned by the different generations in the United States from the FT shows.
Forgot my namification when I tell her there's a lot of anti-capitalist grifters who secretly drank the Kool-Aid that Jews control the world with their money. They're cheering on the Pallies to keep killing because to them it's just one less capitalist on the way towards commie utopia. Well, yeah, so for left-wingers, that's definitely a big part of it, but the reason why so many of these lefties hate, like, the idea of capitalism and shit, it's because they're losers. It's not because they're sad that, oh, there's poor people and capitalism, like, you know, creates homelessness or anything. They're just mad that somebody has it better than them and they're not smart enough or they don't work hard enough to get what somebody else has. So they're just trying to steal wealth away from other people so that they can feel better about their own loser-ass bullshit. That's where most of that mentality comes from. It's not the idea of trying to lift up, you know, impoverished people. It comes from the idea of trying to take down rich people. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
They're not gonna make it VG.
Abby Chatfield is crying because people are dehumanizing and triggering her. This comes after 2 years of her dehumanizing Zionists. Maybe some people just aren't cut out for politics. Who's Abby Chatfield?
Stop lying about my character and my intentions. I get it enough from people on the right and trolls and men that hate me and want to threaten me and want me dead. Please stop dehumanizing me. With Dr. Mustafa, or at least saying they will. No matter what I do.
You know, I notice she's not actually crying. I'm not seeing any real tears come out. Yeah, this is all just attention seeking. She's not actually crying or upset. She's just acting and doing it really poorly. What a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, retard. Randy, donate $2. How many languages do you speak and at what level? English and, speak English fairly well, I'd say. Thanks for the donation, Randy.
Wow, they really don't care about SoCal justs then.
No, not at all. Not one bit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Goes to huge amounts of real estate and equities owned by the boomer generation, which will pass to younger generations in the coming years. We've talked about the differences between self-made billionaires and those who inherited billions, but most heirs are not inheriting vast fortunes or anything like that. Most will be inheriting a family home or a cut of the proceeds from its sale. One of the main reasons that inheritances have gotten so big in recent decades is that home prices have gone up so much.
Yeah.
On top of that, the generation that benefited the most from real estate ownership, the baby boomers, is a really large cohort, and soon they will be passing it on to their children and grandchildren. There are stories of taxi drivers or maids who bought what were once affordable homes in cities like New York, San Francisco, or London many years ago, which are today worth a fortune.
Well, the thing is, too, though, home prices are probably going to go down like fucking crazy once all the old people are dead. Like, once the boomers die or sell their homes or pass it on to their kids, then move into some smaller property and then again wither away, die. Like, the replacement rate is so low. Unless they try to compensate for that massively with immigration. And even then, home prices are still going to go down because these first-generation immigrants, they're probably not going to be able to afford a home. So rental prices might increase if there's not more rental properties. But yeah, a lot of... If they just try to make up for the decrease in population with immigration, there's still probably going to be a big dip in home prices because they're going to be renting. They're not really going to be buying a home.
This boom in asset values means that not only are inheritances larger, but also that they're now worth fighting over too. According to the FT, more than double the number of probate disputes were brought before.
Yeah, I can't really speak French. They made me take French up until, I think I had to take it in grade 9 only. It might have been all the way up till grade 10, though. But I used to be able to speak a little bit, but I can't really anymore. I can understand some of it, but I can't speak it really at all.
For the High Court in 2023 than occurred in 2016. Having wealthy parents or grandparents is, of course, not the only way to get rich. As the older generation has gotten wealthier and wealthier, some ambitious young people, instead of focusing on...
What do you see happening when automation makes it so there's less jobs than people? There's going to be a tipping point where there's going to have to be universal basic income. So the productivity that automation or machines are going to be doing is going to have to be taxed. And then that tax money is going to go into UBI. So, like, let's say a machine can do whatever job. Let's say factory line assembly, paperwork, just general office work. Like, there's that list of tasks is gonna keep expanding and expanding and expanding. Let's say if there's no need for taxi drivers anymore and there's automated vehicles. So that automatic vehicle, whatever revenue it's generating from its use, it's going to be taxed. There's going to have to be some calculation on what a human would make for that job. That level of income is going to be taxed. So let's say it's like $15 an hour. And then that money is just going to be given to X person. Like, that's going to happen eventually. It's probably going to be a weird transitioning point where there's like a lot of people out of work and can't do anything. That may be avoided, though, because there's going to be less people. So with less people having children, the amount of working age people is going to decrease. So there may, in fact, be so few people that most of those jobs that are being replaced, it doesn't really matter, because the people that do exist, the little jobs that they can do, they can easily get a job. But like eventually, yeah, it's going to happen where like AI and automation can do like literally everything.
And climbing the corporate ladder have gotten rich through predatory marriage, which the FT reports has grown hugely since the pandemic. You do have to time this sort of thing well, though, keeping in mind that people are living longer than ever before. In the United States, the average inheritance has quadrupled since 1995. Back then, of the people who received an inheritance, the average inheritance was $100,000. Today, it's close to $400,000. In Britain, 1 in 6 of those born in the 1960s.
If they didn't implement UBI at all, what would happen? Well, people would be broke as hell, and then they'd just start like lighting shit on fire. So, if most people end up losing their jobs to machines and then they have to go homeless, they're just going to start lighting everything on fire. Similar thing is sort of happening in China. People literally aren't getting paid for the work they're doing. It's not because of automation. It's just because of a variety of economic issues happening in China, like corporate corruption, immigrant labor, businesses going bankrupt, not being able to pay their employees, shit like that. But disgruntled workers are literally just lighting factories on fire in retaliation. Similar thing would happen in the US or Canada or anywhere if everyone's just losing their job to machines.
60s can expect
and
to
they're not
receive
getting
an inheritance
compensated.
that exceeds 10 years of average annual earnings for their generation. For those born in the 1980s, the ratio rises to 1 in 3. In the United States, baby boomers own 37% of the housing stock, while making up around 20% of the population. They own 57% of the vacation homes and 58% of America's rental
Dude, that is fucking crazy. Fuck baby boomers.
properties. Boomers own private companies too, including 41% of US small businesses, which are collectively worth almost $8 trillion. Many are not planning on passing their businesses down
Holy
to their kids
fuck.
and are instead selling their businesses so that they're spending money for their retirement and so that they can give cash to the next generation, allowing them to pursue their own dreams rather than forcing them to run the family business. Many parents and grandparents are not waiting until they pass before transferring wealth to the younger generation. They're helping their children and grandchildren out with down payments for houses, paying for private school tuition, and helping out with expenses like student loans. According to research from Legal and General, if the bank of mum and dad was an actual bank, it would be one of the 10 biggest mortgage lenders in the United States. As great as this is for young people from wealthy families, others have no wealthy relatives to borrow.
Does this mean the start of a possible robot apocalypse VG?
No, not necessarily. I wouldn't expect that. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Borrow from and stand to inherit nothing in the coming years. Federal Reserve data shows that.
Is it worth dedicating my life to research the microbiome to help cure gut-related illnesses that are caused by microbiome, or would it take that be a stupid career choice? That would probably be a stupid career choice. Especially since these fields are using AI acceleration, I probably wouldn't bother. Retard, donate $2. Let me see.
You don't give a fuck about America. You're on the side that kills children, 50 million babies in the last 50 fucking years, 325,000 children fucking sex trafficked, 50,000 little girls had their because of the way your party votes. You're leading us to a path that only leads in violence, and I want to know why.
So, would you agree that Kilmar, Abreu Garcia, has the right to a presumption of innocence of the people who are accusing him of crimes? Yes or no?
Why are you continuing
Will you
to
answer the
argue
question?
positions that will bring society to violence?
So should there be a presumption of innocence? Yes or no?
For an illegal alien? No, he's
Okay.
not f***ing innocent.
So,
He's here illegally. Deport him. Why do you want American citizens to pay more f***ing money to bring him back to deport him again? That's
We have a constitution. We should follow it. That's what being American means. So should we follow the Constitution or not, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so if the Constitution, so he just said we should follow the Constitution. If the Constitution says that these people do get due process rights, should we follow that?
So the Constitution...
Yes or no?
No.
So you don't think we should follow the Constitution when you decide?
Dude. They're fascists. They don't care about the Constitution. They just invoke it when they think it's convenient for them. And then they say, don't follow the Constitution when it's inconvenient. They're just fascists. It's all they fucking are. They're crypto-fascists. Thanks for the donation, retard.
That the top 1% of recipients in the United States will receive 50% of the overall wealth transfers, and that 60% of Americans will inherit less than $5,000. Many argue that inheritances only make inequality worse, and that they should be reduced by a redistributive inheritance tax. But in the United States and in most of the rest of the world, inheritance taxes are amongst the most hated forms of taxation. Surveys show...
Dodo Donatello, speaking of the Constitution, VG. Trump hilariously calls toy firm Mattel a country. What? Oh my god, fucking CrossFit.
With companies like Ford and Mattel recently saying they're going to raise prices on certain products, how long do you think the American public is going to be patient and wait for you?
Well, I think they're saying that just to try and negotiate deals with me. They're not. Look, tariffs are the most misunderstood thing maybe in any form of business, anywhere in business. Oftentimes the country picks them up. Oftentimes the company picks it up. The people don't pick it up. Okay, the people don't pick it up. And if Ford did that, they wouldn't sell any cars. And if Mattel, I don't know, I'm not so sure. They also said they're the only country I've heard. They said, well, we're going to go counter. We're going to try going someplace else. That's okay. Let him go, and we'll put 100% tariff on his toys.
Who in the hell has never heard of the Mattel toy company?
And he won't sell one toy in the United States, and that's their biggest market. I heard that. I mean, I watched this guy talking about how I'm going to go counter. I said,
like, dude, people rail on Biden for the most minor gaffes, and he called Mattel a country?
well, I wouldn't want to have him as an executive too long. The Ford people I know very well. What they're doing is...
What a retard. Americans voted for that. Again... I'm predicting it. There's going to be a massive revolt against Trump if there are less toys under the Christmas tree for people's kids. So if these tariffs actually impact like toy prices and people can't afford as many presents for their kids, everyone is going to realize, oh, this was a bad idea. Americans are dumb. They're stupid, okay? So once they're looking for RC cars or Barbie dolls or whatever for their kids, and they can't buy as much stuff for their kids for Christmas, it's over for Trump. Everyone's gonna fucking turn on him. Watch the approval rate just fucking nosedive. And it's funny how it's that of all things, not like the insurrection or getting civilly liable for rape. Like, yeah, it's that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
That people hate inheritance taxes as they believe that parents should be able to support their children by passing on their savings because they feel that inheritance tax is a tax on income which has already been taxed. They also worry that an inheritance tax might cause the wealthy to move abroad, and they worry that an inheritance tax encourages consumption above investment. UK surveys show that voters find inheritance taxes unfair and believe they should be reduced or abolished. Surprisingly, opposition to inheritance and estate taxes is even stronger among the poor than the rich. Milton Friedman discussed this topic many years ago on his Free to Choose TV show. He argued that from an economist's point of view, it's surprising how parents who know that their children are likely to be wealthier than they are still want to save money so that they can pass something on to the next generation, and that parents appear to value their children's consumption above their own. Not all boomers plan on passing their wealth on to their kids. Bill Gates has said that he intends to pass on less than 1% of his wealth to his children, and he told the FT this week that he plans to spend his entire fortune over the next 20 years on global health development and education. Brian Johnson, the anti-aging influencer, says that he expects to live forever, so he'll likely need all of his money to spend on things like hair dye and embarrassing his son. Even the boomers who are spending all their money and plan on passing nothing on to their kids will still be transferring wealth to younger generations, who seldom.
Trump's ambassador to Israel said this is nonsense, but also I don't trust any of Trump's lackeys.
Gulf of Diplomatic source claimed President Donald Trump will issue a declaration regarding the state of Palestine and American recognition of it, that there will be the establishment of a Palestinian state without the presence of Hamas. According to Grok, the statement's unconfirmed. It doesn't sound like something Trump would say. Trump would, like, the way he's been speaking, he either wants Palestine to be a U.S.-controlled territory, or he wants Israel to own it, clearly. So, if something to this effect was said, it's probably like a misrepresentation or misquote, where he probably said something more like, oh, imagine if we controlled Palestine, it would be beautiful. We could have real estate development, Trump casinos everywhere. It'll just be beautiful. We need to make Palestine, the 51st U.S. state. Give Palestine U.S. statehood if Hamas is taken out. Like, something like that. So, it doesn't sound realistic. So I would say this is improbable. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
The goods and services they are consuming. Many boomers are uncomfortable with the idea of passing wealth to their children while they're still alive, even if their kids have a greater need for money today than they will in the future. Many boomers feel this way because they didn't get handouts from their parents or inherit large sums of money either. As Ben Carlson points out on his blog, baby boomers were brought up by parents who lived through the Great Depression, didn't accumulate much wealth, often died in their 60s or 70s, and drilled a mindset of scarcity into their boomer kids. While the boomers became big spenders later in life, having received no big handouts from their own parents while they were still alive, and only getting an inheritance when their parents passed away, many boomers feel that that's just how things should work. Carlson points out that millennials spend way more money than baby boomers did at the same age, driving nicer cars and desiring bigger, more opulent homes. They travel more than their parents did, spend more on technology, and are more willing to pay up for convenience. He says that millennials spend more on their own kids than boomers did and don't understand why their parents seem reluctant to help them out. He argues that intergenerational conflict can be reduced if families talk about money more often. Adult kids often believe that their parents are wealthier than they actually are, and the older generation often don't understand the pressures that their adult kids are facing. The biggest driver of the inheritance boom is the boom in global housing prices, which is partially driven by restrictive planning policies in most of the developed world. These policies have restricted supply, pushing ordinary home prices higher, such that they're out of reach to many young people. The value of buildings owned by Britons has risen from just over £1 trillion, which was 130% of GDP in the mid-1990s, to just under £7 trillion, which is 270% of British GDP today. As housing has become more and more expensive, in particular in big cities, a 90th percentile income no longer pays for a 90th percentile lifestyle. Had the housing stock grown in line with population growth, people would still be inheriting homes from their parents and grandparents, but it wouldn't be such a big deal. The houses they would be inheriting would be the exact same ones, but the price tags attached to those houses would be much more modest. A 20-year research project by the Williams Group, covering 3,200 families, found that 70% of wealthy families lose their wealth by the second generation and 90% by the third. Wealth can get wiped out in family squabbles and lawsuits, or young beneficiaries can lose everything in foolish investments. This can be a bigger issue when the inheritances are larger and made up of cash, securities, or business ownership. It's a little bit more unusual for an heir to lose a family home which they inherited. According to research by Charles Schwab, young adults might have unrealistic expectations about their future finances. Their research shows that young adults expect to retire younger than their parents, but save less for retirements than their parents did. And only 40% of young adults, according to their research, can pass a basic financial literacy test. 53% of young adults, according to the same survey, expect an inheritance from their parents, when only 21% of people ever receive one. If you found this video interesting, you should watch this one next. Don't forget to check out our sponsor.
Well, we will see. I think Sargon had an interesting video recently. Not that. What's his other channel name? He has another channel. Not that one. Dodo Tellers, don't you think Frank will look normal once the inflammation comes down? He said his eyes are straight. It's just the inflammation, fresh surgery. Well, no, his eyes are pointing in crazy different directions. Some of that may be from the inflammation, but he's probably going to need some other strabismus surgery. And again, his eyes still likely won't perfectly align. So I doubt it. I've had friends, it's not from surgery, it's like a genetic thing, where their eyes don't perfectly align in every direction. I had a friend who could look right, left, down, but if he looked up, his right eye would aim outward and then back up again. So chances are he's never going to have normal eye alignment. Best case scenario, he's still going to have misalignment in marginal situations. So like if he looks up, his eyes might point in different directions, but if he looks straight forward, they'll point straight. But if he looks far right or far left, it might be a little misaligned, like something like that. So I don't think he's ever going to have perfect alignment ever again. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Yeah, what's Sargon's second channel? Saw Vegan Gains eating at a Chick-fil-A before. I don't know why he pretends to be vegan. It's weird. I've literally never even been to Chick-fil-A. What's his second fucking channel? There we go, COD Daily. Retard donate $2, let me see. Oh, Tommy Sotomayor is great. Jews are so crafty, they started a museum about Hollywood.
Jews are so crafty, they started a museum about Hollywood and kept their own names out of the museum about Hollywood because they knew it would give credence to everybody saying they own Hollywood. They have a black section of this museum, a woman section of this museum, but they will not big up the people who started Hollywood and currently run it. Are you telling me they're ashamed of it?
There could be a few explanations for this. One, it's just not what the museum's about. It's not really about the founders or some of the CEOs and business people. It's just about, like, big name Hollywood celebrities. I'm not too familiar with this museum. 2, some of these people just don't want to be famous. You know, a lot, like, there's a reason why there's people in front of the camera and behind the camera. The people behind the camera don't want to be in front of the camera. So they just may not have a personal interest with being a big name, being known. They just rather keep private lives. And the other explanation is, yeah, they're afraid of anti-Semitism. I don't see an issue with any of those reasons. Like, yeah, if they're cognizant of anti-Semitism and they don't want to promote anti-Semitism and hatred, and, like, they're fearful of what people might do to them, their families, if their names are out there because they're Jewish, like, yeah, it just makes perfect sense. I don't know why that's an indication that these people are dishonest, untrustworthy, or anything like that. I'm not sure what Tommy Sotomayor's view, like, if he's anti-Semitic in any way or not, but that does seem a little anti-Semitic, and we know he's racist for sure. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
This went viral in a bunch of Indian subreddits. Hassan thought he had it before lol.
Sovereignty of another state and strikes civilian targets is a fucking rogue terrorist state. She didn't even say India is a terrorist rogue state. I think she just said India is a rogue state. But I would go so far as to say, yeah, they're doing terrorism. Also, her analysis on the matter is putting the BJP guy in a
He's literally a fascist. Name any conflict. Any conflict. He sides with the fascists.
very different light. Like she's coming across way more restrained and way more informed instead of just simply saying, I don't give a shit that there's no evidence, no direct ties to Pakistan involvement in the terror attack that took place. Who gives a fuck? They've been doing this for 30 years. We have to get blood. Seems a little crazy to say, especially when you're trying to defend your position in the Western world by presenting yourself as like a...
Buddy, they were hiding Osama bin Laden. The idea that the government in some way isn't involved, like, are you fucking retarded?
Reasonable, restrained, sovereign nation state.
And then attack at will and kill civilians, women, children, send them to hospitals in large...
I'm sorry, I'm vehemently anti-Modi and his agenda, but to call India a rogue terrorist state is absolutely incorrect. I mean, this severe escalation that violates all... This is a rogue terrorist action, a rogue terrorist state action. That's precisely what that was, what happened, like, just like what Russia has done in Ukraine.
What really makes all of these situations more annoying is knowing Hassan gets paid way too much money to say these things. Like, he should be broke. But again, one of the biggest streamers on the planet, who is a multimillionaire, says the most insane, retarded, dumb fuck shit and supports terrorism. Like, this guy should be, like, Sneeko, banned everywhere, not allowed to fucking stream, be deplatformed, and maybe he could find some, like, really shitty streaming site that nobody fucking cares about, and he makes no fucking money. Like, that's what it should be, but no, this is, like, literally the biggest political streamer. It's just crazy how retarded the world is, dude. Thanks for the donation, retard.
So this is apparently San Francisco's hot girl walk that was almost entirely Asian, it seems. And this is one of the photos from it. And this just makes me wonder what kind of perspective these people have on the world. Because, I mean, it's a strange thing.
Couldn't fucking give two shits what Curl King has to say about anything. Don't even bother mentioning that guy. Could not fucking care less.
Say, right, we're going to go on a hot girl walk, as in, we are going to self-describe as hot. We're going to go for a walk through San Francisco, presumably in the countryside or whatever, wherever. And this is a kind of collective vanity that we're going to put on display because it invites judgment. And I can't help but want to judge this because it's very weird that these women don't see themselves as average, because I see them as average. Now, I just want to be clear. I'm not saying I am some great beauty or something. I'm not a looker. I've had to struggle with not being a looker my whole life. I would, if I had to judge myself, I'd say I'm probably a 5 out of 10, right? So I wonder why these ladies don't judge themselves at about 5 out of 10. It's not that they're unattractive. They're not unattractive, but they're not hot. They're just really normal looking. And that's fine. That's normal, actually. Most people are pretty normal looking. And if you met one and you felt an emotional connection with them, that in and of itself makes a woman more attractive looking. I guarantee it. And so you would find that woman particularly attractive. You would find her more beautiful than just looking at a photo would suggest. And things move from there. To describe themselves as hot women is just, I mean, they're just really normal. Like, they're just really normal looking women. On a somewhere between 4 and 6 maybe. They're just, and it's loads of Asians for some reason. Loads of Asian women who, I can't describe just how peculiar I find this phenomenon, because it seems like a massive cope, right? It seems insane to go out of your way to describe yourself as attractive. I mean, there's the hubris of putting that on the internet. And the reason that the original post has been deleted, as you can see, this post is unavailable because it got deleted, is because, well, a lot of people...
I don't know if the idea behind this is like some dumb feminist shit where everyone's beautiful, so then obviously you only really get ugly or normal looking chicks go out for it. Hot Girl Walk is a 4-mile walk where you think about 3 things you're grateful for, your goals, how you achieve them, previous achievements, let yourself feel proud of all you've accomplished, how hot you are after you've taken account for your gratitude, achievement, goals, you begin to feel confident. Yeah, okay. I don't think he researched this at all. The idea behind this event is feminist self-empowerment, believe you're beautiful, appreciate yourself. So no shit, only ugly girls are going to show up to this. Like, only ugly girls are going to need something like that. So yeah.
Saw it and were like, hang on a second. I have judgments to make about this. And I mean, that was silly, right? You knew that was coming, surely. Especially as you're not a bunch of supermodels. You're a bunch of very normal looking women.
I have no idea why they're all Asian. This might just be a small friend group where they're mostly Asian chicks and they're only part of this hot girl walk. Or it's just like in an Asian neighborhood, maybe.
who must spend your days being very normal. And so why do you think of yourselves as supermodels? Now, the answer could be something like Instagram, right? It could be makeup, it could be filters, it could be this kind of collective culture of the results in the dating market that they were expecting. And I say this because this video of another San Francisco located Asian woman who thinks of herself as a 9 or a 10, wondering why she can't get a man, has gone viral on Twitter. And this is, again, another fascinating thing. A woman definitely thinking that she is more attractive than she is, wondering why none of the men around her are interesting to her, and why she can't get the man that she's looking for. So we'll watch this, because this is just remarkable, absolutely remarkable.
If you're a man in your 30s and you're single and you live in New York or San Francisco, please stay. Everyone else can swipe up. Great, now that I have the attention of the people that I need, I have a question for you. So we are in our 30s. See, there's a group of us. We're all single. I would say all my friends are pretty much like 9 out of 10. Great.
Right. So start with, and again, I don't want to be mean or anything. I'm not trying to be mean, but you're in your 30s. That is definitely something that counts against you when you're trying to date, especially if you're a woman. It's not the same for men. Men in their 30s have usually acquired some resources, some experience, some gravitas. Unless you're a man, unless as a man you're really hot, you really have to wait till your late 20s, early 30s before you start getting successful with women. Trust me, I know from being an average guy, and this is the experience. But also, we're all 9 out of 10s. You're not a 9 out of 10.
Retard potato homunculus, $22. Retard potato homunculus. I'm going to be a dad. It's funny how well that fits over his face. That's funny. Thanks for the thanks for the donation, retard potato homunculus.
You're not unattractive right now. 7 maybe is a fair, I think, thing. I mean, I don't want to start critiquing the shape of her face or anything. Maybe it's the camera angle that makes her face look longer than it actually is, and her cheekbones look like higher than they actually are. But I personally really would not give this woman 9 out of 10. And so I can't help but feel that her being in San Francisco, as she says, and an Asian woman, part of this community, maybe there's a kind of collective delusion that's going around where they all just think, actually, no, we're all super hot because we're not morbidly obese or something. And it's like, okay, but you're not. You're quite average, and you're in your 30s. So please go on.
Great in all sorts of ways. Hot, stunning, beautiful, great personality.
Okay. You're reasonably attractive, but this kind of self-aggrandizement actually speaks to character flaws and personality flaws in people that otherwise would probably be more attractive if they were, I don't know, a little more humble, maybe a little less up their own asses about how great they are. And the thing is, you're all probably earning a fair amount of money as well, because you're probably working in, some nice office job where you're making 100K a year or whatever. And so you're also thinking, right, I've got to date upwards. I need a man who's making more money than me. I'm in my 30s, and I've had affirmative action getting me to tops of my email jobs. Why is it the only other guys who are going to be making this kind of money are kind of antisocial losers who I'm not really into? Where are the sort of, Chad men, and why aren't I dating them? It's like, well, you're not as attractive as you think. You're in your 30s, and you are clearly in some sort of tech sector because you're in San Francisco. You're in the wrong place. You're not going to meet these men. And even if you do, you might be earning like twice as much as them. As a man, I wouldn't want to date a woman who's earning twice as much as me, even if I thought she was a 9 out of 10. Even if she did have the world's...
I think I'd preferentially date a woman who makes more than me, just because I know she's not going to be able to take any of my money. So Yeah, this day and age, I don't know why that would be a turnoff. Yeah, sure. Date a girl who makes more money than you. Then if you're living together, she's not going to be able to get a lawyer and say, he owes me this money, spousal support, this and that. Why would you ever... I don't see how anybody could consider that like a downside.
Greatest personality, actually, your earning capacity counts against you in how attractive men find you. I know this is wild for feminists and the sort of feminist culture of San Francisco to understand, but actually, out-earning...
Andrea Burgess, Tony Teller's Happy Mother's Day. Did you get me anything? Are you going to call me later? Probably not, since you're useless as a son, despite me helping you, raising you, feeding you. You are cold to me. My mom's literally here. I think right now she's sleeping upstairs. But yeah, we hung out today. We went to some mountain bike trails today, and my fucking chain snapped on my mountain bike. Like 5 minutes in. So that was kind of stupid. But yeah, she's here today. We're probably gonna go rollerblading a bit and then get some vegan Chinese food tomorrow. Thanks for the donation, though, Andrea Burgess.
Being a man is unattractive for that man. Really, you unfortunately, this is just a hard fact of life. I hate to tell you, because the kind of man that you want to attract wants to be the breadwinner, and if he's not going to be the breadwinner, well, then that changes the kind of status of the relationship.
And great jobs, but
see, great jobs. That's again, you're over 30. You've got real kind of narcissistic tendencies, it seems, and you earn loads of money. And it's like, okay, men would rather date a waitress who earned virtually nothing, but looked exactly like you and didn't go around saying, I'm super hot and great, why can't I find a man? Like,
all else held equal, you are fucking stupid if you wouldn't preferentially date a wealthier woman. Like, you're actually fucking dumb. You'll only hear this from people who are not aware of, these dumb marriage laws, even if you don't get married, like common law relationships. Women can still get money from you in a common law relationship. It's fucking insane. If you have a woman who's a roommate that you're dating and you make more money than her, she can literally still apply for shit like spousal support. It's fucking crazy. So, no, all else held equal, same person, basically. It is stupid if you choose the poorer person.
Opinion on Indian and Pakistan war.
I hope India wins. Pakistan's a fucking shithole and they support terrorism. Thanks for the donation, Mikey.
Who's just normal. Just a normal person, frankly, with their personality. That would be better. An unemployed woman would have more chance with the men that you're thinking of than you do. And I know that's hard to compute. But I've been told my whole life, men and women are equals. I've been told my whole life, women should be girl bosses and earn loads of money and do lots of work. And it's like, okay, but now you're in your 30s, childless and single, and no man wants to go near you. What was it all for? Did it work out as you thought? Why don't you understand what nature has intended?
single as a Pringle. And a lot of us think that the men in New York are just exponentially better. But then on TikTok, it's like New York men are equally as bad as SF men. But here's the problem with men. They feel really one note. Everyone.
So just to be clear, I imagine loads of men in New York and probably in San Francisco, though I imagine there's a sort of selection bias in San Francisco, are just normal themselves. And if you're if you're a regular dude in like San Francisco or New York and you're earning like 50 or 60 grand a year, which would have been enough normally to make you look like a reasonable prospect to a normal woman who wasn't earning 3 or 4 times your wage, you doubtless would have been able to find a man, the kind of man that you're into. Because the kind of man, I've watched this already, the kind of man she talks about is the sort of tech bros, you know, the sort of nerdy tech guys who themselves are on like $250,000 a year, but they're just like, you know, the autistic tech guys. They're not, she's not into them. And I'm not.
Yeah, Ricky Ricardo, women will act like stupid, entitled fucking cunts whether they make more money than you or less than you. It's entirely based on how you act. So if it can work both ways in either situation. If they feel like they can get control of you in some way, they're going to act like fucking crazy bitches. Whether they make more money than you or less money than you. It's entirely how you react to them. If you act in a strong manner and show that you have control, then they're not going to behave that way.
I'm not saying she has to be into them, but like, you're choosing to work and live in a place that attracts these guys en masse, and you're wondering, okay, I've got a bunch of things in the anti column that I don't realize are in the anti column. I've got very few things in the pro column, and I'm trying to barter using those with a bunch of guys I'm not interested in. No wonder you're so single.
One is a software engineer. Everyone's in tech. Everyone's like quite vanilla.
You're in San Francisco. What did you expect?
They don't really have high or any EQ.
Right, yeah, they're autistic. Right, they're guys who play map games in their spare time. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I know these are my people. I know exactly what you're talking about. You will have to settle for one at some point, and you won't be happy with it.
And like the conversations just feel like I am going to pluck my eyeballs out. It's either like these men want to get married tomorrow or like don't know how to date. And it's just like, well, where's the normal people? The normal men. So I know.
Well, weirdly, normal men aren't attracted to hyper-focused, incredibly specific, highly technical sort of programming or engineering jobs like that. Normal men are doing normal jobs, but you massively outrank them with your earning capacity, so you don't even see them. And you're looking around for essentially a unicorn. And okay, let's say you find your unicorn. I think a lot of other women are going to be looking for that unicorn as well. So how do you actually stack up? Well, if a woman's in her 20s and more attractive than you because you're not actually a 9 out of 10, I think the unicorn's going to make a different decision. It's also, she might be a little bit more humble, frankly. I mean, it wouldn't be difficult to be more humble.
I'm going to get a lot of hate in the comments, but I am curious. Are the men in New York better? Is it?
I love that it's the men that are the problem. Right. Absolutely. At no point is she like, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the person who's got either misaligned expectations, an overinflated sense of self, and I have placed myself specifically in the one town on earth that massively overrepresents for schlubby autistic nerds. How is the men's fault? It's obviously your own fault here. And again, I'm sorry, you're not 9 out of 10s. I don't know why.
V donates $2. How is his physique? 90619.
So close.
Everyone. Yeah, that's people. We have 2.5 minutes left to cap this as well as we can. And if you want to hit that $100,000 mark, I do know that the 5K should be here shortly.
Easiest.
As long as they're.
It's pretty jacked, muscular.
You know, as long as there's not another shit I got to call the bank thing. That does happen, but we did hit it. First of all, thank you all so much for letting us hit it.
Yeah, he's got really good delts.
We'll say goodbye to people here in just a minute after this flexing is done. Jesus Christ. Why do I have to be next to this guy? Do you guys want to see me?
Jimmy, I'm really confused right now. I thought we were an atheist organization, but you keep bringing Adonis here to this presentation.
I know.
Problem,
I know.
Yeah.
It's I'm pretty sure
Yeah, he's got a good physique. Thoughts?
The jury has found you guilty of first-degree murder. I hereby sentence you to 2,500 consecutive life sentences plus 1,000 years. Once you pass away, you will receive an attempted escape charge with an additional 200 years being added to your sentence, which you will begin serving in the afterlife once you get to hell. Should you be reincarnated after your death and return to Earth as another person, you will be arrested at birth and you will spend your entire next life in the state penitentiary. The jury.
I don't know. It depends on what he did, like what the crimes were. Maybe that's justified.
This probably
135.
Are on when you're at official police business, your lights are supposed to be on.
Look, I get this little power trip you're on. I don't know what you went through
I'm
or
just
what
doing my
got
job.
you here. Now that you have this little bit of power, you think you can exercise it on it? But I promise you're exercising it on the wrong person.
I'm
okay?
just doing my job.
You're not doing your job. If you were doing your job, you would have left the police car alone. Clearly, I'm a police officer. Clearly, this is a police car. You have no reason to be issuing me a ticket.
Okay. Like you're getting a ticket. Anything else I can do for you?
Oh, there's a lot that's going to transpire from this. I promise.
Okay, sir.
sound like a
Have
threat.
a nice day.
That sounds like a threat.
New subscriber alert.
For real?
What a baby. Looks like this jackass was also just getting a coffee. Like, this wasn't official police business. He's holding a cup of coffee. Like, fuck this asshole. What an entitled prick. And then he's trying to, like, threaten her to scare her off from giving the ticket. Fuck cops, dude. What a little bitch.
Just got a call over the radio. Suspect impersonating a parking enforcement officer. Sound familiar?
No, you did.
Oh, wow. Oh, I hope he lost his job, dude. That is crazy. Jasmine donated $2. Richard, I didn't give you permission to let your mom use my room. Also, are you inviting me to dinner tomorrow? I love greasy, deep-fried Chinese. I heard you're getting Chinese. I'll be there. They have those mayo-fried avocado rolls, right? Thanks for the donation, Jasmine.
What have you really been up to?
I'm working.
Working. Is this a
Like
weapon?
you're doing.
Let's see this. Is this a weapon? I like your.
Wow. So, yeah, that's cops. There you go.
Precious computer now.
Okay, was that necessary?
Absolutely. Impersonating a law enforcement officer is a big problem in my book.
Ridiculous.
Do not.
That's the police for you. They also always park on bicycles lanes. Rules for thee but not for me.
Yeah, really. Thanks for the donation, David. This is fake. That's not a cop car. Is this fake? Yeah, fake. Second video I've seen of the same parking enforcer. Okay, good eye. I'd expect a cop to do something like that. I've seen them do that shit with undercover FBI agents, so it wouldn't surprise me, but alright, good eye. Thanks for the donation, David. Or not David. Who said that? Whoever was in the comments. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
And intentional weight loss is really just like a gateway drug. It's a gateway behavior to the development of eating disorders. When we were all in high school growing up, most of us at different times, tried different things out, maybe tried drinking at parties and things of that nature.
This is so fucking stupid. Any behavior can lead to disorder in extremes. You can develop sex addiction. Is having sex a gateway drug to sex addiction. Dieting is a gateway drug to eating disorder. Like, fucking idiot. That is just so stupid.
You wanna know something funny, VG? ICE agents have started to clean up areas of Nashville where I live than our liberal woke Marxist mayor protecting illegal Mexicans.
This whole anti-immigration thing is kind of retarded. I think it's perfectly sensible to go after criminal organizations. So illegal immigrants that are in organized crime, but illegal immigration to some extent is beneficial to the United States. It gives you cheap labor and they pay into things like Social Security. So, well, thanks for the donation, Ben. Also, the people they're classifying as illegal immigrants is whatever they see fit. There was some woman who had a visa from the UK who got locked up by immigration officials. There are people who are waiting for asylum court who are being considered illegals. So it's a lot of retarded standards that they're employing, and they're really just rounding up brown people. That's all they're really doing. They're not even increasing deportations. I think Obama had the highest rate of deportations. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
And some of us were fine with that. Some of us didn't have much in the way of genetic vulnerability towards alcoholism or other substance use problems. But some of us did have those issues. So as a person who was exposed to dieting, I was just one of those folks that ended up developing an eating disorder. That dieting was actually causing dysregulation in my ability to manage food. It created guilt and shame around the very important act of eating. And
she didn't have any issues with dieting. She had issues with insecurity and shit. That's all it is. Dieting isn't a gateway drug to eating disorder. She's just stupid. Just dumb woman brain bullshit.
Are you thinking 9 out of 10s?
Is true? And if so, what are the pros and cons of dating in either of the cities? It's just been unsuccessful, for lack of better words. It's been a minus out here. And as someone who's lived in many cities, I lived in Boston, Chicago, Kansas City, LA, I feel like there should be like the biggest, highest percentage of success in SF.
Why? What are you looking for? You've gone to the place that overly selects for a certain kind of man, and you could find a different... The millennials are starting to panic because they've realized that they're getting old, and they're not cool. Now, there is a much larger conversation to be had as to whether millennials...
So in Goku Don't Eat Chillers, there's a slippery slope fallacy, right? The woman talking about dieting. I don't know if it's necessarily a slippery slope fallacy, but eating disorders are not generated from dieting. It's a multifactorial health condition. So claiming dieting triggers it. Oh, I'm getting a bit fat. I'll lose weight and become more healthy. Oh, I'm anorexic now. So reducing it down to, oh, well, going on a diet to lose weight and be healthier and look better, that's just a gateway to an eating disorder. Like, it's retarded. It's a multifactorial disorder. There's different aspects that need to be met in order to develop that disorder. So, insecurity would be one of them, being prone to anxiety, delusional sense of self, delusional expectations on yourself. There's probably some other social factors in there as well. Self-esteem. And then, like, yeah, dieting and what type of diet you're exposed to and what ideas you have around diet. Like, those all play a role. So claiming, oh, diet's a gateway drug, like, it's fucking retarded. It's just stupid. It's kind of like saying, oh, buying a firearm is a gateway drug into joining a gang and being a criminal. It's like, okay, well, buying a gun doesn't have anything to do with being a criminal. Like, again, having really bad friend groups who also commit crimes, low socioeconomic status, tendencies towards sociopathy or antisocial personality disorder. Like, all these other factors play a role. Like, gun has nothing to do with it. So, like, these are multifactorial, conditions, and reducing it down to, oh, you shouldn't go on a diet because, like, that'll lead to an eating disorder. It's just dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Meals were actually ever cool. I personally land on the side of no, you've always been cringe, but then I am a cynical Daria-esque Gen Xer.
No, the guy with the hand tattoos is not guilty, and the tattoos he has on his fingers have nothing to do with that gang.
And I have high standards for what is considered cool, and I always thought millennial culture...
Retard Potato Homunculus donated $3. Let me see. That's good. Don't shoot me, I'm retarded. Prove it. I'm gonna be a dad. That's a good one.
And here. And here's a couple more.
So, we're having a baby. I mean, we and also, I guess, Jesse here. It was Jesse, right? So we're all having a baby. Holy shit. I'm gonna be a dad.
Ugh. Whose idea was it? Like, it's so stupid. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I can't get over it. It's just so bad. Fans want Bella Ramsey to play Rogue in the MCU's new X-Men movie. Yeah, that'd be a great idea. Fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, retarded potato homunculus.
Culture, looking at it, snapping quick on the heels. As I was at the tail end of my generation, I never found it very interesting at all, and I kind of don't like it, actually. It's actively...
Is seen as the benchmark for backwoods, fish out of water thrillers. And yes, we cover thrillers too for all you folks in the comments that will say this isn't horror. But it's not alone.
Come on, squeal! Squeal!
While it's certainly true that the John Borman 1972 thriller had more success with its $46 million return on a $2 million budget and 3 Oscar nominations, including Best Picture, it may have been bested just 9 years later. Southern Comfort has just as good of a pedigree in...
Who would you rather fuck, Bella Ramsey or a natural vegan? I don't know, they're both disgusting, dude.
Front of and behind the camera, and continues to gain a better and better reputation 44 years on. The horrors found within this movie permeate the entire runtime and include one of the most intense and nerve-wracking final 20 minutes ever put to the screen that will sit with you long after the credits. Don't mess with the locals and get ready for a Louisiana Saturday night as we revisit Southern Comfort.
I'm not supposed to be here.
Let's start with director, writer, producer Walter Hill. Hill is a legend in Hollywood on both the big and small screens. Starting in the early 70s as a writer, he wrote the screenplay for Sam Peckinpah's The Getaway before a string of popular hits that he would both write and direct, like Hard Times, The Driver, and The Warriors.
Can you dig it? Can you dig it?
These classics would go on to inspire countless imitators and homages, but it was his first producing credit that would make its mark for decades to come with Alien, which would also have uncredited script additions in his name.
Kid Boo, don't need to tell others watch this anime, no good.
人類の2連敗で迎えた神対人類高いしそれを超えてくるか
Oh, I've already seen this, I think. Yeah, I've seen this. It was okay. It was kind of fun to watch. Wasn't great, though. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
He would go on to help with that franchise in various roles, including as a writer on the much-maligned Alien 3, and as a producer all the way up to 2024's Romulus. He would later give us greats like The Long Riders, 48 Hours, Extreme Prejudice, and help produce both Deadwood and Tales from the Crypt for HBO.
Tales from the Crypt.
It's that horror pedigree of Tales from the Crypt and the Alien franchise that helps us ease into today's movie. In the late 19...
Burps are back. Donated $2. Oh, dear God. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's nice to know that if I ever have to take a dump while I'm out.
That's great. Thanks for the donation. Burps are back.
1970s, Walter Hill and fellow producer David Giler had a deal in place with 20th Century Fox to, quote, acquire and develop interesting and commercial scripts that could be made on a modest budget with a high return on investment. One of these scripts ended up being Alien, and the other was Southern Comfort that he originally wrote in 1976 as The Prey. Giler and Hill hired a screenwriter named Michael Caine, no, not that one.
Michael Caine speaks to his nose like that. She was only 60. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. That's Michael Caine.
And when he submitted it, the two producers would rewrite it with all three men receiving credit in the end. Caine wouldn't have a ton else on his resume, but did write additional uncredited dialogue for Jaws 3D and give us the screenplay for the Tom Cruise vehicle All the Right Moves. Producing partner Giler isn't nearly as well known as Hill, but he was just as instrumental with the development of the Alien franchise and Tales from the Crypt as his partner and friend. Southern Comfort, if just described by someone to you, sounds derivative of Deliverance, but it's got a lot more depth and has a Vietnam War allegory that Hill, like Romero and the Night of the Living Dead's casting of Dwayne Jones as the lead, denies as intentional.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
One of the theatrical posters saying "Not since Deliverance" doesn't help the comparison, but this is no copy. The movie opens in a bayou in Louisiana where a squad of National Guard Reserve soldiers are preparing for a weekend operation as practice. The squad is led by Poole, played by Peter Coyote, and also includes Spencer, Hardin, and Reese, who happen to be played by Keith Carradine, Powers Booth, and Fred Ward. Coyote has been around forever and is great as Keys in E.T., and of course showed up in Sphere, which is why we're covering this movie today. I loved seeing all the shoutouts for Southern Comfort after I mentioned it. Fred Ward will forever be Earl Bassett in the first two Tremors movies, but if you haven't seen Remo Williams, please treat yourself to that beauty. Keith Carradine is my favorite of that acting family that also includes Robert and John. The Oscar winner worked with Hill often and was a great Wild Bill on Deadwood amongst many other roles. Finally, of the big three, Powers Booth was selected by Hill after he saw him play Jim Jones, but he's amazing everywhere, especially Tombstone and Frailty. The rest of the unit is played by fun character actors, including T.K. Carter from The Thing, Lewis Smith from Buckaroo Banzai, and Alan Autry from the TV series version of In the Heat of the Night. Booth's Hardin is over from the Texas Reserves and isn't impressed by what he sees from the leadership or the rest of the team, even if he does get along with Spencer.
Burps are back to no tellers. Did you like that? If you watch the full 45 seconds, I'll stop. Death of a rabbit. Yes, this is a sexual fetish.
Oops.
No. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The crew gets lost early in its journey to get across the landscape and decides to start trouble by taking some Cajun boats that they have in town.
Do I got Neanderthal or Homo Denisovian genes? I have no idea. I've never gotten a genetic test done.
Intentions of returning. The group of jokers freely uses their blank ammunition like college kids would joke, and that comes back to bite them immediately when a group of Cajuns is glaring at them for stealing the boats. They try to yell at them that the boats will be returned, but Stuckey stupidly fires his machine gun at them only to have them return fire with real bullets and kill Poole. The rest of the squad starts to fall apart emotionally and mentally, with Reese also revealing that he brought real ammo, something that is known from a couple of the other men. The lack of leadership turns the men against each other in some cases, and crazy in others. They are hunted by faceless assailants, dogs, and beset by traps that include falling trees and rising spike traps. They have become strangers in a strange land and are outnumbered and outgunned. Hill knew that the comparisons to Vietnam would come up and told the cast and crew that he saw it and didn't want to hear another word about it for the entire shoot. It's hard not to see and adds an angle to the movie that gives it legs that keep making the movie more and more relevant. The group finds its way to a trapper's house, but finds that he only speaks French and is unable and unwilling to help them. One of the men, Bowden, goes full Stallone from First Blood and blows up the shack that was full of food and weapons the rest of the men could have used before becoming catatonic the remainder of the movie. After that act of aggression, it becomes all-out war and confusion, with Hardin killing Reese in self-defense, Traps and Quicksand killing a couple others, and the Cajun hunters picking off the rest until only Spencer and Hardin remain. They get out of the main swamp and are picked up by a friendly couple and taken to a seemingly friendly town, but everything is not what it seems. Before getting to the riveting final 20 minutes, let's talk about how horrifying this movie can be at times.
You ain't got the balls.
The music, by frequent Hill collaborator Ry Cooder, follows the tone of the movie wonderfully. It's jovial when times are good and becomes farcical in its tone when things fall apart. It adds a sense of confusion and trepidation that we see on the faces of the reserve soldiers as they stumble their way through increasingly dangerous locations.
Any big, fat, gigantic shits lately? Yeah, I took a pretty big shit yesterday.
Something I hadn't noticed until this viewing is how the Cajun hunters, at least the ones in the swamps, are like slashers in the fact that they have that Voorhees ability to teleport around to be where they need to be to kill off the soldiers. Even their camp where the boats are taken from feels like a den that the final girl finds with all their weapons and trophies. They are unstoppable and have a mysticism about them that is terrifying and inevitable.
Burps are back, don't I tell her he asked for it?
Oh, God.
I definitely didn't ask for this.
Oh, my.
Dude, whoever's like actually into this has problems. The fuck? For this one, give it a few seconds. I don't get it. I don't know why anyone would think that's hot. Thanks for the donation. Burps are back.
When we run into that one that the team had captured and later gets away, he speaks more than enough English to tell the final two friends that they are in over their heads. Even Bowden, who has gone crazy halfway through the movie, has a death that sticks with you. Hardin and Spencer find him hung, and we never get a clear answer if he did it to himself or it was Bayou Justice. The way most of the crew dies is downright horrifying too. While it was Stuckey's stupid decision to shoot at the Cajuns that started the whole nightmare scenario, you still feel terrible for him and horrified as his wide eyes sink into the quicksand. What's possibly worse is when Sims is shot while running away and mutters, "I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not supposed to be here." This may not be a horror movie, but it's damn horrifying. Back to Hardin and Spencer. They get to a very friendly village where they're offered food and drinks, but something just feels off. From the people that may or may not be watching them to the two pigs in cages waiting to be slaughtered, mirroring their current situation, everything is just tense. The happy music here finally betrays what we see on screen, and it's not until Hardin wanders off the grounds and runs into a surly-looking Cajun played by Sonny Landham that we finally know how much trouble these two are in. They run and fight their way out with everything they have, and finally following the helicopter to the road and a truck that is only revealed at the very last minute to be a US military one. They are presumably saved, and we get a happy ending that didn't seem possible just minutes before. Interestingly, in an Iranian version of the film that appeared in the late 80s under the name Operation Lagoon, the soldiers were openly against the Vietnam War and were sent by the government to be killed by hunters in a bayou. Even at the end, when the two remaining soldiers seemingly escape, the movie fades out to gunshots after we see the US Army logo on the side, implying that the government had the survivors killed even though they made it out of the swamps. That's grim. Southern Comfort wasn't the success that Deliverance was, nor did it come close to the other script presented to Fox in Alien. It made less than $3 million on its $7 million budget in the US, but it did really well in Europe, something that Hill was always shocked by.
Before we continue with our video, here's...
Yeah, I gotta watch that. I also have to watch Deliverance.
You shoved a dildo up your ass and took a picture for OnlyFans, and you have the gall to say my fetish means I have problems? What about hentai tentacle porn? Who actually thinks that's normal? Burping is at least somewhat human, yours is creepy and gross.
Well, you got a point there. Thanks for the donation, burps are back.
As a reminder to click the store tab on any of our Joe Blow channels and merch store.
Reviews were mostly nice to it, with Roger Ebert giving it 3 stars and saying it was a remarkably well-made film, but nearly everyone compared it to the previous decade's Deliverance. It holds up remarkably well and toes a great line between slow burn and action, while giving the audiences a lot to think about. Vinegar Syndrome just gave it its due with an outstanding 4K release that begs to be explored and re-examined. Southern Comfort is an uncomfortable look at what happens when mistakes are made and a group of people begin to fall apart in a part of the world that they are grossly in over their heads in. It deserves a rewatch or a first-time view for people looking for a non-traditional horror experience, and it will stay with you a long time after the survivors escape.
Yeah, I gotta watch Deliverance and Southern Comfort.
We are told repeatedly that we are a multicultural society and that this is supposed to be able to work, but it's in fact a dangerous illusion that will cause the inevitable balkanization of our countries into separate warring tribes. The problem is the lie at the heart of the concept of multiculturalism, which prevents any such thing from actually coming into being, and that is the idea that different and conflicting cultures can live harmoniously side by side and maintain their own cultural distinctiveness, traditions, and most importantly, sense of justice in the face of an ethnically neutral Leviathan, which rules over them all. The liberal international order labours under the delusion that its rules are neutral, universal, and compatible with every culture. However, this is clearly not the case. Liberalism itself is, as Michael Oakeshott observed, merely the abridgment of the English political tradition, abstracted into a doctrine, which then becomes a self-justifying ideology that can be applied in any place and at any time. Any ideology is a set of
Wait a minute. I think I've got it. You have a humiliation fetish. Also, whenever someone calls you out for something, you get really tense and you might think you can hide it, but I can see your front neck muscles tense up every time. Nigga, nigga, nigga.
No, I don't have a humiliation fetish. I don't really feel a sense of humiliation or embarrassment ever. But thanks for the donation, burps are back.
ontological statements from which propositional political demands can be derived, and these are rooted in the values of the people from which the ideology
99
originates.
No Justice, Injustice
When an
Lasts Forever.
ideology is repeated back to the people from which it originated, it acts as a kind of reflecting mirror, showing them the best of what they already believe to be true. They already possess the necessary beliefs and institutions to fulfill the demands of the ideology. However, when it is applied to foreign people, it shows them idealized versions of things which are not true about themselves, and demands that they ought to be. This is often devastating and causes utter chaos and great bloodshed, as the established classes and institutions of the foreign society are rendered immoral and then liquidated by revolutionaries, chasing the vision of what the reflecting mirror showed them. As with all ideology, liberalism's ethnically particular origins are masked by its abstract nature, and its claims to universality and neutrality are, in fact, particular and value-laden, with a series of presuppositions that we, the English-speaking world, fail to interrogate because we live within the political tradition that is being reflected back at us. The ideology tells us that we are indeed the fairest in the land, and what we take for granted we then assume to be characteristic of the entire human race, and this is simply not true. The liberal multiculturalist assumes that there is a set of values, coincidentally their own values, by which the entire human race could consent to live, and therefore sees no contradiction in bringing all of the peoples of the world to live under the liberal Leviathan, and assumes that they will do so in peace. However, as we have seen, this doesn't seem to be the case, and even some of the most arch-liberal proponents of multiculturalism have admitted that the project has failed. We can look at the concept of multiculturalism as a form of extreme cultural vanity, in which a people have become so possessed of their own moral righteousness that they delude themselves into thinking that their way of life is the only way of life, and even just the mere exposure of it to foreign peoples will persuade them to become like us, instead of persisting in the false consciousness of their old ways. Again, we can now see the folly of such self-aggrandizement. I think the issue stems fundamentally from the concept of justice. There are, of course, many competing conceptions of justice, which I'm not going to explore here, but for the purpose of this video, I'm going to use Aristotle's definition, which can be broadly summarized as people getting what they are due. Justice, to Aristotle, is when a person's deserts morally align with the character of their actions, and this is, in my opinion, the best definition of justice, and how we can measure a just society. Moreover, I think it's the definition most people assume when they consider what justice actually is or is not. But we can already see how this presupposes a shared moral framework to come to the conclusion that people are receiving the consequences that they ought, and therefore we conclude that our society itself is just. If a group of people hold different moral foundations, which leads them inevitably to moral conclusions which differ from our own, then they can come to feel that the society in which they live is not just unpleasant, but instead...
Sargon is an unreliable political commentator. Some of his stuff is good, some of his stuff is nonsense. He's kind of lazy, doesn't seem to properly research things. I think a lot of his stuff on this particular topic about cultural cohesion does certainly, for the most part, make a lot of sense. There's not really anything I disagree with here. So far, anyway, in this video. The idea of multiculturalism hinges on the idea that basic values are the same, but there's just separate cultural practices or identities. So black, brown, white, people, they can all live in the same society. They can wear different clothes, listen to different music, like different movies, have different hobbies. But fundamentally, yeah, they have to have a shared set of political beliefs, relatively similar religious beliefs, in the sense that, you don't have to kill in the name of Allah. You don't have to create a jihadist caliphate, stuff like that. And then you have another group of people who are just Christian and don't really do anything other than go to church or something. Like, that's never going to work. So, yeah, these people who promote multiculturalism, they seem to think that people all inherently share the same base fundamental values, which they absolutely don't. And you hear that from a lot of these people promoting multiculturalism, like, oh, we're all the same. We all have the same goals in life. We all just want to live happy, have children, enjoy our lives. Totally, totally false. And they've never been exposed to, the so-called cultural enrichment. Nate Higgers donated $2. Let me see. I usually don't find watching black people fighting in public places for stupid reasons as entertaining. I find it more pathetic and sad.
You were the chosen one!
Oh my god. Yeah, none of this is being verified. I think it's probably a misquote at best. Thanks for the donation, Nate Higgers.
Morally abominable to an extreme degree. And I think this is the fundamental root of terrorism, and explains why, for example, Islamic extremists who hold...
Yeah, I can do one-arm push-ups. It's just a balance thing. You don't have to be particularly strong.
...to a strict Quranic reading, suddenly decide that they have to strike out at Western society, and with such brutality. Not only is the society they are surrounded by un-Islamic, but it is monstrous according to the moral code in which they believe, and they are duty-bound to try and destroy it. And so we come to the crux of the lie of multiculturalism, in that an assumed set of liberal universal values can be applied to all people, revolving around the fulcrum of human rights. This is a Western prejudice.
Yep.
We have seen that many other groups simply do not believe in the liberal ontology regarding the individual, and in fact derive a separate and contradictory set of assumptions from entirely alien traditions, which leads them to very different moral conclusions. So what can the multicultural state do? What must they do? If the...
Deny everything. Pretend as though all this is just not happening.
Leviathan is to be non-particular about the people from which it has emerged and is composed of, then it must begin with its conceit of universality and attempt not to play favourites, but in doing so it is compelled to reinforce the original doctrine that itself is the source of the problem, and this itself undermines the premise upon which multiculturalism rests. The liberal multiculturalist has no choice but to assert their universal doctrine of human rights in the face of these competing moral frameworks and impose them upon the apparently equal groups in the multicultural society, and they have to use the power of the Leviathan to do it, and they have to do it against the doctrines of the group from which the values conflict has arisen. However, in doing so, they confess that their project can never really be multicultural at all. It is not possible to allow conflicting moral systems to persist without issue in the same polity, which is why they have to impose their ideology on the foreign groups, making them not equals, but subject peoples to an ideology which itself springs from the dominant ethnic group. One culture must dominate over the others and impose its will in a classic imperial fashion, or the entire project ends in ruin, which itself destroys the fundamental conceit of multiculturalism. The only possible multicultural state is an empire. It is also not unreasonable to think that the minority communities, which are the prize jewels of our multicultural project, and used by its advocates against the majority ethnic community, will feel that they are not only in danger from the majority community, but are also wards of a state that is currently constraining it. They are told that they may live lives authentic to the traditions from which they came, whilst at the same time being hemmed in by the very same power that is encouraging them to be traditional. This contradiction naturally leads to ethnic separatism, in which they correctly realise that self-governance would be preferable because at least it would be on their own terms. Only by having people from their own community and bursting the bonds of the liberal Leviathan can, from their perspective, the promise of multiculturalism be fulfilled, which destroys the unitary multicultural state and creates ethnic insurrections against the host country. Anything else is, from their perspective, a state of injustice, which may be temporarily tolerated at best, and openly revolted against at worst, and dealing with ethnic revolts against the hegemonic power of the overgroup is historically just part and parcel of running an empire. The liberal state, which intends to practice multiculturalism, is forced to admit that its own origin and theory is in fact parochial and committed to an ethnic ideological framework, which is just the reflected vanity of the moral righteousness of the people from whom it originated. There is no such thing as human rights. There are only the rights of Englishmen applied to the whole human race, and much of the human race don't want them because they have ideas of their own.
I'd agree with that for the most part, other than this is
in Britain
in any way ethnically based. It's any culture in theory could have come up with liberalism, so none of this has to do with ethnicity. It's just, white people for the most part adopted liberalism and were applying it to the whole world. That's really it. But other than that, yeah.
If they don't like it in the West Bank, they can leave, I would say. Well, they don't
that might be interesting. I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. I don't know if I can't do handstands. I can't bounce like that. So if you mean freestanding handstand push-ups, I can't do that. Debunk donated $2. Ultimate metaphor, something. Recording, everything was fine. Battery died, mob rape, torn to shreds.
People have been waiting and said, "Sir, I've lost the drive." Up, stabbing me from behind. I mean, it's not, one person and then it stops. It's like one person and another person and another person. And I know Ray's right there and he's grabbing at me and screaming, "Lara, hold on to me, hold on."
Israeli, a Jew. Neither is true, but to the mob, it was a match to gasoline. The savage assault turned into a murderous fury.
I have one arm on Ray. I've lost the fixer. I've lost the drivers. I've lost everybody except him. And I feel them tearing at my clothing. I think my sweater was torn off completely. My shirt was around my neck. And I felt them tear out. They literally just tore my pants to shreds. And then I felt my underwear go. That Ray was my only hope of survival from the front.
I don't know what there is to debunk. Oh, you want me to debunk the last thing? Yeah, multiculturalism. Oh, yeah, let all the immigrants in from all these great, wonderful countries. Yeah, they literally gang rape women in the streets when somebody calls her a Jew. Black religious cult tempted to harass white families just having fun with their kids, trying to provoke a situation. I don't even know what they're saying. Oh, 37 debunk.
Disclaimer, I know many of for the season. This is why I believe in Jesus Christ. Let's go. Number one, to get it out of the way, we know Jesus existed. He was very well documented, and first of all, I believe in the Bible.
He's not well documented. Only 2 people who ever met him ever spoke about him.
Because
Well, I should say ever wrote about him.
This has been historically and archaeologically accurate, and there's over 5,800 Greek manuscripts.
There's no archaeological evidence whatsoever showing Jesus Christ. Again, there's only 2 people who ever met him, who ever wrote about him.
Of the New Testament. This has been written over thousands of years, over 40 different authors who each tell a consistent story about.
They're not consistent. There's only a few synoptic gospels, and only 2 people who wrote the gospels ever met him. The other gospels are based on second or third or fourth hand accounts.
The accountants of God and Jesus. And yes, I believe that the Bible is the word of God because all scripture here is God-breathed. A bunch of different authors, eyewitnesses, have come together to account for the same story and the same...
No, there's only 2 people who ever wrote about him, who actually met him, supposedly. Thanks for the donation, Debunked. Nate Higgers donated $2. Made by woke Jews, made by Japanese incels. I would say The Last of Us Part 2 is arguably a better game than RE4. Kind of depends on what type of game you like. I'd lean more towards saying Last of Us 2 is probably a better game, but RE4 Remake was fantastic. But... in Britain, you pay more taxes if you're born there. Labor slammed over new India-UK trade deals. Foreign workers exempt from key tax. Why? Oh my god. Dude, leave the UK while you still can. OJ verdict reaction. Picture says more than 1,000 words. Is that? Yeah, at least one black guy. He was so clearly fucking guilty. Should be an African immigrant on welfare. I don't think making her white, blonde, and with blue eyes was a good idea. Official mascot of the EU at Expo 2025, Osaka. Well, thanks for the donation, Nate Higgers. Free garbage, donate $2. Life is all how you make it. There's no such thing as love, no purpose, no meaning. It's all about survival and luck. Reason why there are so many wars is all because faith in the superficial. Life is random and everything is meaningless. Survive to win. I don't necessarily agree with all that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Like it in Israel, they can leave.
Well, but to where?
We're not all people who voted for Trump. Obviously, voted for him because they support all of his ideas, everything he supports. Some of us, like myself, I voted for him because I want to preserve certain American rights and freedom.
I, as someone who support him, if someone were to come and shoot me, that's up. So you defend what you said then? That's the thing that you stand by?
No. Yes, that's definitionally, yes, that's how the caliphate works, yes.
In your mind, is moral behavior more consistent in religious societies than in secular ones? So, just an example we wrote, the United States with a secular government versus an Islamic nation such as Yemen or Afghanistan under Taliban control.
I think it is hard to analyze. This is on, right? People can hear me? Yeah? Okay. I feel like it's hard to analyze whether or not a country is better just because it's religious versus secular in terms of morality, because you can see even among countries that are relatively secular, like your Scandinavian countries, some people point to those and say they have a better morality because of how they deal with welfare or redistribution.
There's far more corruption in Islamic non-secular societies. Way more corruption, so no.
Or you can look at countries that have a similar religion, like say Saudi Arabia, or as you pointed out, Afghanistan, and you can see that their approach to morality seems to be quite different. Or you can look at the same religion, like Christianity, and you could like pre or post Enlightenment or pre or post Reformation, and you can see significant differences there. So I feel like you have to speak with a bit more granularity when you talk about a society and whether or not it's moral or immoral, and doing it just through that lens of religion on its own, I think is a little bit reductive, I would say.
Yeah, say the least. Would anybody like to come down and make a comment on what Stephen just said, or ask a question yourself? Anybody? Raise your hand and we'll have you come on down. You right there. Go ahead and state your name and microphone.
Hi, I'm Kurt. I'm actually the vice president for the Atheists for Liberty chapter here at the university. And I think you gave a pretty answer to that last question, so I kind of wanted to go on to a different topic. Your position on Israel has historically been interesting. You make a lot of criticisms of pro-Palestinian activists for giving an inadequate sort of explanation of the events of 47 and 48. So sort of bracketing that, two questions. The first is, what would your positive advocacy be for like what should be done about the ongoing, you debate if it's a genocide or not, but at least ethnic cleansing you've conceded before in your debate with Hassan or the after viewing for it. So what would your affirmative advocacy be? And then would you be willing to condemn what's going on there right now as something just cruel?
We had a 4.1 magnitude earthquake today. Where are you at? Where was the earthquake?
Unusual and needs to be stopped.
In terms of positive advocacy, the thing that I've always said about the conflict is that both sides have to be willing to make some painful concessions, and I feel like a lot of the international pressure infinitely incentivizes both sides to continue on their current course. If you're a part of the pro-Palestinian movement, the international community has gassed you up into thinking you don't have to concede on literally anything that you would have negotiated pre-67, and if you're Israel, the international community has offered you basically only harsh words, which means you should just keep trying to conquer more and more of the West Bank. So I feel like both sides right now are in this weird position where it would be stupid for Israel to stop because they've only made gains, and it would be stupid for Palestinians to give up anything on paper because they still have the whole world open to them. So I guess when I look to advocacy, what I really look is there has to be like a painful concession that both sides are willing to make, and the international community has to agree to kind of like force both sides to start making progress in that direction. Because right now I think there's too much incentive on both sides to continue into perpetuity. In terms of like
fucked bullshit.
You know, in hindsight I should have asked off for work when Destiny showed up to that event hosted by Atheists for Liberty. I live only 2.5 hours away from there, and I could have debated veganism with him while wearing one of your vegan gains hoodies, lol.
That would have been menti, but I don't think it would have been worth it. Like, you know what he does. He just would give you very dishonest answers, but it would have been menti. Thanks for the donation, Ben Overbitch. Yeah, I'd say this is a cuck take. So for one thing, Palestinians are crazy fucking whack jobs. They're Muslim jihadists. I don't know why you'd have any interest in creating another Islamic State. So have the Jews control fucking everything, and just don't let them run their own society. Look at every fucking Muslim country that runs their own society. They're all shitholes. They all commit terrorism. They all, like, keep women as second-class citizens, kill gay people, like only a few fucking exceptions. And they're far more secular, or they're moving towards secularism. So, why in the fuck would you ever let Palestinians have a state when they're just the most irresponsible, childish, insane fucking whack jobs imaginable? So, the international community should just get behind Israel, have them fucking win, and allow them to just basically rule over Gaza and the West Bank and have them be their own territories.
Would I condemn anything there? I mean, like, I condemn people when they do things that they shouldn't do. So, I mean, I think with the recent war, I think there are definitely criticisms for Israel. There are some events that are almost unimaginable. I think the bombing of the WCK trucks was pretty bad. The individual, like, multi-step bombing of, like, I think it was 3 or 4 different trucks that they did. Obviously, I think a lot of the conduct on October 7th was probably unacceptable from Hamas, but I feel like when people are looking for condemnation, they're not usually looking for anything that is, like, I don't know, as intelligent people usually just looking for you to take a side on it. I think that it's a little bit too complicated to stake out, like, a singular position on it. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's actually that complicated, right? I mean, you're willing to call it Project D or whatever it was, and it was Project D in the aftermath of 1947, the initial sort of conflict there, and the ethnic cleansing which occurred then when they burned over 500 Palestinian villages and sort of led to the Nakab. You're willing to condemn that as ethnic cleansing, but not when they say, you know, we're going to force them out of the north, we're going to force them into the south, and then we're going to force them beyond that, right? Which
I mean, I don't actually, without, I depends how deep into foreign affairs you want to go. I don't like the term ethnic cleansing. I think it's especially applied pre-91, pre-Yugoslavia or whatever. I mean, like, I'll condemn things insofar as if you're killing civilians for the purpose of killing civilians, I don't think it's good. In terms of Plan Dalit, which was arguably it was the mass expulsion of Palestinians from villages that they lived in Israel in 48. Some people argue that that was the goal all along. I don't think there's ever been compelling evidence of that. Other people argue that the Arabs would have done the same to the Israelis. I mean, I think even the Arabs would tell you that. What's the problem with the history?
You called it ethnic cleansing in the past.
I don't think I ever have. I hate that term. I think it's really silly.
Quote if you want. I got the clip.
Okay, sure. I mean, there might be a clip of me saying something akin to this, but insofar as, like, the definition of ethnic cleansing applies, I mean, I might have said it before, but the term ethnic cleansing, this idea that you're expelling people from some area because of their ethnicity or whatever, it fails to capture a lot of the history, like, at the time, like things that were happening between, I think it was India and Pakistan, things that were happening in Turkey at the time, with big population transfers or sometimes even genocides. It just doesn't get you very far. I feel like when people bring up the term ethnic cleansing, what they're trying to do is they're trying to invoke some level of, like, normative badness, so much so that you were forced to condemn one side or the other and say that they're, like, completely in the wrong and have to leave it. It doesn't progress the conversation. It does the thing that I was saying earlier, where it just makes the conflict intractable because one side is so obviously wrong and the other side is so obviously right that you can only pick one, and it's like, well, this is never going to happen, obviously. So
well, then we can try to look at, like, active, like, feasible policies which you can use to resolve it. And you've criticized the right to return before across the entire not Palestinian state, I would call it that, but across the entire region. And you know, there might be something to that. Obviously, you can't have, like, a total displacement of the people who, like, currently live there. But in situations like the West Bank, would you support a right to return to the areas which have been, like, overwhelmed by settlements?
Would I support a right to return in the areas that have been overrun by settlements?
So in the West Bank, the areas which have been, you know, blockaded off by walls, they've set up checkpoints, they've completely removed any Palestinian presence in those territories. Would you support the people who have been displaced from those locations being able to return at the expense of expelling current Israeli settlements?
Yeah. So for my position, and there might be other positions that you could take in negotiating some final peaceful settlement. I think that when I talked earlier about how both sides probably need to make some painful concessions that they're not willing to make, personally, I think either the mass expulsion of Israelis, which would qualify as an ethnic cleansing under the definition you're using, also
not from the settlements. No.
Why would that not be an ethnic cleansing?
Because the settlements are predominantly a proactive settler movement, right?
Yeah, but how is that? But wouldn't it be an ethnic cleansing to clean the Jewish people off of?
Oh, but it's not because they're Jewish. It's because they're settlements. That's the issue.
Careful.
No.
Well, because then Israelis would say they didn't cleanse Palestinians in 48 because they were Palestinians. They did it because they were at war with all the surrounding states and these people couldn't.
Well, that wasn't their own justification.
But there was a justification.
No, in Project Dalit, in the documentation, like leading up to the conflict, they explicitly stated that the purpose was to expel Palestinians from their villages, to destroy the villages, and to bomb Palestinians.
That might have been something they said prior to 48, but
no, they said that during 48, in April 1st, 1948, the OG documents, the tactical documents for Project Dalit, explicitly stated that.
I just can't believe that Andrew Wilson cucked out of this debate originally scheduled with Destiny hosted by Atheists for Liberty. It would have been especially minty if both were there while I was wearing one of your hoodies debating veganism lol.
I didn't realize, so what was Andrew Wilson going to debate with Destiny there? And why did he end up not debating? I wasn't aware of that. But yeah, that would have been pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
the goal was to expel Palestinians from the territory.
Yeah, but that's like 10 months into a civil war.
No, it wasn't 10 months.
It was. The Civil War started in 47, yes. I know that the independence started in 48, but...
It wasn't a civil war in 47 because there wasn't an Israeli state in 47. They only declared independence in March of 48. November 30th, 47th is when the UN signed...
Adopted Resolution 181, yes. I'm aware of that, but there was a civil war that had already started a year prior to Israel declaring independence and then the other Arab states coming in.
How can there be a civil war if there's no state?
Because everybody knew that when the mandate was expiring, which it was scheduled to expire, and the Jews were there, and they had already been floating ideas for adoption of that partition plan, that obviously there was going to be a huge uprising prior to...
But we didn't see something on the scale which you see in April, right?
Also, because again, I don't want to. I guess really get 48. But all I'm saying is that, like, I think that the mass expulsion of settlers from the West Bank, I think that is a concession that Israel should be willing to make for any kind of like lasting peace there. I don't think that they can maintain everybody there, or if they do stay there, then it has to be like in a one vote, one state thing where they have the same rights as the Palestinians there, which I imagine all the Jewish people would probably leave anyway. So that would be a concession I think Israel should be willing to make if they want an actual like real long term peace thing. I would agree with that.
But in the past, you've objected to ideas like that. You say that like if we were to have like sort of a one vote, one person type thing, not just in the West Bank, but one state solution, one person, one vote, that Israelis would react violently to that because they'd be suddenly outpopulated by Palestinians.
They would, but in the West Bank, that's different than doing it through all of Israel. I think if they don't like it in the West Bank, they can leave. I would say.
Well, they don't like it in Israel, they can leave.
Well, but to where?
If it was a democratic state, then there shouldn't principally be an issue. The idea that like a state needs to be ethnically homogenous in order to operate is like the snuck-in assumption here.
It's not a snuck-in assumption.
That's not a snuck-in assumption. What is he talking about?
It's the de facto existence of basically every Arab majority state.
Not even necessarily that, right? When you look at like I don't know, for example, Afghanistan, that is not that's a non-homogenous state, which is able to. I mean, Afghanistan doesn't really operate.
Ben Overbitch donated $2. Here's the original post from Atheists for Liberty IG page. American values debate. Okay. Why did Andrew Wilson end up not doing it? Don't see him making any posts about it. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben.
I think Pakistan is a better example here. It's an ethnically non-homogenous state, right?
But religiously, I think these places have they have like a top-down, basically theocratic rule.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of theocracies in general.
Sure, and I'm not saying even whether you are, listen, people want
to.
Okay, wait. So I guess do you think that if So just to be clear, if Israelis decide to leave the West Bank and don't want to be there, I'm okay with that because I think that they shouldn't be there anyway, and that would be one of the painful concessions they have to make. But for you to say that if they don't like Israel, they can just leave, it just seems weird when there are some it's like 24 Muslim states, there's like 50 Arab states, and like for the one Jewish state, you're like, well, they don't like that, they can just.
Well, my objection would be to the idea of an ethno-state, right? That's the objection here, right? The existence of homogenous states isn't.
It's not an ethno-state.
Issue, right? Like, I don't know, Bhutan is fairly homogenous.
When you say, what is an ethno-state in your mind? What does that mean?
Something which is defined around a specific ethnicity. That this is a state for this ethnicity, right? So, like, I mean, Israel explicitly defines itself as the Jewish state, which is an ethno-religion, right?
Yeah, but I mean, there's different ethnicities that are encompassed within, like, what it means to be Jewish, like an Ashkenazi Jew versus a, what is it, Marathi?
Well,
or whatever, the people from the Middle East.
You can bracket different categories all day. You can be like, oh, well, Germany has sub-Germans, right? So it's not.
Well, no, not these. I'm just saying that if a country wants to exist to protect its identity or its character, you know, in the United States we have quotas for what we allow for different countries. Obviously, Israel's a bit more strict. I mean, I think that there's probably good reason for them to feel like if they were a minority in that country, they would probably have the same fate as every other Jewish minority in every other country.
It just feels like it's a dangerous logic which we don't apply to a lot of other states, right? Like if we were to say like, oh,
this is ridiculous, but like all these other countries he's mentioning, they're not surrounded by a different people of a different race with a different religion. Like it's so stupid.
Germany should shut its borders to all immigrants. Germany's for the Germans. We would go, whoa, that sounds familiar, right?
Well, yeah, but then the question would be, what is the motivation for that?
Well, the motivation is that there's a group of people who are currently like living in horrible conditions who have been forcibly expelled to that location at great human cost to themselves.
Well, the question would be, do you think that Jews would feel safe living in a minority state controlled by Arabs?
It's like would white South Africans feel safe in South Africa after the end of apartheid? And I know you dispute that Israel isn't apartheid.
Well, hold on, that was a huge pivot. It's a very simple question. Do you think Jewish people would feel safe living in a minority state that's run by Arabs?
I think any unsafety they feel is because they're scared of like that what they did to them might happen to them, right?
Okay, so I'm going to ask a third time. Do you think Jewish people would feel safe living in a Jewish minority state that's run by Arabs?
Yeah, I mean, they historically they have, right? If you look at like Iraq prior to the end of the monarchy, right after British decolonization, there was a large Jewish population there, which is fine. It's not fundamentally some Jewish-Arab conflict. It's just because this is one has gotten so horrific that they're scared that again, what they've done to them.
Okay, so then one final time, do you think Jewish people would feel safe?
Yes,
living in
I think they would feel safe in
I think the majority of Jewish people in Israel would feel differently about that. And I think the last 100 years of history has shown us that probably wouldn't be the case. And the fact that you literally keep saying over and over, why would I go back 1,000 years?
If you look at the history of like Arab-Jewish relations, they've been relatively fine until recently.
They literally haven't. The only reason Palestinians are in that area is because of the caliphates that have conquered like the greater Middle Eastern region. What do you mean?
There weren't expulsions of like large Jewish.
There weren't expulsions. They were locked into one particular piece of land and served like as subservient to the Muslim population. I mean, what do you have the last word about?
Not.
This is so retarded. Like, what a cucked loser. Why is it so hard for fucking people to admit that Muslims historically and to this day are just fucking crazy whack jobs? Like the whole idea behind Islam was to murder people, steal their wealth, and rape their women. That was Islam. That was the idea behind it. And then, they raped, murdered, stole from Christians, Jews, Quraysh, you name it, all sorts of pagan all sorts of pagan tribes. And the only reason there's fucking Arabs in that region today is because of, conquest.
Historically, that was my point. What? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, anybody else?
That's important. Oops. That's the first passionate attendee question. I was going to cut it off earlier, but I know you seem very passionate how you were answering it too. So I was trying to see where the line was here. Yeah, that was just attendee question number 1. So I think this is going to be a very interesting night. So I'm going to give another question pertaining to what we originally talked about. Are concepts like forgiveness and grace better exemplified under a Christian worldview, or if you think a secular humanist worldview?
I feel like my personal perspective is, I would say that most human morality is kind of like intuitive in terms of how we arrive at it. I think that religion can sometimes encapsulate some of that morality in religious doctrine. I think that secular people can sometimes encapsulate that in kind of like cultural practice. Man, a lot of my answers are going to be really unsatisfying. I'm sorry. I feel like when it comes to understanding things like forgiveness or grace, I think it comes down to how much a person is willing to like intellectually engage with whatever moral system they're with. I think some religious people have a very good understanding of forgiveness and grace to where there's a story that I tell. I was part of the Archdiocese or Diocese in Omaha for the Catholic Church, and I remember that we had, between even individual Catholic churches, the sermons and everything would be very different. Like I think some would be very conservative and others would be quite, I don't want to say liberal, but like, just whatever. We had this guy, Father O'Leary, I believe, who gives these, he's very much like a brothers for others, like forgive everybody kind of guy. And I remember he was invited to give to do the mass at one of the more conservative Catholic churches. And this was like in the weeks after 9/11. And I think he started off with, there's like a brother among us who needs forgiveness and compassion more than anybody else. And it was Osama bin Laden. And apparently a lot of people were really upset. They never invited him back.
That's going to be one of the funniest moments to clip out.
Yeah, Jesus. But yeah, quite literally. But so, I mean, like there are people who can engage with these concepts really well. There are people that engage with these concepts very superficially. Like, especially when it comes to like forgiveness or grace, oftentimes I find that people really only offer it to people that they feel didn't do anything wrong in the first place, right? It's kind of like that subreddit, Am I the Asshole? And it'll be like, am I the asshole because I hit somebody today? And the post will be something like, today I was in line and this guy, said he was going to murder every single person in the store and he was punching his child, and so I hit him across the face, and do you think I'm a bad person? And we're like, no, you got him, like good job. So I find that a lot of like forgiveness and grace kind of works like that. But I
guess we'd have to see how the audience feels about that. Would anybody like to go ahead and comment on that or ask a question of their own? Gentleman in the back right there, our friend John. Give a round of applause for him. Another big help to this organization, 5 years strong.
Alrighty.
How's it going, John?
Hello, Stephen. How are you?
Pretty good.
So you just espoused, I guess, support for the ethical principle of defending other people, essentially. If someone's committing violence, you espouse the notion that a violence in turn against a violent person is justifiable. For a little bit more background, you've also expressed a significant disdain for people who are Trump supporters, people who voted for Trump in lieu of allowing someone like Kamala Harris to win. So
someone like who?
Kamala Harris.
Oh, okay.
Allowing the alternative. See, because not all Trump supporters, or not all people who voted for Trump, obviously voted for him because they support all of his ideas, everything he supports. Some of us, like myself, I voted for him because I want to preserve certain American rights and freedoms, like the right to bear arms, because I think that the right to self-defense is fundamental to human dignity. And I think that in order to preserve such a right, ultimately, well, Kamala Harris's stated intentions on multiple circumstances was to enforce mandatory gun violence.
Retard donated $2. Let me see. Totalitarian regimes, Nazi regime, Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, League of Militant Atheists, People's Republic of China, Rectification Movement, North Korea, Cuba, Biden regime. Yeah. Fascists typically will accuse other people of supporting fascism, and I think it's part of their like crypto-fascist agenda, where they want to promote this idea of I'm trying to save your freedoms. But then that involves taking away all of your actual fundamental rights, not following the Constitution or the law, and then everyone gets fucked over. And then when it's convenient for them, they'll invoke, the Constitution or any of these inalienable rights when they're getting attacked, so... Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Buybacks and assault weapons bans and things like that. So, I'd like to ask what your opinion of I guess the action of choosing the less bad option in the context of voting for like someone like Donald Trump in order to stop Kamala Harris from winning. In light of everything that you've said in the past, especially some of your sentiments where you were, what, in my opinion, a little bit gleeful at like a person who got killed at a Trump rally.
Well, I definitely wouldn't want to be gleeful about any violent acts in front of a Trump supporter, because you guys definitely never do that. So, I mean, you have to weigh the pros and cons of any candidate. I mean, there's going to be a collection of issues that you support and a collection of issues that you don't support. That's going to be true of anything. I don't like that. There's this weird cop-out that people use of like, I don't want to support the lesser of two evils, when like tautologically, definitionally, you should always support the lesser of two evils. It's literally less evil. Yeah, so I don't understand why people are like, I wouldn't do that. If you present any situation to somebody, like if I could cut off one of your fingers or two of your fingers, you'd probably choose one finger, even though it's still bad. Like that doesn't really make any sense to say, I can't choose between the lesser of two evils, especially when the outcome, like you said, is inevitable. Like one will win. I guess, is your question more related to like gun rights and self-defense, or is it more related to the broader concept of like owning the totality of a candidate that you support, I guess?
Well, I guess one area we could take this is we could discuss sort of the rubric by which, because you've already rejected this notion that you can't not choose the lesser of two evils. Every decision we make is choosing the less bad option, even if it's an option that is extremely good. It's still less bad than a bunch of other options.
Yeah.
So I guess my question for you is, how would you evaluate, I guess, which of the candidates the last election was the less bad or worse candidate from your point of view?
I think there are times when making that evaluation can be really complicated when you're getting candidates that might represent a wide variety of values across different spectrums. I think it would be really difficult. I don't think the last election was difficult. I mean, I would say that when I look at the things that make America what I would consider to be as the best country on the planet, so whether that comes down to our individual rights and freedoms, whether that comes down to respect for rule of law, whether it comes down to our place on the international stage, I would say that, or the well-being of our economy or anything else, I would say that in all of these topics, in every conceivable way, even when it comes to gun rights, I would say Kamala pretty farly outshined Donald Trump. I've seen Donald Trump say some pretty crazy things when it comes to gun rights. He was a huge fan of like really oppressive red flag laws. I think he had a conversation with Pam Bondi about that. He did the bump stock ban for whatever reason, I guess because of the Vegas shooter.
His judges overturned that.
They did, but I don't know why we give him credit for that. Nobody gives Biden credit for killing affirmative action when judges overturn affirmative action.
When engaged in this calculus of the less bad option, I'm not just weighing the specific policy decisions of the specific person involved. I'm also weighing what the overall viewpoints of the administration that they're bringing with them will be. And overall, this current administration is one of the most gun-friendly administrations, even though Trump himself doesn't have the most stellar record on that. I mean, they're basically eviscerating the ATF in all but name right now. Ultimately, and also I'm pretty happy about what they did to USAID, honestly. But
sure, yeah, but these would be other things that aren't related to guns. So I think the ATF is pretty good, personally. I don't want to see the ATF eviscerated. I think being able to run a trace on a gun that's used in a crime, I think is probably a good thing. But I mean,
you don't need, for one thing, you don't need the ATF for that. Secondly, the ATF is unconstitutional. They do a bunch of arbitrary bans, rules, regulation, nonsense that literally does not prevent any fucking crimes. So, like, suppressor regulations, short-barreled rifles, those fucking regulations, they don't do anything. All they do is put people in situations where they may unknowingly be committing a fucking crime. Some of their regulations are fucking weird and arbitrary, like the pistol brace thing. They were very unclear, and depending on how you use a pistol brace, you may or may not be committing a crime. You can get locked up for that. It's very fucking unclear. So all it does is inconvenience law-abiding citizens at best, and makes criminals out of law-abiding citizens because they were just doing things that any normal, rational, logical thinking person would do. So why would you do it?
These might just come down to individual, I guess, stances on gun stuff. Like, I'm a big fan of firearms, but...
So what is the boundary of the right to self-defense, I guess, in your estimation? Because people, ultimately, it doesn't make any sense to assert that a person has the right to self-preservation if they don't have a right to self-defense. It doesn't make any sense to assert that a person has a right to self-defense but doesn't have the right to equip themselves to actually effectuate such a defense, right? It's such a right to self-defense would clearly be allowed, right? So ultimately...
Well, I mean, you have to be careful when you say, like, a right to self-defense allows you to, effectuate that right. Because we can easily imagine scenarios where you take on the right to self-defense, but it's in a way that's so socially harmful or destructive that we would say, well, you probably shouldn't be allowed to do this. If somebody's at your front door and you could set off explosives,
is a right that you do not have the right to effectuate a right at all. It's like if you supposedly have a right to a certain thing, to do a certain thing, but you don't have the right to do the things necessary to do that thing, can we actually say then, honestly, that the person has the right to do that thing?
Well, yeah, because it's probably going to be in somewhat of a gradient, right? Like if you take away the right to own firearms completely, even that wouldn't take away technically the right to self-defense. There's plenty of other ways you can defend yourself without a firearm.
What defense do you have as an unarmed person against someone who is armed with modern weaponry?
Well, you don't have to be unarmed. You can use a knife. I'm just saying that conceptually.
Yeah, so, dude, if somebody has a knife and the only weapon that you're able to have is something of equivalent force, so a knife or a baseball bat or something, you're taking a huge fucking risk by, not using a firearm. Somebody with a knife can kill somebody with a knife. Somebody with a knife can kill somebody with a baseball bat. Or vice versa. somebody with a knife versus somebody with a gun, assuming the person with the gun has like at least a range advantage, the person with the gun is always going to win. So why would you like force people into a situation where they can defend themselves, you know, in theory, but like best case scenario, 50% chance you're going to die versus 100% chance you're going to live?
What? Bring a knife to a gunfight?
Well, depending on how close you are.
I mean, even,
yeah, I'm just saying that just because you don't have a firearm doesn't mean you've lost the right to self-defense. There are people that defend themselves without firearms all the time.
No, you've just lost the right to equip yourself to defend yourself effectively against someone who is comparably armed.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that it's all a gradient, right? Yeah. Like you haven't lost the right completely just because you don't have the maximal enjoyment of that right? We wouldn't say that like if you're in Europe you don't have the right to self-defense because they can't have the same, you know, firearm.
Actually, I would say that.
So then you would agree right now in the United States you don't have the right at all to self-defense because you can't own like a fully automatic rifle, or?
Well, actually, you can own a fully automatic rifle in the United States.
It's prohibitively burdensome, I would say, right?
Well, it's $200.
And then you have to buy.
And then you have to buy
the fully automatic. Yeah, these are thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah, they tend to be expensive. And that's I think kind of the point is they're trying to price people out of exercising a constitutional right.
Yeah, but I'm saying we wouldn't say that you lack the right to self-defense just because.
Well, it's an infringement on the right. I mean, I agree with you. Yes, there's always sliding scales, but there's a point at which you've slid the scale so far as to effectively render exercising the right ineffectual.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd actually like to talk to Destiny about some of these firearms regulations. The machine gun ban at this point is completely nonsensical. So there's not only echo triggers now, but now there's super safeties, which do not violate United States laws when it comes to automatic mechanisms. And you can fire just as fast, if not faster, with an echo trigger or super safety versus an actual fully automatic machine gun. So like a grease gun fires at 400 rounds per minute. You can fire faster than that with an echo trigger. Technically, you could even fire faster than that with a semi-auto if you're very skilled. And the super safety, you can get up to fire rates of around 600, if not a little more, rounds per minute. So what's the point? We have technologies now where you can fire faster than some actual fully automatic machine guns while technically still using semi-auto fire. And then on top of that, there's some guns that are just remarkably easy to modify for full auto. Glock 17s, you can just buy switches online. It's just stupid at this point, and it doesn't actually give you any sort of advantage in any real-world scenario when you're talking about shootouts. So, like, why ban them? Ben Overbitch donated $2. Andy excuse. Andrew will be going live on Louder with Crowder this morning. Tune in on Rumble. Did you cancel your debate with Destiny to make this appearance? Not at all. Had nothing to do with that. Well, who knows? Did he give a reason as to why? Fun show with Crowder. Weren't you supposed to be debating Destiny right now? No. Yeah, what happened? Wait. Oh, those are the replies. Yeah, what happened? You're running from Omni Liberal, little punk bitch. The guy who has me blocked, question mark. Well, probably because he doesn't want to follow punk bitches. His reluctance to give an explanation is kind of weird. Andrew can't make it, but a debate will still occur. Yeah, what the... Weird. I don't know if there's like some weird personal shit that happened in his own life that he doesn't want to talk about, or if it had something to do with Destiny. I have no idea. Sounds like it has more something to do with Destiny. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Retard donated $2. Apple Pay prank gone wrong.
Sir, it's a prank. It's a prank.
Motherfucker!
It's a prank. Sir?
Yes.
Do you know what time it is by chance?
Yes.
Yeah?
Let me just borrow like $100. Thank you.
Borrow $100?
Yeah.
For what?
I just need to go like buy some stuff. I already got it. $100. Thank you.
No, thank you. Turn this off.
What do you mean?
I'm calling the police right now.
Sir, I just need $100 real quick.
Yeah, I know you're...
Alright, let me get like another 100. Sir! It's a prank, it's a prank.
Motherfucker!
It's a prank. Sir.
Go back.
Sir, it's a prank.
Call the police!
What am I doing, sir? Look at
police!
it. Sir, look at it.
No,
it's a sound.
No, not look at it.
Sir, let go of me.
Call the police!
What the fuck? Bird is trying to break my phone.
Call the police!
Sir, what are you doing? Sir, stay away from...
It's so stupid when people do dumb shit like this that's obviously going to make somebody rightfully respond in this way, and then they're like, it's just a prank, bro. It's like imagine if I pull a gun out on somebody, and it's like a toy gun, but it looks real, and then they like pull a gun out and shoot me, and then I'm like bleeding out from my stomach, and I'm like, what are you doing? It's just a prank. These people are so dumb.
Like, watch this. See? You see that? It just took 20. I could just took $20 off there that quick.
Well, let's not do that.
Well, I did it. I can put it back on there. Hold on. All right, it took 40. Hold on.
Sir, I don't know what you're doing. Yeah. I don't know what you're doing to my phone.
My bad, but I can put it back on there.
No, I don't know what you're doing to my phone, though. I mean, are you taking money from my phone right now?
Yeah, I just took like $20 off. It was just like, just to see if it worked.
Well, I don't want you to do that, please.
Okay, all right, I won't.
I don't even know.
Okay, that's cool.
I need you to put my money back.
Put it back? I mean, like, all right, I can try to put it back real quick. Let me see the phone.
No.
Sir.
Huh?
I need you to stop doing that.
Please put his money back.
Put it back?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. I'm going to have to ask you to leave after.
You got to show me the phone. Yeah, but I can, oh yeah, but it's. What's okay?
What you doing, man?
I just like 100 please. You need
Please,
money. Money. I need the money. I need the money. Stop.
Social media is really fucking cringe, bro. Well, thanks for the donation, retard.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think that we're at right now with our firearm restrictions. I don't think we're there.
Yeah, we aren't.
Yeah.
Which I'm grateful for.
Yeah.
Which part of the reason why I voted the way I did.
Sure. I mean, I don't think Kamala would ever. I don't think we would have lost our guns or anything under Kamala.
I mean, she did promise to do mandatory gun buybacks. So you can't really buy back something that was never yours to begin with.
Sure, but I don't think she would have the political capital or the will to get it done. It never happened under Biden. They didn't even get close to it, so I feel like it wouldn't happen.
Fair enough. Thanks for chatting.
Yeah, thanks for chatting.
All right. Continuing onwards, this is either going to be your shortest answer of tonight or one of your most unique answers.
Okay.
Should religious beliefs influence public policy decisions?
Yeah, of course. Like, if you believe strongly in a religion, I mean, you should obviously vote on the things that you feel are morally correct, and I imagine a religion is heavily influenced your morals, right? So, I mean...
Now, the reason why we wanted to ask this question is because also the demography changed the country, right? So the United States is becoming more of a secular nation by a factor of 10. You know, you've seen this a million times already over the last 10 years. More and more people are calling themselves atheists, agnostics, non-religious Americans, or even people that just don't want to go to church on Sunday and they're never going to tick a religious box when the Pew Research Center or another organization asks them their affiliation. That's becoming more of the reality in the West, where we're trying to solve issues more with a secular lens because of the demographic change. More and more people are just not seeing religion as a solution to certain problems, or you have people that are part of so many different sects of various religions to where there can't be a common unity amongst them anymore because of that just decreasing in religious affiliation. So under that situation, do you think that, I guess through the marketing from a policy analyst or somebody in the federal government or state legislature holder or whatever, should religion still be really emphasized to get people on board to support certain policies, certain actions, or should future policy work be done in more of a secular way based upon this reality?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by religious versus secular. So, for instance, if you're voting like difference between like pro-life and pro-choice, like your understanding of when a human becomes a human or when it becomes worthy of protections is probably going to be heavily influenced by your religious belief. So, is like an anti-abortion bill, is that like a religious bill? Or if you think that like you shouldn't be allowed to murder somebody, is that because you believe religiously we all have a right to life? And so it's hard to like tease out because religion kind of creeps into so many different areas of your life. It's hard to say like you can't use your religion at all when you're deciding this. And I'm sure as an atheist, I'm sure you've heard it said a million times like, oh well, if you're not religious, does that mean you have no morality at all? You think everybody should be able to murder everybody? Like, well, that's not actually true. But you can see like a religious person is probably getting a lot of their prescriptive things, which are important for policy, because you're telling people what they can or cannot do from religion.
I guess I'll try to frame it in a different way as well. Like so the pro-life movement, for instance, I've told plenty of pro-life atheists that they should become the new heads of the pro-life movement if they really want to show that being pro-life doesn't automatically equate to being theocratic. That you might have a secular biological reason for, in their view, right? If you're pro-life, protecting human life, protecting the sanctity of life, right? To make the issue more nonpartisan, to get Americans of various stripes on board, based upon as well the shifting demographics. Like the stereotype automatically, like you listed abortion as that issue based upon a stereotype that exists. That in order for you to be pro-life, that some people believe that in order to be pro-life, you must come from a religious place.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question of strategy more than anything else. If you lived like in a heavily religious town, then you're probably better off playing the religious arguments. If you're trying to get people in San Francisco or LA on board with some pro-life movement, you're probably better off doing the more secular arguments. So yeah, I would say that's like a question of strategy and tactics more than any kind of like moral question, I would say.
Does anyone want to debate that topic or give comments of your own relating to it, or ask Destiny a question of your own? You right there. Yes, sir. You can come right on down here and sit right next to him.
Yeah, I would say it really, like, I'd need to ask clarifying questions about that question because, like, depending on what he means by the question, should people use their religious beliefs to inform their political decisions? Like, if their religious beliefs are stupid, should somebody use stupid beliefs to inform their political decisions that are, like, fundamentally idiotic or nonsensical? Like, is he asking what Destiny thinks people should base their political decisions on, or is he asking whether or not somebody should have a right to make political decisions based on religious beliefs? Because, yeah, if you're just asking Destiny or me or any particular person whether or not they think someone should use religious beliefs to inform political decisions, I'd say no. Because religious beliefs are just fucking nonsense.
You now at VG, you now how the Democrats are losing young male voters and have no good male role models. You are basically like the ideal male role model for young people that is aligned with democratic policies. They should probably put money into you.
Yeah. They probably should. Democrats are fucked, dude. Like, they're absolutely fucked. They're just gay, retarded cucks. All they need to do is just legalize machine guns, be pro-gun. It's really the only change they have to make, and then they just kill it politically. I know Americans are kind of iffy and stuff about trans rights, but if you just kind of push that to the back of the pile, or maybe just make some sort of pro-rights sort of argument for that, like, I believe in individual liberties and freedoms. If medical communities, if parents or the individual wants to run their family or do whatever, like, they have the right to do that. Like, put some sort of pro-liberty slant on it if you ever have to talk about it, and say, we're not going to have the government step in and stop any of this, you know, sort of thing. But yeah, the Democratic Party is just seriously, seriously cucked. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What's your name? Nice to meet you, Chase. Here you go. Hey, how's it going? Pretty good.
So I wanted to present a few quotes from today that you have just said, and then I have a little objection to what you said.
Okay.
You said, I condemn people for doing things that they should not do, and you said, if you're killing civilians for the sake of killing civilians, then it is bad. You stand by both those statements?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And then my first question is, what are your biggest objections to Trump and his beliefs in general?
That's a really broad question. My biggest objection, I guess, is that I just think he's really stupid. I don't think he has a good concept of how economies work. I don't think he has a good concept of the law. I don't think he has a good concept of literally anything. So that's my first objection. My second objection is more specifically on the law. I think he has a huge disdain for the legal system, and the weaponization that we've seen of the DOJ under him, I think it's been unbelievably horrible compared to anything we've ever seen in the entire history of this country. And I think that his conceptualization of economies, especially the global economy, and his approach to just tariffing everybody and everything, and how a trade deficit means we're losing, I just think is comically stupid. I could do a million other things, but we'll go those three if you want.
Okay. Okay, so let's say that I were to believe all of these things, right? Would you say that it is okay, or you would not mourn the loss if I were to die, right? If someone were to come and shoot me over those beliefs right now, Would you mourn my loss, or would you say it's okay to do that?
I mean, I don't think it's okay to kill anybody for their political beliefs in the United States. Not quite yet. I don't think we're quite at that point yet. Would I mourn your loss? I mean, I don't know you personally, so if you're a subscriber, maybe. But I mean, just being honest, I don't know.
Okay, so I don't know if you know where this is going, but I'm going to read a tweet that you tweeted. You said Donald Trump incited an insurrection and then was granted full criminal immunity for possibly all of his involvement. I have zero sympathy for anything that happens to him or anyone who supports him. So I, as someone who support him, if someone were to come and shoot me, you said that would be wrong. However, someone did go and shoot Corey Comprador during the Trump attempted assassination, and you do not mourn the loss of him. What's the difference here?
I mean, it's very easy to say that something could be wrong.
There's no contradiction. Seeing something as wrong and not having sympathy are two different things.
But you're not feeling sympathy for a person because it happened to them? I mean, I don't think something wrong happening necessarily evokes a sympathetic response, no?
Yes, but you can say that at the same time that you would say that shouldn't have happened. You have never said that shouldn't have happened.
I think I answered that a lot. You shouldn't be shooting people for political beliefs. I don't think we're at that point in the United States yet. You probably shouldn't be trying to assassinate people at political rallies.
So you do believe that what Thomas Matthew Crooks did was wrong?
He was the first shooter, the glasses guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Okay, that was my question. I did not think that you agreed with that based on your tweets and your comments before. That was my main objection to you. But if you're willing to condemn that, then that's...
I'll say it's wrong, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
The biggest issue that I have is the obsessive focus on this while the president basically gets carte blanche to say or do anything he wants. Just earlier, I think we had a guy that was, I don't remember if he was hinting towards those comments or not, but was celebrating the removal of USAID. Who knows how many people are going to die from preventable causes as a result of that, but we don't care about any of that. If anything, people just kind of laugh and make jokes about it. So, I mean, like, what do you want me to say? To sit here and condemn, one guy who died at a Trump rally because I guess God guided his bullet there, according to Donald Trump. The sympathy is very low to non-existent for me on that perspective, I guess.
I see that, and I would say that, I'm going to finish up here, but I will say that the losses that would be a result of abolishing USAID, I say that will be nothing in comparison to that of what has happened over the past 50 years with abortion. I know you don't agree with that, but I just think that those two things, one's different. One's cutting aid and spending, and then one's actively ending human life. So I just think that's a much bigger deal at the moment.
Okay. All right, yeah, thanks for the conversation. Cool.
Gay.
All right. So over the last 15 years, there's been a big controversy in the atheist community pertaining to churches, how they should be treated, should they be given tax-exempt status, should they maintain their status, rather. It's been an issue between people that have seen churches get away with not following the law, and at the same time, a balance as well with protecting the First Amendment. So not only the Establishment Clause, but the Free Exercise Clause that comes with it. Under this debate that's still happening to this day, and I think it will still continue to happen, but at least to get your take on it, should religious institutions receive government funding or maintain their current tax exemptions?
They should not get government funding, and they should not get tax-exempt status. They are a fucking business.
I don't have a strong answer for this because I just haven't read into the rationalization for it. My immediate gut feeling is no, that there probably shouldn't be tax exempt status for it. But you could very easily counter that with maybe in the state or federal tax code, maybe there are tax exemptions for like any organization that does a sufficient amount of like community work, and all churches happen to qualify for this. Like, and if that was the case, then maybe I would feel differently about it. But I personally don't know the strong form of the argument for why tax exemption is given to religious institutions. So like my intuitive gut feeling is that I don't think they should have that. But I imagine most atheists probably feel that way.
Yeah, typically, I would say the majority of atheists feel that way. There have been plenty of atheists as well that have been in favor of it just because of the enforcement of separation of church and state. That if we have a freedom from religion, we also have to have a freedom of religion to make sure we're not hypocrites, to make sure that we ensure the First Amendment be applied to all people, and then to make sure as well that there's no religious institution or religious group of people, if ever there was a new form of religious authoritarianism that kind of got branded and got normalized in American public life, treat every other American with poor disdain. So I think that's kind of the counter argument, or one of the best counter arguments I've seen for it.
Wait, how would that? Aren't you treating them differently than when you give them tax exemption? Like, why would that be okay under that argument? I don't understand.
Because every single religious group would maintain the same, would get a tax exemption. So this would not apply just to one particular religious group.
Oh yeah, sure. I just don't see why you would apply it to religious groups as like a category, as opposed to.
Yeah, it's something I haven't seen either. The federal government making certain categories, at least, I've never tried to apply for tax exemption as a church.
Do they get tax exempt status?
I believe they do. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It seems weird. But if anybody could register as a religion and then get an exemption status, then I don't know. Maybe it's not a big deal.
Interesting to see what people think of that in the comments too. Anyone want to go ahead and comment on that, or come up down and ask a question of your own? You, sir, right over there. Yes, you, Mr. Pirate.
All right. I've got a question of your own.
Now, what's your name?
Captain Nick at Shore Service.
Nice to meet you, Nick. Thomas.
There should be a captain there somewhere. It's a very heavy microphone. I like this. I need one of these. All right, sorry, I gotta pull up my sources here. If you don't mind, I gotta hold this up to my face. All right.
That's a huge phone. What is that?
Oh, it's for hiking,
Okay.
Got a big battery. Okay, so my question for you is, and I'm still trying to find the quote here. Sorry. Let me see. All right, so a while back, you said something to the tune of, bro, if I need to go on the sex offender list, I'm taking like 20 other streamers with me, okay? Now, I don't know. I tend to not associate with people who would be on the sex offender list if exposed. So I would like to ask you, why do you know so many of these people?
Okay, well, my first question would be, As a pirate, wouldn't you be friends with a lot of sex offenders?
Oh, no. Listen, we have standards aboard the ship.
Okay, number one. Number two, okay. I appreciate the commitment to the bit. Where's the eye patch?
Wouldn't fit under my glasses.
Number three, listen, if I go on the list, I'll take 20 other people with me, but until then, we all kind of keep each other safe. It's like a Epstein Island rule, you know? I already saw what Trump did to Epstein. I don't want to be the next one to go, so I gotta wait for the hammer to fall on that, I guess.
That's up. So you defend what you said then? That's the thing that you stand by?
Hold on one second. Yeah, the Mossad says yes. I stand by that completely and totally. 100%, unequivocally, I stand by exactly what I said, yes.
All right, well, George Soros, he sent me up here. I got me Soros dollars for coming up here. I do have one more question for you, though, if you don't mind.
Okay, what do you got?
All right, so if you take a ship, right, and you replace all the boards in the ship with different boards, right, new boards, is it still the same ship?
I don't know. I'd have to ask my friend Theseus about that one, I guess. I'm not sure.
All right. See, I can't get an answer straight out of anybody. I mean, Charlie Kirk couldn't answer it. Destiny couldn't answer it. We need some more Philosophy 101 students in here, to properly answer us the question.
Wait, do you think there's a proper answer to it?
I do. See, I think if you're...
Wait, can I guess, actually?
Sure.
My guess would be it would have something to do with the time or the duration in which you change the planks, as in if you were to change out every single one instantaneously, you would probably say it's a different ship, but if you were to change one over some duration of time, I imagine you wouldn't say it's a different ship?
So, not exactly. My answer to it is, if the ship is used as a ship, right, if it's not just a bundle of boards and planks inside of a museum, right, but if it is sailed, then in the process of, you taking all these boards out and stuff, then it is the same ship, right? Because it has maintained its seaworthiness and ship-like status the whole time.
Yeah, but that's just the universal category of ship rather than the particular ship itself, which is what we're asking, right? The replacement of boards isn't asking if the well, but that's what we're asking. Any ship at sea would maintain its ship status, but we're asking if it would be that particular ship after replacing all the boards, right?
See, if you have a ship, right, and it has no captain, I'm going to get a little bit philosophical here if you mateys don't mind. So if you have a ship and it has no captain, no crew, which is sitting in a museum, is that really a ship at all? I mean, it's just a bundle of planks and boards. You need a lively crew. You need a bunch of mateys. You need, where did I put it? Hold on. What you need is some grog. So that's what really makes a ship, right? So
what the fuck is this guy doing here?
if you use the ship as a ship, right, then it remains to be the same ship, right? And if it's not, right, if you just change all the planks and boards and whatever out of it, it's not the same ship, right? Totally different ship.
Okay.
I have one more thing to say. Zhao Hong Shu. Thank you, mateys. Who do I hand this microphone to?
Right back to me. Thanks for your
Aye, thank you, mateys.
We wanted to use this debate as a way to blow up even more, and I think we just got it. Thanks to Captain Nick right there. Look at that. What a gentleman. Thank you, sir. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. All right, we're going to get into our third category that we prepared for on individual rights and freedoms. Should freedom of speech extend to offensive or religiously blasphemous content? This might be the short answer one.
Yeah, I would say insofar as how my beliefs go, I don't think that offensive or hateful content should ever be rendered obscene or not worthy of First Amendment protection. So no, you should always be allowed to be blasphemous or offensive or hateful. Yeah.
There we go. So that was the short one. Anybody else want to come down and ask a question or make a comment? All right, you there. I like that we have plenty of our volunteers that also want to participate too. It's the least that we can do for literally all the hard work they put on up. So this gentleman has flown all the way here from California and has helped us put this event forward. I'm honored to know the man. And just state, sir, in the microphone, your name.
My name's Jake. Good to see everybody here. My question for you. Nice to meet you.
Hey, what's up?
My question for you is what are the bounds of free speech? As a free speech endorsing organization, we're very concerned with protecting free speech. And the common attitude here is, well, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. Of course, there's those who believe anything that violates religious sanctity, as he prompted you, shouldn't be discussed for fear of inciting violence. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
Personally, again, I don't care about anything relating to hateful speech or offensive speech. I do think, and this is a very unpopular opinion on all sides, but I think that there needs to be a really tough look at the media environment and how that speech is regulated, because I do think right now our First Amendment is being abused by people that just want to go out and basically knowingly and intentionally lie.
So you like the model of the UK where they have a government-ran entity that enforces what's free, or you think that...
Are you talking about the BBC, or...?
Yeah, do you think that, or perhaps what I've heard more of is going to the social media companies and saying, hey, here's a guideline, do it yourself, which I don't think works at all.
I mean, again, I don't know, because there's not even a conversation for how to begin to do this, because most people aren't on board with it yet. I just think that the current media environment we live in is the worst it's literally ever been. I think that you have people that are living in entirely separate realities right now. If I were to take a poll of liberals and a poll of conservatives and ask them questions about who pays a tariff, or if I would ask them basic questions about the state of the economy or the border, I would get totally different answers.
It sounds like you have an issue with the level of education that people have, not with
even necessarily
speech.
Education, it has to do with misinformation and deliberate lying, basically, in the media, I think.
So again, I'm sure you know the follow-up is who decides what misinformation is.
Probably either some kind of board or some kind of cooperation between companies to create some sort of third-party, independent.
And then, of course, the free speech protection. How do you not violate free speech by saying, okay, well, this is true, this is false?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody can show that you were deliberately lying or spreading falsehoods, and
do they have to prove intent? That you have an intent to...
Yeah, the intent might be an important part of it, sure. I mean, we already do this with defamation lawsuits, yeah. You could be criminal, or you can have fines and penalties and stuff for deliberately lying about people, yeah.
So again, just so I'm clear on the answer, you think that it should be a government board?
It can be government, or it can, like FINRA is not government, but it's like that financial board exists, in cooperation with all the companies that it regulates, and with the government, but it's not a government company. It doesn't necessarily matter, or I don't necessarily care who does it or who runs it, whether it's the government itself, or whether the government facilitates a bunch of private companies appointing people to a board and figuring something out. But the system that we have right now is broken and does not work, and it's not getting better. It's only getting worse. It is rapidly deteriorating, so something has to change quite dramatically. And I'm willing to accept in the short term any kind of negative fallout or faults from that system, and not allow perfect to be the enemy of progress there.
Do you feel like you can still Well, let me pivot a little bit. Do you think the United States is a bastion of free speech? Do you think we're one of the leaders in free speech on the globe, or do you think that?
In some ways we are. In other ways, I don't think we are.
Could you elaborate for me?
No, because I don't fucking remember the thing I read. There's like a free speech thing ranking on like the press index or whatever. I don't even remember why. It might have extensive things like whistleblower protections maybe, but I feel like for some reason people don't rate the U.S. as number one. I don't remember why, but there's a reason why. But I'll say, like, broadly speaking, I enjoy the freedom of speech we have in the United States. Yeah.
Right. I'm familiar with some of the studies that you're referencing and how we rank similar to other Western countries, like 10th to 15th, so on. Going back, do you think that you yourself believe in free speech, and how do you reconcile your belief in free speech with what you're proposing for some form of censorship?
I mean, I think that freedom of speech can't exist in an area where like so much bad stuff drowns out people's ability.
And further, why has freedom of speech worked in the United States for so long, yet now it needs to have some kind of correction?
I think historically there have been a lot of gatekeepers to a lot of arenas where speech happens. Like the media typically had editor boards, they had reporters, they had journalists that were trying to do their job. And now, especially with the rise of alternative media, that's all kind of disappeared. And now you're seeing more foreign intrusion. You're seeing more domestic people that are just idiots that are just like spreading their opinion. Just the idea that like it's only freedom of speech if everybody can scream as loudly as they want, and anything less than that would be not freedom of speech. I just think I think it's a very reductive or naive way to look at it. Like if I were to say that there's a room full of 10 people and one guy brings a stereo and he turns the volume up to 500 and nobody can hear each other talk, if somebody were to come in and say this guy needs to shut off his stereo, I don't think we'd say, well, that's a law against freedom of speech. Do you think the censorship there is contradictory to your freedom of speech? I'd say no, it allows the other 10 people to have an actual conversation. Right now in the United States we have no conversations anymore about policy. We have no conversations about anything because it's drowned out by the amount of insane misinformation on all sides. And the idea that censorship would somehow be a reduction of freedom of speech, when I would say right now we basically have no good speech in the United States. I just wouldn't buy that premise.
Your analogy presupposes that one entity or one leader of misinformation has much more power than the individual, because you gave the example of...
Well, I can say 5 people in a room talking and 5 people in a room with boom boxes, if that makes the analogy better.
Well, I'm just curious, because if you have individuals expressing their beliefs and it's not targeted, it sounds to me like you're kind of saying there should be some kind of difference between individuals versus large entities spreading misinformation, as you call it.
Yeah, I think that media companies should be held more accountable, or media accounts, the things that are claiming to disseminate media or do media reporting, I think should be held to probably some kind of standard. Do you think the speech environment we live in right now is healthy or good in the United States?
Again, I think we have to define healthy good. I think it's negative to the intelligence of the society when you have so much prevalent, as you call it, misinformation. I don't like that term because I think it's used for censorship, which I'm against. But I would say belief in all, different views on subjects that are clear cut and should be. And what happens is it inspires further branches off into madness, ridiculous, and that belief becomes society.
Yeah, I think that's bad. I think we're doing that a lot right now.
I think we're not there yet. The reason I entertain...
Just a quick, simple...
Sure.
Can I ask in here how many people voted for Trump? Like, would you raise your hand? I don't know how many.
So if we're...
Okay, wait, and then, so like if I were to ask a question, like how many people believe that, as per Elon Musk, that like Social Security Administration was paying out money to thousands of dead people? Nobody believes that? 1 guy, 2 guys, 3, 4, 5? Okay. I think I was in a room more. Listen, these guys are my fans, okay? So it doesn't count, okay?
Burps are back. Donated $2. There are people who watch that, apparently. Look at all these new videos. That's horrific. Well, thanks for the donation, dude. I masturbate to the videos on here daily. Maybe you should take up a hobby. Thanks again, though, dude.
But if I was in a room with more Trump supporters, I think a healthy amount of people would raise their hands on that. Elon Musk and Trump and his entire cabinet and a lot of the right-wing media. And the problem is that not only is it a lie, because it's just a total lie, it doesn't foster any good discussion about how can we improve things about the government or systems, because it's a stereo blasting noise that's taking up oxygen in the room. And that's just one topic, and there's like a billion different things that's happening on. And I think it's destructive. I think it's anti-free speech. Like instead of having good, productive conversations about what can we do about trade, we just have to hear that if we have a trade deficit, it means we're subsidizing a country. Like it's just not true. Right. So I
think we agree on the problem. We disagree on the solution and the means by which. I don't think it's censorship. I don't think it's having a litmus. I don't think it's a litmus test to say your information is valid. Your beliefs are right, true.
Sure, but what is the solution, or what would you change?
Going back to you said, is it good for the society? And because something's bad for society doesn't mean I ban it or get rid of it.
Sure, but then I'd ask again, what would you change though?
I think the system we have is good enough because it's a lie, it's a trade-off, right? The trade-off is individual liberty, your right to free speech, and the consequence of that is people believe misinformation. And by the way, another important part about misinformation, what you think is misinformation, somebody else is going to think is truth, and so on.
Sure,
so
are you an atheist here, or are you a religious person?
I'm an atheist.
Okay, so usually as atheists, we tend to, more than other people believe in that objective external reality, and there's some truthful statement, there's some fact of the matter out there, right?
And so
we can't just say that like everybody can have a different perspective on truth. Right. That can be true. So for instance, people can have a different perspective on, do you think trade deficits with countries are good or bad? There's plenty of different valid perspectives on that. There's no no valid perspective where somebody says a trade deficit is subsidizing a country. It doesn't make any sense. Or that we just invent tariff numbers from other countries and say they're tariffing us this percent when they're not.
You're not going to catch me defending the
Well, but you're defending the status quo then. That's what a lot of
I'm
people are
defending
starting to
people's right to express their opinion, whether or not it's grounded in fact or not. I disagree with your assertion that it's beneficial to society to get rid of certain speech that's as
Do you think
say.
the media environment that we have right now is good?
Again, it has to go back to good. What's good?
Well,
I think the
media environment we have right now is leading probably, like, potentially to the end of this country right now.
I
and anytime you want to throw up any red flag whatsoever,
we've
people say
had extreme partisanship in this country.
it's not the problem isn't partisanship. The problem is factuality.
Yeah, I understand that argument. I'm telling you that I don't think it's a valid trade-off to say we're going to sacrifice individual liberty to hopefully, and you don't even know it's going to work either, by the way.
I know the current system isn't working.
Yeah.
This is not working what we have right now. This is fundamentally, completely, and totally broken.
I know we probably got to move on, so I'll just close on this.
Sure.
I appreciate your opinion. I
Okay.
obviously feel differently. I think that free speech is needed. And so anyway, nice talking to you.
Oh, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
I'll admit I didn't want to end that one early. That was very fruitful. So we all know you're a big fan of Donald Trump. So speaking of that, the answer you gave. So the Trump administration, they recently created an anti-Christian bias task force, of course, which has sparked recent controversy. Is a secular government inherently biased against religious citizens? Would there be a need for a said task force to exist?
No, I mean, like I said, I would say that like religious values should be like an abstraction, or rather, your principles should kind of be like an abstraction away from your religious values.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you believe in a religion, and because of that religion you believe that things like, say, murder or stealing should be illegal, then the government should be able to talk about those abstracted things of like murder or stealing. I think it's possible for the government to operate in such a way that it doesn't infringe on a person's religious values. But
Burps are back, donate tellers. Don't worry, I only spend like 30 minutes a day. Isn't it crazy that the Girl Burp video channel uploads a new compilation every day? Pretty awesome. The guy must be really dedicated to finding burps. Yeah, that's really weird. I wonder if it's like a team of people or if they have like a bot scrubbing content or something. Thanks for the donation. Burps are back. Kid Boo donated $2.
Approved. 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 I don't know. Approved. I don't know. Approved. Approved. It's now illegal.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
by just focusing on whatever the particular policy things are, I think that should be, I think that should be more than possible, yeah. I don't know why Trump, I know why he made it.
That was going to be my follow-up. Why do you think the Trump administration came out with such a task force?
Because he simps for evangelicals, just like he simps, like the whole Columbia, Harvard stuff, because he simps for Israel. Like, I mean, it's just what I mean, yeah.
So actually, I'll ask another follow-up, because this is what's so great. It's like, with all these other people, it's like an extra follow-up just keeps coming with this. So when it comes to this task force and how it exists, Donald Trump already won, he's in his second term right now. I know that there's a big controversy on if Donald Trump's going to try to get a constitutional amendment passed in order to try to run for a third term, like FDR did, and others had the ability to, at least in the early 20th century. But assuming that we trust what he said and that he doesn't want to do that, even though he might, but just under the scenario.
Burps are back. Donate $2. As far as I know, it's one guy that does it. There's actually a bunch of different burping channels on YouTube ran by different people. Most of them are on the Burping Fetish Forums website, and they all talk about burps on there and share content. That is very weird. Very, very weird. Well, thanks for the donation. Burps are back.
What best reason do you think you could come up with? Because he already won. He's not even that religious. He's not even that much of an evangelical, right? What other reason do you think there could be for why this task force exists currently?
He just likes to get positive attention, so he thinks a lot of people support him, and it would be popular to do a particular thing that gets him a lot of attention, or even if it's unpopular, he'll do it. I just basically analyze him as a YouTuber. I think that explains most of his actions. It's whatever gets him the most amount of attention is the thing that he enjoys doing the most.
A YouTuber back in the old days?
No,
before YouTube was around.
No, the current day YouTuber is just trying to get as many clicks and impressions as possible. I would say that's basically explains all of Trump's behavior now, because you're not going to be able to find any consistent ideological throughput on anything that he does. So,
anyone want to go ahead and either give a rebuttal or ask a question of their own? You, sir. I say you keep raising your hand too. The only reason I'm picking other people too is because you already went first. So once we get to seconds, I'll happily do seconds. Hi, what's your name? Yeah, go ahead, shake his hand. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
So, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but like with the Palestine and Israel issue, what specific like actions do you think we could take to like stop the conflict, or do you think like a two-state solution is completely like out of the realm anymore?
My idea, I always said that you take like a huge box of nukes, basically, you put them in the middle of Jerusalem, and then you have both sides go into their own corner, and for 2 weeks they figure out what they're willing to give up, and then they come back.
Ben Overbitch, Tony Tillers, this is where I agree that the left harbors anti-Christian bias.
Whereas if Christians try and oppress women by having an idea that a woman should be in the home, raising the family, her role is to nurture the kids, even if the woman agrees to that, and that the woman says that this is what I want, people will still say that is oppression. Then people will say a woman in a burqa, well, if it makes her happy, if that's what she wants, then, you know, she should be able to do that. And it doesn't add up having those two thoughts, because the Christian woman is undeniably more free, whereas
Yeah, I guess the left harbors anti-Christian bias in the sense that they don't like white people. So like anything that's they have the medium in stock? Oh, so the large is sold out. Okay. And all of this is sold out here. Yeah, so it's like a race thing. They just try to protect non-whites. And it's really only lefty social justice warriors. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
And then whoever was willing to give up most, if they can't settle on anything, that person gets all the nukes and they just bomb the other side. That's what I say.
Okay. But hold on a second.
Burps are back, donators. Please, can you read the post on this page? There's a recent post on the burping fetish forums. Super random thought, but do you guys have a favorite masturbating memory? What videos were you watching? Heck, it could be the first video you ever watched or whatever. I think mine was Serena. Deepest I ever got was a whole session of 3 to 4 hours in which I watched fart, burp, twerk, and anime porn until I shot over my shoulder. Painted my wall by mistake. Quite enjoy gooning as much as a meme as it's become in some circles. Might have to go back to calling it edging. Ever since I began Prozac, though, usually can only go for an hour or so now. What the fuck? Thanks for the donation. Burps are back.
Wait. I think the issue is, so maybe something like that, but less actual nuclear, more metaphorically nuclear. Like, I think Israel and Palestinians should have to come together, figure out who's going to lead the Palestinians. I don't know if Abbas can do it. The guy's like 120 years old. Have them do another election, have them do another leader, have them come together and negotiate. If neither side is willing to give an appropriate amount, then Israel loses all of their funding from the United States. If the Palestinians aren't willing to give anything, then they lose all of their international funding and support until one people is starved out, and then you just move on from there. If you actually want a solution, there has to be like an impetus for both sides for like they need to come and negotiate, yeah?
Well, I agree with you, but I don't think like right now, like Palestine or like on the international level, they're even incentivized to like stop what they're doing because of like the amount of support they're getting from the United States government and just like the one-sidedness of like the whole conflict. But like, because earlier when you were talking about like with the like people being brought back from the like the settlements or whatever and like being like taken out and bringing back the Palestinians, like, do you think like a distinction needs to be made like to first like fix Gaza and then like focus on like the West Bank or something like that, like to make sure like each side gets like a fair treatment? Or like,
as in like the difference, are you separating like the Gazans and the West Bank Palestinians, or?
Yeah, because I'd say they're pretty like distinct.
I would say that's probably not a good perspective because I think that benefits Israel quite a bit if they're negotiating with two different parties rather than one combined party. I think ultimately the Palestinians would probably want some kind of combined state that incorporates Gaza and the West Bank at the very least, as opposed to having basically like a three-state solution. I think that would probably not be as good for them.
I agree with you, but like at the same time, like I feel like they're not really like incentivized to like even want to like.
Burps are back, donators. See, it's really a fetish, guys. Some people in your chat think it's just trolling or funny, but actually there's a whole community of us who love burps. We watch burps for hours on end and edge until we explode all over the place daily past 10 years. Right, well, glad you've been enjoying yourself. Thanks for the donation. Burps are back.
Change?
Yeah, nobody's incentivized. That's the issue.
Is Vegan Runner a vegan playboy? I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
But I would argue that it's because of a lot of the international pressure on that area on both sides.
Then what should the United States do to like pressure them? Or do you think we're not even like in the position to like?
Well, the pressure, I think it can't just be us pressuring Israel. It also has to be the Arab side pressuring the Palestinians as well. So like the pressure has to come from both sides on both parties to negotiate.
What pressure would you say for like the Arab nations to do?
Well, I mean, there were talks at one point, I think, of Saudi Arabia running the Gaza Strip, but understandably, none of the Arab nations really want to get involved with it because it's a clusterfuck of an issue. They're just the problem is that right now,
because I heard you say before, like they don't even want to like take Palestinian refugees. I think you said.
Well, yeah, because the goal is to keep the number of refugees high so that they have a big right of return, so that they can always outnumber them demographically, right? Yeah, the number is really important because if Israel ever feels like they have enough Jews to outnumber all of the Arabs, then they'll just start annexing territory en masse like they do in the West Bank, kind of.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I have a stupid question also. So back to like the trolley problem or so if you have one guy on one side of a trolley and then another guy, and it's a trolley that meticulously gets taken apart and put back together, but there's one person on one side and two people on the other, would you pull the lever to like kill the one guy?
Does it matter that it's being pulled apart and put back together? Is that relevant?
Yes, because if it's being pulled apart, then it's technically not you doing the action.
I feel like it would still basically be you doing the action.
Why would it be you doing the action if it's a different trolley?
Because I think that the thing that you're in control of there would probably be the process, not necessarily what the thing itself is. Like if there was a trolley problem where there's 5 people on one side and one person on the other, and you pull the lever to go to the one side, but the trolley doesn't hit them, it stops right before, and then a guy comes out and he shoots him dead. I don't think you would say like, oh well, look, it was a guy that came out and did it instead of a trolley, so I'm not responsible anymore.
That's fair. I didn't think of that one. Okay, thank you.
All right. So now we're going to get into category 4, treatment of neighboring countries, ethics and foreign policy. So some of these questions were crafted for also a certain other debater being here in the room. So if the language sounds a little weird, like why the heck is this atheist guy asking me another atheist to stuff in this way? It's because the debate was supposed to be a little different. Question number 1 here. Should the U.S. promote American values, individual rights, freedom of speech, etc. abroad? Very first generic question there.
I think it's okay to promote them in like inoffensive ways. So like that Voice of America channel where we just like advertise or broadcast stuff about the United States, or like doing foreign aid and stuff. I think is fine. Aggressive regime change and whatnot, probably not. Okay, so yeah, it would come down to the individual policy. Like things that are like an exercise of like soft diplomatic power, kind of. I think are okay. Not like sanctioning countries that aren't democratic, but like exporting culture and stuff. I think is okay.
Okay, cool. Anybody want to comment on that or have a question of their own? All right, I think it's your turn for seconds here, so you can come on up. Long time no see.
Sorry, my awaited return here. Yeah, so kind of picking up where we left off. When you were discussing the idea that like Jewish people might not feel safe within an Israeli state where they're outnumbered predominantly by Palestinians, I would say like, well, the view that like Arab populations and Arab populations and like Jewish populations are incompatible is like relatively historically inaccurate.
Wait, hold on, just to be clear, that is the history of all of the nations of Arabs and Jews that have lived together. Prior to the formation of the Israeli state, there was a mass exodus of Jews from every single Arab state, and pre the formation of Israel, there were massacres literally inside of the mandatory Palestinian area from Arabs to Jews, and then during the reign of the Ottoman Empire, there were also different massacres and pogroms of Jews. So that's just.
But it doesn't contextualize the entire history, right? So have conflicts occurred historically? Yes, right. Like
not just conflicts. It's a one-sided.
Well, yeah,
when
no,
the Jewish population is a minority in the population, they tend to be abused by the people that are.
But there's also been long periods of history where that hasn't happened, right? Like if we look at oh my God, Spain, for example, right? A large Muslim population. I mean, they were Berbers, but not Arabs. But that's the same point, right? There was a very large and prosperous Jewish culture there, which you can still observe in their architecture and like the Alhambra and stuff. And
Burps are back, donatillers. Please read the posts by user Watch Out for Bees, user Slosh Slut, and user Richard Willie, please. Super random thought, but do you guys have a favorite masturbation? Is it weird to say that there's actually some videos, pics that I'm nostalgic for? I have a very specific memory where I was on winter break and just finished up a session to this belly stuffing pic. After a bit, I remember going to the living room and hung out with family for a bit before we all went to the mall. For some reason, that specific sesh is a very cozy memory. Weird. Okay. Sometimes I'm feeling very gross and pathetic. I'll play multiple burping videos on different tabs, then stomach noise videos on more tabs. I'll boost the volume on specific things so it all sounds good together, too elaborate for stuff like this. Haven't done it in a while. It does the trick fantastically, though. I just may be the smartest person alive. One time I spent a few days making and editing a huge burping contest using some of my favorite girls/clips. Categories were longest, best overall burp, deepest burp, etc. I even made teams like TikTok and YouTube. Insane edging. That's weird. This guy made a way to find burps in videos. Been a while, posted service I'm running on the side. It's basically the sound reader program, but for the web. This is just an experiment, maybe changed or disappear the next day. By the way, it may be pretty slow initially if there's a ton of demand. So he literally made like a bot to find burps. Alright, thanks for the donation. Burps are back.
And so, like, there's not an intrinsic conflict of identities here, and sort of playing into the idea that, like, oh, regardless of what we do, these people are just going to hate each other and destroy each other, is sort of playing into, like, the larger ethno-nationalist arguments.
It has nothing. So ethno-nationalist, this is like a privileged American position that we can take, where we pretend that none of this actually matters, because in the United States we do a phenomenal job at integrating a ton of different type of people. For the rest of the world, that's not always the case, and you're never going to be able to go into the Middle East. Like, only like a Western white American would say things like, oh, well, ethno-nationalism is wrong. Like, if you actually go to the Middle East, or if you go to Palestine, if you go to West Bank, you ask some people, like, do you guys think you would fuck up the Jews if you guys were the government? They wouldn't give this weird answer. They would go, fuck yeah, we would. They would just be honest with you. Like, this is only a defense that people in the West put up. There's a reason why almost all of these Arab majority states are Arab majority. Like, they don't have to be ethno-nationalist in origin, because the populations are vastly Arab. I mean, like, they're never going to have that threat of like being an Arab minority in any of these states.
Again, like, just they're not a minority in a lot of these states, but they are like ethnically non-homogenous, right? Like, if you look at Egypt, there's like a large Coptic population. I think they also haven't been treated super correctly in the last 100 years, but historically they've been a dominant force in the area. And you look like across, again, the large swaths of history here, and yes, there are periods of extreme conflict, and those periods aren't good, but denying the possibility of like an equitable coexistence is
like what you just said is not good enough. A Jewish person isn't going to be okay with the possibility of not being destroyed if they live in a single state where Arabs have majority rule, especially when, if that did happen, there's nothing we would do about it, right?
And so it's impossible for there to be like a one-state solution where people are given like equitable access to a democracy, and there's like an emphasis on like international protections from like
what international protections they would ignore that.
Something like a Truth and Reconciliation Committee.
That would never happen historically.
Yugoslavia, we had an effective program like that in Bosnia.
But this isn't Yugoslavia. This isn't Europe. This is the Middle East, where historically nobody's going to step in if Jewish people are getting killed in their state by Arabs. That's just never been the case historically, right?
Well, then you would need effective intervention, right? You would need some type of like UN observer, something like that, observer status, and then some like means.
The UN has never done anything to step in and protect Israel. They condemned Israel for rescuing hostages that were fucking captured within Israel. They also don't fucking enforce any UN resolutions when terrorists are attacking Israel, like Hezbollah. Why in the fuck would this guy say, oh, well, the UN could do it?
Of ensuring like regular inspection to ensure that like...
just the idea that you would tell somebody in Israel the UN will save you, like, this is a non-starter.
That's
like, nobody
ridiculous.
would agree to this. There's again, if people in the West want to push for it, I mean, you're free to do it, but like, there is no world where Israel agrees to sacrifice itself to create like
a
state
so
where...
it needs to be pressured. And what I would say is that the pressures
there's no pressure. They would just say, we'll just fight the rest of the world, and they'll just keep doing that.
Well, so then what? There's just going to be this one state which these people can never be a minority in this country. There's just going to be this one country which is ethnically exclusive. Only
Jewish people. It's not ethnically exclusive. There's a huge Arab population in Israel
who are systemically marginalized. Like if you look at like larger like tendencies in like education, access to adequate healthcare, like all of these metrics. I mean, it's similar to the way that
when you talk about like an ethnic majority, you're describing every other state in the Middle East, in the Greater Middle East, in North Africa. You're describing basically every other state of people where all of them are pretty. There's usually singular large ethnic groups.
Yeah, and if like a group of like I don't know Nepalese people wanted to move to like Syria and set up a thing there, I'd be pretty mad if the Syrian government was like, hey, Syria for the Syrians, right? Like the issue here is that what you're saying is.
Wait, do you think the government's like? Do you think that Bashar al-Assad would have allowed like millions of people?
No, and he was a bad guy. Like this is like yes, I think it's bad when.
Okay, do you think that would Iraq probably wouldn't allow it, right? I don't think that any of the Gulf states.
Yes, I think these are
I don't think
bad
any
things.
states in North. Yeah. So, but when you have all of these countries and you acknowledge, yeah, all of these other countries that operate on this like ethnic level, and then you look at Israel like you guys aren't allowed to. That's just a non-starter. Like Jews are going to say we're literally going to get genocided if we give up our ethnic majority status. Nobody will help us, which is probably true. Nobody would help. And they'd be like, well, why the fuck would we ever give this up? This is ridiculous.
Well, again, like there's the ability for an effective like state to exist, right, which has representation for both of them in equal proportion. And if you think that like just because,
but it wouldn't be equal proportion, the Arabs would probably start to outnumber the Jewish people like dramatically.
Yeah, but does that automatically include their destruction?
They would say yes. Historically, it has. And then yes, it would. Absolutely.
No, again, only for periods in history. Right?
What period? There was never a period where Jewish people lived as equal with Arabs. You understand that, right? With Muslims?
Yes, there was. What? Immediately following the Muslim invasions, there weren't massacres, right? They were explicitly protected under Muhammad and the.
When you say explicitly protected, that means that they were walled off as their own inferior religious group.
No,
yes, that's definitionally yes. That's how the caliphates work. Yes,
under the caliphates, there was just an additional tax which had to be paid. There wasn't like mass.
Wow, this guy drank the fucking Kool-Aid. Oh well, all they had to do was give up their money and then they wouldn't be murdered. All they had to do was pay a tax and then the Muslims wouldn't kill them. They were living happily and peacefully. Like, what?
Like programmation.
They didn't have, correct. They didn't have mass programizations. Like we didn't have mass programs against slaves in the United States.
God.
They would argue that as like they did not enjoy the same rights and privileges as Muslims did.
And they had an additional tax, but
it wasn't just an additional tax. That additional tax jizya that they had to pay, that additional tax was part of them being not formal members of the caliphate. They weren't Muslims. They weren't part of the I think it's Ummah or whatever.
They weren't considered part of like a larger Muslim community.
Yeah, so they could participate in a lot of places in government. They weren't allowed to fight in the military.
No, but they were able to participate in government. Again,
in parts of the Caliphate. In parts of the government, they literally.
The head vizier of the Umayyad Caliphate was a Jewish man.
It's a religious theocratic empire. They can't incorporate another religion into it. That's not how that works. They live as sub people in that they get the quote unquote protection because it would be unethical to kill them.
Well, then how are they able to like rise to the second highest state within the Umayyad Caliphate? Like explain that.
We're gonna give our ladder 10 seconds and we gotta move on. definitionally speaking, regardless of any amount of prosperity they might have enjoyed, I mean, they're going to tell you the exact same thing that Palestinians living, I mean, Jewish people would just say, well, what about Palestinians living in Israel? Like, they've enjoyed a huge level of prosperity, probably greater than almost every other Arab state.
While watching their children die, like watching their
in Israel proper? In Israel proper?
The Israel
Not in the
proper
West
is
Bank or
built
the Gaza
on
Strip.
bombed out remains of like.
Yeah, and that was built on conquered territory from the however many half dozen caliphates that came before it, and then that was built on territory of the Romans, you know, destroying the Jewish temple and destroying Israel before it. And I mean, like,
long ago. This is
how long ago do you want to go? You want to go back to 48? So we can go 80 years back, but we can't go a couple hundred years back, or we can't go 2,000 years back. Like where you stop is like
the difference is people who identify as Ottomans in that area don't exist anymore. The Ottoman Empire never like claimed to be like we're the people who live here. The Palestinians have a 100% justified claim.
the Palestinians absolutely had a much weaker claim than like the Ottoman Empire did. There were no people there that identified as distinctly Palestinian.
There were no people who identified as Ottoman, but there were people.
There were Turkish people who ran the Ottoman Empire. They felt very strongly about the country of Turkey.
But
Egyptians felt very strongly about Egypt. Of course they did. They had a whole revolution after the mandates expired to fight for their individual land of Turkey after I think it was after 48. Like,
yeah, but the people who lived in the area wouldn't have called themselves Ottomans at the time.
They wouldn't have called themselves Ottomans. They would have been broken down by whatever random groups of people that all moved in and out of places at the time. But some people did feel strongly about this. Like Turkish people did, Egyptians did.
Like, are you like denying that the Palestinian ethnicity has existed with or without a name in the last 200 years?
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I went over time there again.
Very passionate to say the least.
Well, like, again, it's just... It's exactly what, like, Sargon of Akkad was talking about. Like, these people literally cannot conceptualize the idea that other people do not believe in liberalism and are totally fine with massacring ethnic minorities and shit. Like, what a retard. Just outrageously stupid. Sadian, we're donating $2. Putin is fighting for white civilization, breaking Russia to invite Pakistan, China, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Azerbaijan, blah, blah, blah. Other countries to an anti-fascist conference that will be held in Moscow in August. Yeah. The fucking pro-Russian tards are just fucking idiots. Communists, Nazis, and fascists are all the same, always have been. Yep. Who was it? It was one of the like big Nazi leaders, might have been Göring, who said Nazis are not so dissimilar to communists. The only real difference was they were trying to accumulate wealth for like one particular ethnic minority and just basically steal from everyone else. Boomer conservatives are actually the closest on the mark about this. They're not right on everything, but they're right on this. For obvious reasons, both commies and Nazis want to hide their links and similarities. There's a plethora of evidence that they're cut from the same Marxist socialist cloth. Many Nazis admit that and boast of their similarities to commies, including Goebbels. Oh, Goebbels. They just want communism to be restricted to one ethnic group instead of workers of the world. Yep. Absolutely fucking true, dude. Netanyahu tells government to be quiet in Russia, focus on Iran. Netanyahu ain't afraid of Ukraine or the West. He's still placating Putin in Russia and refuses to condemn Russian aggression. Yeah, I don't know what his motivation there is. It's really weird. I don't know if it has something to do with his ties to Trump or some shit. And there's very good evidence that Russia was partly behind the attack on October 7th. New Pope calls out Russian atrocities in Ukraine.
Claro, este es un problema gravísimo que está afectando todo el mundo. Hay muchos análisis que se dan al conflicto, a la guerra que se está sufriendo actualmente en Ucrania, pero desde mi punto de vista se trata de una auténtica invasión imperialista donde Rusia quiere conquistar un territorio por motivos de poder y pues ventaja propio de Rusia por el tema de la ubicación estratégica como también por el gran valor de lo que es Ucrania culturalmente como también históricamente y también en producción para Rusia. Y se está cometiendo, ya está comprobado, hay crímenes contra la humanidad que se están cometiendo en Ucrania. Hay que pedir mucho a Dios por la paz, pero yo creo que hay que ser más claros nosotros también. Incluso algunos políticos en nuestro país no quieren reconocer los horrores de esta guerra y de la maldad que Rusia está, pues...
Well, at least that's good. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Burps are back. Donate tellers, yes, and it works. I put a link of a YouTube video into the program, and it timestamped the burps. Alright, well, that's nice. Skip to the last minute. Okay, well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation. Burps are back.
All right, so we're in the final half hour of this event. Once again, thank you all so much for coming on out. Want to make one little short announcement? Be sure to go ahead and follow us at Atheist Sorority on all major social media platforms. This is being streamed right now via Destiny's channels, and also I want to give a big shout out to Modern Day Debate for partnering with us. This is also being streamed to their networks right now. James Coons has done a great job working with you, foreign policy in relation to religion. Should religious or ethical values shape our immigration policy? Immigration is a very big contentious issue, to say the least, right now in our country. But right now there have been stories that have popped up over the last several months of Catholic charities and Roman Catholic organizations, for instance, pushing illegal migrants to come through our southern border in the name of religious charity, in the name of religious humility, to kind of give people sort of a shield to get past the kind of law and order typical comeback in the debate.
Yeah, I think our immigration policy should definitely be shaped by our values, of course. I think it's important when you talk about immigration that there are distinct categories of immigrants that you talk about. It seems like people are unwilling to do this sometimes, especially on the right. Like, if we're talking about people who are seeking asylum, for instance, like, our qualifications for those people are going to be a lot different than people that are ordinary immigrants who are just immigrating here for work or whatever. That's going to be different than people that are coming for reasons related to family members or extraordinary athletes or whatever else. I think it's important that our values are reflected in each of these different areas. I think it's not fair for people that are genuine asylum seekers to place some kind of like economic expectation on them. Like, if we truly feel like somebody is coming here because they're escaping some kind of horrific oppression in another country, then we're not bringing them here to be productive workers. We're bringing them here because we understand that we want to make a sacrifice to help other people because that's reflected in our values. But that doesn't mean that if we feel like we have too many immigrants here for whatever reason, or if we feel like too many are coming through, that we can't clamp down on it a bit as well. Because for ordinary immigration, obviously the well-being of the country and everything should be taken into account for that too. So it's not all just a charity program. Yeah.
Well, that is something I know that would definitely continue in the comments, to say the least, as well. Anyone want to go ahead and give commentary or ask a question of your own? You right there. Come on down. What's your name? Nice to meet you, Noah.
So I guess I'll just ask a question in general. Do you think like the rate at which we're like advancing, like I guess tech-wise, like in the U.S. and in the world in general, is going to lead to like a decline, I guess in the U.S. or in the world? Because I don't know, it just seems like at the rate at which how social media is operating information, it just seems like everyone is like isolating themselves and like, taking these super extreme positions. That's like going to inevitably lead to like massive conflict. So, and if so, like, is there any ways of like avoiding that you see in like the near future?
I think that you just have to have a world where we're engaging a little bit more honestly about like the technology and the fallout from that technology. Hopefully we'll get there. I think every time there's like a new way of communicating, whether it's TV or radio or the printing press, apparently there's always like an explosion of crazy shit that happens right after. Yep. So hopefully within like the decade, people are like, okay, well, in some ways this is probably not healthy, or we need to take a critical look at this. Like, I think in Australia, I think they banned like social media for people under the age of 15. I gotta make a Facebook account or something. Like, steps like these are good, and hopefully we continue to take more steps in that direction. But yeah, we definitely have to operate under this new paradigm and make rules that are, I think, fitting for it.
Okay, and then like I don't know, it just seems like pretty concerning to me because like I don't know, like one of the major examples today, it's like I don't know, like I was sitting at lunch and I don't really get like too political at the lunch table, but it's just like I just feels like, especially like
me, food for thought. All right, so we spoke earlier about the changing religious demography of the country, and how it relates to churches and how they should be treated, how policy should certainly be enacted.
You ever take such a huge shit your stomach hurts? No. Sometimes when I take a huge shit, I feel tired afterwards and I feel like lighter, but never had my stomach hurt.
Is a religious population necessary to maintain a free and moral society?
No, I don't think so. You just have to replace religion with something else that kind of is like your guiding ethical thing. So some philosophical movement or something. It's just we have some hole in our heads that's filled by some over-encompassing explanation for how things work. And if religion's not going to fill it, then something else will. So
have you given some thought as to what specific system would fill that hole?
Nope. I have no idea. The nice thing about religion is a very quick shortcut for ethics, for metaphysics, and for epistemology.
What's your name? Nice to meet you, Tom. Good name.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Hassan, do you think if Israel and Palestine were two countries in Africa, and Israel occupied Palestine, you don't think Palestine would have a right to defend themselves?
I mean, they probably would, I think, yeah.
If you were the leader of Hamas, what would you do to defend Palestine?
I would probably try to make up with the people in the West Bank as quickly as possible, because having a unified front there, I think would give them a lot more international legitimacy, and it would make it a lot harder for Israel to kind of ignore them when they're divided against each other.
That's all really?
Well, I think that'd be like an important start, yeah, because I think having a divided Palestine, I think makes it a lot easier for Israel to navigate that situation in a way that is domestically possible for them, you know, because you can not just point to Hamas terrorist attacks and say, look, those guys are really bad, like fuck them, you know.
And do you really think it was a good idea to vote for Kamala Harris if she lost anyways? Like, wouldn't the protest vote have been better if she was going to lose?
Well, if I know the outcome of a particular thing, that kind of changes the entire question, right?
But everyone else in every other state, except like the Midwest, who knew she was not going to win that state?
Well, I don't know if anybody knew. Oh, you mean like if you're in a state where? I think you should. I feel like generally you should vote your conscience. I feel like the protest vote or the third party vote isn't for people. So.
I'm also an ex-Catholic myself. This is kind of a juvenile example, but you probably remember this as a Catholic. You were allowed to drink alcohol while being a member of the Catholic Church. Once you received your communion.
Yeah, I heard this a lot. We always had like juice. I don't think we ever got actual alcohol. We might have on our confirmation, but other than that, no. So I don't know what Catholic churches or schools you guys were going to, but they didn't give us.
You didn't get actual wine?
I don't believe we did. No.
Oh wow.
So
I think I got actual wine. Well, my taste in alcohol has evolved since then. So I don't know what 8-year-old. I can't really think too far back about the specific taste that 8-year-old me would have had when trying it for the first time in comparison to now as someone who drinks. But like it's a cheesy but funny example about how you have a religious practice that technically is a contradiction to secular law, right? Because a child that receives his or her first Holy Communion in the Catholic Church, is not of the age of 21, or typically not of the age of 21, and yet that is acceptable and permissible in our society, right? We give credence to religion. Under some people would argue separation of church and state to allow that. But my overall question, kind of just using that as a cheesy opening there, should religious individuals be exempt from laws that conflict with their faith?
Oh man, it really depends on the law. Like for the alcohol one, I think that's probably okay. Depending, I don't think I could even craft a general rule for that. I think it would really depend on the. It would really depend on the law, and it would depend on the application.
Like a system of degrees.
Something like that, yeah. Because even that alcohol one, I wouldn't be okay with, like 8-year-olds getting wasted, right? Like that's probably not okay for a religious exemption there. So I think in some forums, I think there could be some kind of personal belief exemption. I think is okay. Yeah, it would just really depend on.
So you think if we were to, there was a movement to be promoted to make America more religious again, you think something like adding alcohol into the picture would be very helpful for that?
Well, considering that 8-year-olds can't vote, I don't think it would help very much. Yeah.
Get your 8-year-old kids wasted again. Go vote this way.
True, yeah.
I know we had a bunch of other people that were raising their hands. Oh boy, we got one very fast hand there. Does anyone else who hasn't gone yet want to comment first? Okay. All right, we'll try to get this done as quickly as possible. So please keep your questions and the conversation here down to 3 minutes. I want to make sure you all get your time to chime on in. We're going to start with you right there. What's your name? Nice to meet you, Zach.
Yeah, I just have a quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna push back a lot. What do you think? So, you talked a lot about like misinformation and kind of how the whole right and so many people in America are so deeply misinformed about so many things. I'm curious how you think that would relate to like the issues of moral degradation. So, for example, I'm thinking about like in the past week, the lady in North Carolina who like called a little kid the N-word and then raised like $500,000. And now you have like people who are kind of mainstream, like Matt Walsh, for example, defending that. Like, how do we go about combating that kind of moral degradation? Do you think it would be a similar tactic to like combating misinformation, or is that a whole totally different thing?
I would say it's a whole totally different thing. Yeah, like I said, I'm not as interested in speech laws against stuff like that. I mean, I never got paid that much money for saying the N-word, so I think it's kind of ridiculous that. Just kidding. I think that. Yeah, when it comes to stuff like morality, I think you can have different perspectives or different opinions on that. I think that's fine, I guess. Like if somebody wants to be pro or anti-abortion or whatever else, like you can have those perspectives, pro or anti-war, whatever. You can have those perspectives. But yeah, that's fundamentally different. You just can't. I don't think you should lie about it.
Right. Well, I agree that I think like she should at least legally have the right to do that. I mean, maybe because of the kid it would be different. But I'm more thinking about like morally how 5 years ago I wouldn't have expected someone to have raised that much money like that, or I wouldn't have expected someone like, for example, Matt Walsh, just the example, to be defending that. And it seems like I don't know if maybe it's just kind of like a knee-jerk reaction to the wokeness or whatever that we saw like 5-ish years ago, or. Do you think that this kind of...
I would argue that... I mean, you can make the argument that a lot of perceived moral degradation actually does come from a misinformation environment. A lot of the times, people will act as good as their environment allows them to be, and if you convince somebody that their environment is as horrible as they think it is, or as you...
I am done with asking questions myself, so I want to go ahead and get more of you down here. Who here has...
You think Donetsk and Luhansk play in a possible peace deal in Ukraine? Like what their stance will be if a peace deal is resolved?
I mean, unfortunately, it looks like they're just going to be owned by Russia, I guess. I mean, it sucks, but it feels like this current administration has absolutely no desire whatsoever to ask for basically any concessions at all from Russia. It seems like even the the power plant, I don't remember which one or what it's called, but it sounds like even that's going to go to Russia as well. Yeah. It sucks. I have nothing to say. That's just it's fucked.
Do you think, like, just in an alternate reality, do you think it's like what kind of what would it look like for Donetsk and Luhansk to be like part of Ukraine? Because it's like 40%, like roughly 40% of Donetsk and Luhansk are native Russian, and they already have like a paramilitary like structure that's already been enforced within since.
Burps are back. Donate $2. Please read. Saturday, went to this restaurant to order some food. While I was in the waiting, the steep, loud burp comes from me, but it didn't actually come out of my body. It came from my phone while in my pocket. The video that had paused prior to walking inside the restaurant. Cheryl burping for a friend. Somehow paused while my hands were in my pocket. Cashier thought I was about to take my order and just stared at me. Then looked down in my pants pocket. The young lady that was standing near me moved closer to her male friend as if she was trying to keep her distance from me. Yeah, with my hand still in my pocket, I was continuously pressing volume down to shut the video up. Just wanted to share with you. Yeah, it's not particularly interesting. I've always been pretty sensitive to smells. It's easy for me to get uncomfortable if I keep smelling something I don't like. I only ever experienced my fetish over the internet since I never did much with it around my peers. My girlfriend has been eating different, and she's been burping a lot, which is great, but we're making out, burped in my face. Smell totally took me out of it. Anybody else experienced this? These aren't interesting stories, so caught her live an hour ago. Surprised to see her. Not one burping video. Wonder if it's because of these senseless creeps. She mentioned something about top gifters getting a free custom video. Okay, these aren't interesting. Thanks for the donation.
2014. Do you think it'd be possible to for Ukraine to have these regions without just unrest and uprising?
If Russia was no longer pumping them full of military personnel or weapons, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, feasibly, do you think that would be possible? Just I
think it could be. Yeah. I think a lot of it. I think the Russian involvement and the foreign investment they've made into fighting in that territory is the reason why from 2014 onwards it's been. I don't even like to call it civil war, but there's been so much war happening there. It's because of Russia's support. If that was stopped, I think they could have it under control.
Yeah. But do you think it would ever be stopped? That support?
There would have to be strong international condemnation and some kind of military response to make Russia stop doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're kind of saying if those strict conditions are met, then it is possible for Donetsk and Luhansk, but otherwise it's probably not.
Well, right now, I mean, yeah, Russia apparently could take over however much of Ukraine they can conquer and hold. Yeah. But that's without people strongly, I guess, interfering with Russia's ability to do war.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's all I have.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to be doing 2 more questions here. It's nearly 9 o'clock, so I want to thank all of you for coming here. I'll make some little announcements after we are done. We're going to have you, sir, come on right up, and then we're going to pick our last attendee to come on up here. What's your name?
Yasir.
Nice to meet you, Yasir. Pleasure. Thanks for coming.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's up?
All right, so this will be pretty quick. So I just want to get your opinion. So when it comes to public schooling, specifically for K through 12, not college, one thing I hear a lot is that we're getting stupider. Our kids are not listening. We have the lowest literacy rates. And in my opinion, one of the biggest problems is funding for schools, specifically that a lot of it is property taxes. So if you're in a poor area, well, the school's going to be shit because it's poor. And then if you're in a wealthy area, it's going to be a lot better. Everybody's going to have a laptop. So I just wanted your opinion of what you think can be done, especially when a lot of Republicans are pushing for people to go to private school and charter schools. They don't give a shit about public schools. So I just wanted to hear your opinion.
Unfortunately, I'm not as well read on why our education system is lagging behind the areas that it does lag behind in. I feel like I've heard and I've read that throwing a ton of money at a school district doesn't always help if they're already decently funded. For ones that are underfunded, I think there are simple investments you can make, especially related around temperature control, so air conditioning and food availability, like offering lunch and breakfast sometimes to these children. So I mean, where the easy investments can be made monetarily, I think they should be made. I don't personally like the property tax way of funding schools. I think it's a little bit I think inequitable would be the word. I think it's kind of ridiculous that kids can have such different opportunities based on the zip code they live in because it's not their choice of their own. But it's really, really, really hard to get cities on board with that because people that live in wealthy school districts don't want their money going to poorer school districts.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like a more equitable funding mechanism, I think is important. The Department of Education used to help because they would send money. I think it made about 14% up of all the school budgets for K through 12 around the country, and I guess that's going to be gone now. So I don't know what's replacing that, but yeah, I don't know as much about education, so I don't have any super strong opinions about what can be done other than I know the air conditioning and the food one I think are 2 basic investments that could be made that have shown good results, but I don't think that would fix the problem entirely.
Yeah, another big thing is I've talked to a lot of teachers because I know a lot, and a big thing is they can't discipline kids anymore apparently. So what do you think can be done about the culture of no, you can't tell my kid he can't throw crayons at someone else?
I don't know. You should just hit the parent instead. I have no sympathy for parents that are the helicopter parents who don't think their kid can ever do anything wrong. I think it's really stupid. I don't think you should be hitting kids. The ruler across the knuckles or whatever is probably too far. But again, I don't know personally how much disciplining children plays into the problems in school these days.
Burps are back on each other. Skip to 408. Watch for 10 seconds. Oh my god. There's no way I can watch this. She's Buddy, I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
So it's hard for me to say. I have a hard time believing that if a kid came in that was incredibly unruly and undisciplined, that the teacher being able to discipline them more strictly would actually change that much. I don't know if that would even help. In my mind, disciplining kids is usually to remove them from the classroom so that they're not messing with the rest of the kids. But yeah, I don't know 100%, yeah, unfortunately.
All right, fair enough.
Cool. Thank you.
Right. We're going to go ahead to our last question. So if you haven't gone yet, raise your hand if you would like to be the last person. Let's do it.
I don't want to debate. I just want like 3 quick questions to pick your brain here.
Okay, go for it.
So first one, do you think Elon is a Nazi or is it just a bit to piss off the left?
I feel like it's a bit. I think he signals. I think he knows he's signaling, but he does it because he thinks it's like epic and based or whatever. He's a fucking idiot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second question, do you think it's okay to say the N-word in private?
If you really want to, if it really makes you happy, then as the master of whether or not you can or can't say the N-word, sure, why not? Okay.
All right. Third and last question, do you think there should be a third state solution?
As in like Gaza and the West Bank and Israel? No, I think it'd be really bad for Palestinians.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
All right. That's there. Just want to pick your brain.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Well,
We're at the Vatican.
I think that will be it for tonight's stream. Should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so I will see you all then. Monday, it looks like I'm going to have a debate on whether or not saturated fat has a causal relationship with heart disease, with a biochemist who's a fucking retard. That's going to be at 2 p.m. EST. So I'll make a live room for that tomorrow and everything. And, burps are back to chillers. What? Why can't you watch? Because she's fucking nude, dude. And she's taking shit on a fucking toilet. I'm not taking that risk. That girl's fat and gross. Thanks for the donation, dude. Anyway. Yeah, I saw the Donald Trump calling Mattel a country. Any case, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. See you tomorrow, probably around the same-ish time, and sweet dreams.